drop the beat.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I never liked him. I never racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked it.
Oh, we're starting out strong today with King Solidus. King Solidus, I just want to kiss my fish, drink my beer, and F my truck. Noise. Justin Garcia says, good morning, Connor. Hey, good morning to you, King. Horse God says, Billy, there's something out there waiting for us, and it ain't no man. We're all going to die. Me, the Dow is over 50,000. I don't know what that means, but it does sound terrifying. Airborne Kite says, get your likes in now. True. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I parasocially love you. Thank you for being here. Enjoy the stream. So if there's hi, Kazra, good to see that you're still alive. Oh, that was the other thing too. Predator? Oh, okay. Oh, yes. Billy, the Native American. Okay. All right. I like it. I see you. Okay, cool. So hold on, let's talk a little bit about content. So what I saw last night that was kind of popping off in the online political sphere, Hutch was doing new content, but he also had content that I was kind of interested in, where Hassan Piker is saying that between Gavin Newsom and JD Vance, he's going to vote third party. Oh, Subry Keller says, oh my God, I love all of you. That was hilarious. Her screeching at the top of her lungs. Why are you laughing? Don't you dare accuse me of a crime. Yes. Mom, have you cleaned your room yet? Me, the Dow was up 50,000. True. That's why my office is a mess and no other reason. It's because the Dow is up 50,000. But the, excuse me. So hold on. Let me try to put this all together. Okay. So Hutch has a piece watching an interview with, I think, two normie Democrats and or progressives or liberals. And then Hassan is on there spewing his lefty nonsense. And then they're talking about like, well, what would they do? Even if they don't think Gavin Newsom is the ideal candidate, what are they going to do in an election between Gavin Newsom and JD Vance? And the two Democrats were like, yeah, duh, like Newsom, like on an evaluative basis of Newsom versus JD Vance, Newsom wins 10 times out of 10. I'm voting for him to minimize the damage to this country. And then Hassan was like, I'm going to be contrarian and I'm going to say what I want to say. And then he was like, oh yeah, like I would vote third party because Gavin Newsom is such an evil neoliberal vampire. And apparently Hutch was like freaking out on that. So that's definitely content I wanted to see. Kazir was saying that last night's Hutch was great. That I did see last night that Hutch was also freaking out on like new Hassan segments and calling him an arsler, which is great. But also, I don't know if I just want to watch Hutch like watching Hassan and just calling him stupid every 5 minutes. That is entertaining, but I don't know if it's something that we can substantively break down. So we'll see. Either way, we'll do some Hutch versus Hassan content, regardless of whether or not it's last night or regardless of whether or not it's the one that I saw earlier. Rob says, Pam Bondi, the stock market correspondent. Well, QC John says, good morning, girl hottest. May your girl stay hot. May your beer stay cold. May you keep all your fingers when blowing things up. Amen. Amen. Fast Johnny Nordgod says the other two people in that room were like one molecule less left than Hassan. Oh, okay. That's interesting. That's actually really interesting. So it's like three lefties. Two of them are interested in harm reduction, and one of them is interested in virtue signaling. That's interesting. Giga Impact says yesterday Hassan crashed out on stream hard. Good. The only reason why I was kind of making the comment about like substantive versus like silly, like just calling Hassan a dumbass every 10 minutes is because I did tune into Hutch and he had great metrics. He was like between like 500 and 800 when I was checking in on him. And the what was it? Hasan, but the 10 minutes I saw was purely not substantive at all. It was somebody was calling Hasan the oldest teenager online. And then Hasan was like, "You can't say that. You can't say that when you're so chopped and unk." And it was like, I guess if you were like self-aware that you're a 40-year-old using the lingo of the 20-year-olds in order to appeal to the 20-year-olds, that would be okay if it was self-aware. But if he genuinely thinks because he's good looking, he's still cool with the 20-year-olds and he can use their lingo unironically with no self-awareness, then I actually find that like pretty cringe. Like I actually like if I say chopped, it's with the awareness that I am a 40-year-old using the lingo of people a decade or two younger than me in an ironic way that's going to make the younger people uncomfortable because they hear old people using their lingo. Whereas I don't know if he has that degree of self-awareness. I mean, we could take a look at it. Cosra says, I support Trump if he sends Hassan here. No, just give your take. Oh, okay. Yeah, that actually, that I'd be like kidnapping Maduro based, sending Hassan Piker to Iran based. You know, it wasn't all bad with the Trump administration. I support. Oh wait, sorry, that's the one I just read. Hassan is so effing ridiculous. True. Kig Impact says, if I say my true feelings on Hassan, it would be considered Fed posting. Well, that's why we've decided that just saying the word Fed posting sufficiently covers. It doesn't have the same emotional impact. I'm not going to lie. But yesterday, when I was advocating that the state unironically removes the Eighth Amendment and then reimposes crucifixion as a viable way for capital punishment, and then we prosecute child sex traffickers and the people who help cover up child sex trafficking rings, and we specifically articulate that crucifixion is the crime for that crime, that was more emotionally cathartic than just saying the words Fed post. But if you say the words Fed post and that gives you some level of emotional catharsis, I think that's a nice middle ground between the terms of service of YouTube and Twitch, because Fed posting is very vague. There's a whole spectrum of things that you could do that are Fed posting. And for those of you, the way that I understand Fed posting, somebody could correct me, but there are extremist groups online that actually do advocate for the overthrow of the United States or asymmetrical warfare or extrajudicial terrorism in order to advocate for their belief system. However, oftentimes when you get into extremist circles, at least the joke is, I don't know if it's true, that whenever you find somebody who is super blatant in their desires to commit crimes in the name of their ideology, 9 times out of 10, they're a federal informant trying to infiltrate the group in order to arrest everybody. And so as a result, when they say Fed, 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 they're accusing you of being an informant for the federal government. So when you say Fed posting, what people are saying is your statements are so extreme that you might as well be a federal informant because your statements are so extreme that they probably constitute illegality. Subri Keller says, we're claiming my slang. We're claiming my slang. Can we please get that in writing that no one says chopped or unk again? No, I like chopped. I think chop is funny. I think unk is funny. I think cracked is funny. I don't use them all the time. Number one, because I'm 40. And number two, because the only way that I will use it it'll be with a level of self-awareness and knowing that I'm making the kids uncomfortable. Like the purpose of using that slang would be to make the kids uncomfortable, being like, why is this 40-year-old using our lingo? What's happening? Randy Chang says, I'm guilty of referring to myself as an unk when dealing with other online gamers. It's probably true, dude. If you're in your late 20s, early 30s, or mid 30s, or early 40s even, you're probably an unk. You know? You're an older dude. You're probably not in like hip with the crowd, but you know, maybe you're cool anyways, even though you're not hip. You know, I think that's unk. I think that's very unk coded. Airborne Kite says, where does the word helicopter fall on the Fed post spectrum? I don't know. I think the reason why a lot of people don't use helicopter though is because it's associated with the Pinochet regime in South America. So a lot of liberals are not for that because the Pinochet regime was clearly right wing. So typically, if you talk about helicopters, it's very Pinochet coded, but therefore that's like South American fascistic authoritarian. CD Socktem says it was true with the Whitmer plot. Lol. True. Yeah. Like 30% or like 40% of the people involved with the Whitmer plot were actually federal agents. Sabri Keller says helicopter is low. Rope is a little bit higher. I would say rope's pretty explicit. Yeah, rope is very explicit. Fashion 40 says, good morning, girl hottest. Good morning. Airborne Kite says it's like saying narc, but for insurrection. Correct. Kaiser says, Connor, what should happen to someone that only watched underage P? I think it doesn't make different people with some who participate in that stuff. I don't know, man. Like I'm kind of joking about the crucifixion stuff. I'm also not. When it comes to like actively consuming that stuff, I mean, I think that you should be incarcerated, probably for extended periods. Like if you went out of your way to find that stuff, yeah, you know, and I understand like people are saying like, oh well, you know, those people oftentimes have a history of trauma and they need therapy and they need this and they need that, but I think they just need to know like it just needs to be it needs to be Chesterton's fence. That's all it is. It's saying you cannot engage in that behavior and be a part of civil society, so make your choice. If you want to engage in that behavior, we are going to exile you to a trailer park. You're going to serve 5 to 10 years in prison. You're not going to be allowed around schools. You're not going to be around civil society. You're not going to be able to get a good job. So make your choice. Like, is your predilection worth being exiled from society? And if your compulsion is so strong that you're willing to risk exile in order to feed your compulsion, then you probably should be exiled from civil society and or incarcerated for extended periods. Cavalcado says, I noticed Hassan was not engaged in this recent new Hassan drama. I wonder why. Probably because he knows he's going to get stomped. Giga Impact says, I find it interesting how people in the world say Trump is Netanyahu's B word when in Israel, the anti-Netanyahu bloc, people such as I, believe it's much more likely that Netanyahu is actually Trump's. It's mostly because of the West Bank and Gaza. Giga Impact. It would be politically advantageous for the United States to have Israel fortify its border with Gaza, but largely abandon Gaza to be rebuilt by international organizations that are let in without, you know, the Israelis, you know, doing anything. Literally, like let the weapons and let the drugs and let the water pipes that get converted into rockets flow into Gaza. You guys fucked them up pretty stinking good. So, you know, maybe they need a few guns. Not that they really need guns. I'm kind of being hyperbolic here. But then same thing with the West Bank. Like I see it every few months. I see like the not the kibbutzim, whatever your guys' representative body is, but it's like your representative body just adopted the third resolution, non-binding resolution to annex the West Bank. And it's like, okay, that's cool. I'm sure the Muslims will be super happy about you guys annexing the West Bank. Short says, good morning, Connor. Not a fan of Hassan slop usually, but that Hutch stream last night was extremely cathartic. Okay. Subri says, Unkin chopped. Indeed. That's me. Unk is short for uncle. It means old uncle who lives in your community that you don't know, but has a vibe about them. I mean, that's me for sure. So we agree 100%. Good. Randy Chang says, in my vocabulary, it's only a noun, conserve. Interesting. Samson says, you can be a victim and still be punished. They're not exclusive. True. Giga Impact says, a few years ago, a math teacher of mine from middle school got raided by the police and arrested for holding cheese pizza. It was all over national news. Well, I hope that he's serving a long sentence, and when he's released, he'll be exiled from civil society. Well, QC John says, Pinochet had it right, just too narrow of scope on targets. Wow, that's a spicy meatball right there. Airborne Kite says, I think consuming is still a jailing offense, but it doesn't need to be cruel punitive. We just can't have you around if you can't control yourself. Exactly. Cavalcattle says, ha ha ha, sorry, I meant Pisco, not Hassan. Oh, in reference to what? Cavalcattle? In reference to what? Being a victim isn't a getting out of jail free card. True. Randy Chang says, nice thing about being a boomer unk using words wrong is part of the fun. Yes. The Knesset. Thank you, Nightingale Wing. Thank you. I knew the kibbutz was wrong, but I thought it started with a K. Sabri Keller says, and this is why we have to reclaim slang, because for some reason people don't know what these words mean and toss them around. True. That's why I'm like an autist when it comes to defining words. Also, I love tight. Like I know tight is ancient. It's like one of the ancient words. It's like elvish, you know, compared to the new generation. But honestly, if tight made like another circle back where the kids started using tight unironically to mean cool, I would be ecstatic. Nightingale Wing says, well, not even Netanyahu wants Gaza. The hardcore right-wing Israelis want the West Bank, not Gaza. Okay. That's interesting. Randy Cheng says, true. I'm there with you, buddy. Cool. Death Lily says, have you heard any complaints from the Discord server about the ID stuff? Yeah, I mean, a couple of people DM'd me and they were like, what do you think about this? But once again, I'll have the same answer that I've consistently had is I don't care. YouTube has my face. Palantir has my face. The government already has my fingerprints. Like, they already have all my self-identifying information. If they want to send Boston Dynamics robots to kill me using my personally identifying information, then yeah, it's whatever, you know, we were already there. Officer Nasty says, good morning, everybody. Connor, we got the body cam video of the ICE agent who shot the Spanish lady that testified at Congress is in Discord chill chat if you're interested. Honestly, I'm not. If there's something contentious there, we could take a look at it for a minute just to go over the contention. But I mean, if it's a ICE agent who just shoots a random Hispanic lady, then, you know. Cavalcado says, yo, I meant to say, I noticed that Pisco isn't engaging with the recent Hassan drama. I wonder why. Oh, probably. Yeah. Tight. Yeah. Probably because I do not think, to be clear, just in case there's clippers, I do not think that Pisco is actively trying to get into Hassan orbit. What I think he's trying to do is he's trying to cover Hassan in a sufficiently charitable way in order to attract those people over to him because he thinks he's a better representation of the hybridization of progressivism and liberalism and maybe a few SOCDEM socialist policies. Like, weirdly enough, Pisco is about as far left as I would want the left to go. Like if I could shift the Overton window to Pisco, then I would be like, okay, we're all right. But if the Overton window, the far left of the Overton window is Hassan, I'm going to be pissed. So, Gig again back says, rope. True. Fashion 40 says, I've been bringing back Daddio. I do love Daddio. I also love Coolio. Coolio I use all the time, and I know it's super boomery, but somebody's like, hey, I'm bringing XYZ over. Is that okay? And then I'm like, Coolio. And it's not even that, you know, it's not even that chopped or unk. Randy Chang says, I still overuse rad. I fucking love rad. Rad is fantastic. Subry Keller says, tight ain't coming back, unk. I know. It's sad. The new generation doesn't have an appreciation. It is. They celebrated the shooting. Connor, you're using tight wrong. I know it's from my era of NYC. Why? Tight absolutely was used as a replacement for cool in the thousands, 100%. Samson says true. Cavalcado says yes, 100% agree with that analysis about Pisco's intention. Yeah, he doesn't want to become a Hassan Piker orbiter, but he does want Hassan Piker orbiters and fans to be willing to come over to his perspective. And so he doesn't want to be overly shitty to the far left because he wants to be a sufficiently safe place for them to come for better takes, which is okay. I don't like it, but it's better than the alternative. CD SockDem says the intro to Keaton and Kel was my favorite Coolio song. True. Samson says yes. Well, QC John says, I'm a middle-aged white guy. Daddio doesn't have the authenticity coming from me. Lol. True. Needs to be a black woman saying it. Rob says, I use righteous on the regular, also on the regular. Yes. Those are classic. On the regular, and righteous. Those are cool. I'm big fans of those. Jeb Kush says, my coworker is the final boss of millennials. He uses tight and rad a lot. I would be his friend instantaneously, even if he used those words terribly. Giga Impact, I said that teacher is going to rot in prison for a while he also pretended to be underage females online to meet up IRL. Oh, kill that guy. Sorry. By the state, legally. Right? But yeah, you know, the what is it? The Brad Pitt meme with the tank. You know, shoot that guy. Airborne says, we start using unk to mean uncompromising. I think that could be fun. I mean, you can. I won't. I'm going to use unk to refer to a middle-aged, older man in the community who has aura, but the world has passed him by. Fashion 40 says, it was but right, tight. Say it once, let it hang. That was tight. Or in the negative, why are you tight? I've never used it in the negative, to be honest. It was always a positive for me. Causer says, do you think that USA uses a tactic named boa snake, which means setting a trap for enemies like Russia and Ukraine in order to drain them in erosive conflicts and then catch the head of the snake? I think it's bullshit. I don't think we're that smart. We absolutely use the boa tactic in reference to like strangulation and siege, but I think it's more direct than that, which is effectively we've been strangling slowly Iran, Russia, and arguably China, although I think the argument with China is that they're more capable of strangling us than we are of strangling them. But we've used like diplomatic economic sanctions to strangle Venezuela, Russia, in Iran and China for decades. But that's the thing. It's like it's a diplomatic measure that's slow. And so honestly, like it would be great. It would be great if the Iranian people had civilian weapons because then they could overthrow the government. Because it would be like 40,000 killed by, 40,000 killed by government forces. Then it would be like 20,000 security forces killed by, revolutionaries, democratic revolutionaries now in control of Iran. It's still going to be a deeply religious state, but it's going to be a modern state that isn't hostile to the Western liberal order. That would be fantastic news. Now, unfortunately, you guys don't have private civilian weapons, and you do have a authoritarian, theocratic regime that is willing to slaughter tens of thousands of its own civilians in order to maintain power. So sad. Pour one out for the revolutionaries. Pour one out for the protesters. Horse God says the Hassan to Pisco to Connor pipeline. I mean, ideal, yeah. Conserve says, I use my great-grandmother's slang if something isn't nifty keen. Oh, my God. If something isn't nifty keen or the bee's knees, I want no part of it. That's excellent. See, that to me is like a generational unk thing. Like you're taking something that was unk for you and you're making it unk for the next generation. I think that's noble and beautiful. Steve Land says, my language has never changed since 2016 Halo days. Wish me luck. No, that's great. That's perfect. You'll be like a time capsule. Old School says, good morning. I think I found my next game, Colony Ship, in ROG, set aboard a generation ship. Huh. Kosher says, sorry for bad English. You have excellent English, kid. Don't worry about it. Tight like a tiger. Toit like a tiger. That's funny. I know about trouser snake traps. I bet you do. If Nightgale Wing says, if Connor wants Pisco to stay social democrat left, set him up with a conservative woman. That should keep everything in check. You say that. That's actually really funny. So I caught up with an old friend last night who I hadn't talked to in decades, and they had become a democratic socialist. And let's just say we had reasons why we stopped being friends. And they're still really cool in a lot of ways, but them being a democratic socialist and being so feisty about politics, I was like, you are cool. Like there's undeniably cool parts of your personality, but there's definitely a reason why we probably would not have remained friends if we had tried to stick it out through our distancing several decades ago. Two decades ago, we distanced from each other, and time would not have improved that. So coming back 2 decades later and being like, let's agree to disagree. That's actually probably better. Nightgale Wing says, if Connor wants Pisco. Oh, that's the one I just read. Sorry. CD Sock Dem says, why is a time capsule so full of F slurs? When people look in my time capsule, that's exactly what I want them to say. Why are there so many F slurs in here? Jim Baker, my favorite FBI agent, says, hello, Connor and Cogs. Hey, King. Good to see you. Gigging Impact says, like, there are plenty of examples of times where Netanyahu got uked by Trump, used by Trump, nuked by Trump, cucked by Trump. There we go. Cucked. Got it. Kosser says, I think it makes sense. Russia is effed by now. They lost 250K, no power in Venezuela and Iran, and they lost Syria. I think that's why China doesn't get involved to get to the point they're able to corn. Yes. I don't know what you mean by corn, but that's, yes, I agree that weirdly enough, as much as people believe that the liberal hegemony is on the descent, that it's actually like slowly losing power. Weirdly enough, a lot of the long-term projects of the liberal hegemony, including knocking out Russia as a rival power, knocking out Venezuela as a rival power, knocking out Iran as a rival power, a lot of these things are still in the works. So, yeah. Rob Gosos says, Connor, you put on out a video many years ago describing the Hegelian dialectic of governments and systems and ideologies. What do you think of today's thesis, antithesis, and synthesis coming next? No idea, and I'm really scared. That's actually why I wanted to do mind maps about abundance techno-feudalism versus socialism in the latter half of the day, because basically on the right, we have economic populism, which is weird because that's a left-wing ideology. We have techno-feudalism. We're fighting against, but we should probably have Latino futurism. Excellent term. Love me some Latino futurism. And so we need to synthesize the good parts of economic populism, which is just like a decent redistributive economic model. The good parts of techno-feudalism, which is a decent military industrial complex and a decent tech sector that ushers in the next generation of innovation. And then Latino futurism is just looking at demographics and being like, hey, even if we deport all the Hispanics, we're not going to, get rid of all of them. And not only we're not going to get rid of all of them, but they might actually solve a demographic and economic problem for us. So maybe we just need to integrate Hispanics instead of treating them like enemies. And so that to me would be the synthesis on the right. The synthesis on the left, I'm actually like legitimately scared of, because the synthesis on the left is, how do you synthesize effectively like socialism, social democracy, and liberalism, which oftentimes is a mixed economy capitalist model. But it seems like the liberals outnumber the Soc Dems and the socialists. But the socialists and the Soc Dems are like 100% sure that they're correct, whereas the Latinos, the liberals, are increasingly anxious and incapable of defending their ideas and principles against the onslaught of hyper-confident socialists and social democrats. And so that fusion, I'm worried the liberals are going to lose. I'm worried the liberals might hold on to some things like freedom of speech and freedom of conscience, but they might legitimately lose another healthy chunk of what's important about the left. So I'm worried about it. Cosmer says, Connor, so you don't think it's a strategy? I think it is a strategy for sure. I think strangling these countries 100% is a strategy. I think what's not a strategy specifically is, you asked me if sorry if I lost the chat and lost the plot. I am chopped and unk after all. But you asked me if a specific part was part of the strategy. And I don't think that we're smart enough to have that specific part be a part of the strategy. Strangling our rivals is 100% a strategy. Cosser says, I might be reading this again, but I'm going to read it again anyways. I think it makes sense. Russia is F now. They lost 250K, no power in Venezuela and Iran, and they lost Syria. Yeah, that's the one that I liked. Rob says, Connor, you put out a video. Oh, that's the one that I just read. My apologies. DemSoc is a crazy place to end up in American political positions. I know. And this friend is crazy. So, they're cool, but they're crazy. So I kind of have to take my relationship with them with a grain of salt. Jonas says, what's up, guys? What's up, man? Giga Impact says Cuba and Nicaragua still remain in the Americas. After that, all focus in on North Korea, China, and Russia and Belarus. I agree. If you actually like the liberal hegemony, then yeah. Subry Keller says the surge has ended in Minnesota per Holman. Yeah, right. I'll believe it when I see it. Old School says, if Latino futurism means thinking Bad Bunny is talented, I'll take techno-feudalism. No. It's just realizing that from demographics, in my opinion, Latino futurism just means integrating Hispanics into the North American project, because demographically we're going to need them for economic and political reasons. So, you could fight it. You could 100% fight it and just try to constantly mass deport Hispanics. Or you could just, I don't know, try to appeal to them from a social conservative and mildly economically redistributive lens, and then boom, you'd be Gucci. So how about stop trying to fight the Hispanics, because it's like a waste of time and energy. All right. Anyways, sorry. I just saw something interesting. Jen Winkler says, F the leftists, they can get their own party. You say that, but they're coming for you, Jen Winkler. They're coming for you more than they're coming for me. They know that I'm their enemy. They think that they can co-opt you. Giga Impact says Nicaragua would be tough because anything that happens there is screwed because people are understandably angry there because of Iran-Contra. Yeah, sure. Dude, that was one of the weirdest things about yesterday. One of the weirdest things about yesterday, I don't know if y'all saw it, but we took a look at Jeffrey Epstein's relationship with Les Wexner. And Jeffrey Epstein allegedly was part of the Israel Connect for the Iran-Contra affair. He ran weapons to Iran, ran weapons to South America, ran drugs north. I don't know if this is true. I would need more corroborating evidence, but there was at least one journalist who said that Jeffrey Epstein himself claimed this, that his wealth was based off of running guns, running drugs, and running, let's be real, women. And so I don't know, man. The Israeli intel ties look more true today than they did yesterday. I'll tell you that. It's actually like, oh shit, these motherfuckers were, even if they weren't Mossad, they were Mossad contractors. They were people who worked with Mossad, even if they weren't Mossad themselves. Like, just because they weren't formally trained by intel services doesn't mean intel services didn't use them when they were useful. Horse God says Russia is losing around 30,000 in these winter months, and that's confirmed drone feed kills. Ukraine claims they can reach up to 50K a month once troop movements increase in the spring. It's going to hurt. Russia's going to hurt. Yeah, the Ukrainians, it seems like their strategy has moved from let's try to put the Russians out, or push the Russians out, to since we're having manpower problems of our own, let's hold our defensive lines and minimize our casualties and then maximize Russian casualties through technology. And that actually seems like it's a decent thing, decent strategy. Subry Keller says, I have to get ready to go to class. I'll listen to y'all, but won't be able to comment. Well, thanks for dropping by, Subry. I appreciate you. Quick show, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Vazraka, thank you for kicking us off today with the gifted membership. I appreciate you. You're my favorite lurker. Tezzy Boy is my second favorite lurker. Brooklyn's my third, just because, you know, that's how people donate. Conserve says, I can never keep DemSoc and SocDem straight. People need to be more creative with these labels. Well, conserve liberalism, DemSoc, Democratic Socialist, is actually a socialist. So it's somebody who believes in the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production. They just want to do so through democratic means. Whereas a social democrat is just somebody who wants a robust welfare state similar to Scandinavia. So if you hear social democrat, you should just think Norway, Sweden, you know, Norway, Sweden, Finland, even to a lesser degree than Norway and Sweden. So they want like a robust welfare state that keeps capitalism on track, but makes sure that the civilian population is taken care of as they produce significant wealth for the state and the industrialists. Whereas the socialists want to totally rewrite the economic order of things. So while oftentimes there's even overlap, I would argue, between people who claim to be democratic socialists and social democrats, I would say social democrats actually want to stay at the Scandinavian model, whereas any democratic socialists who advocate for social democratic policies, they view them as a stepping stone to socialism, right? That's how I would differentiate it in your brain if what I said was in English. Horse God says mainstream pop music has largely always been shit. You say that, and yet I've been like bumping some pop music in my brain recently, so I can't say I agree. I've been bumping some pop music in my personal life. Old School says most assimilated American Latinos support deportations of illegals, Connor. Okay, and that doesn't mean that you don't take an integrationist perspective towards Hispanic immigrants, and you also maximize the economic benefits of immigration from Latin America. I don't care. Who gives a fuck about mass deportations? Let's talk about how it actually affects the economy, and let's talk about what kind of economy we want to create. Jen Winkler says, morning, y'all. I have so much work to do. I'm crying. If I survive the next month, it will be a miracle. I'm sorry, Jen. I do hope you have fun, though. I hope you enjoy your work, even though you're on the verge of having a mental breakdown. Conservative liberalism says Epstein was higher than some run-of-the-mill Mossad agent. He was a power broker. That's what I think. Correct. CD SocDem says, thanks, Vazraka. Apparently, you hit CD SocDem with your gifted, so thank you, Vazraka. I appreciate you. CD SocDem says, seriously, I'm stoked on it. Good. Saw a drone chasing a skier downhill at the Olympics, forgot to be terrified for a second. Yeah, anytime I see drone footage in a civilian context, I'm waiting for something to blow up. I actually had a dream last night that I was hanging out with a bunch of people who were partying, I suppose is the best way to put it. But I was partying and they were partying, and we were having a good time, even though we weren't seeing eye to eye. And then, like, Palantir style drones showed up and started hunting everyone. And I'm like, huh, I had this conversation with my chat the other day. Fashion 40 says, what's funny to me is that these conspiracy theorists in the hood are right. It's sad because they'll feel vindicated. Yeah. But, like, I wouldn't freak out about it. But you, as a sane person, I'm not really sane, but I try to stay sane. Like, I think we're just going to have to articulate what the conspiracy theorists are actually correct about, because we haven't confirmed that there's actual lizard people. We haven't confirmed that there's adrenochrome harvesting. We haven't confirmed, like, smut, torture, murder rituals involving children to, sand demons. We haven't confirmed any of that shit. We've just found a international sex trafficking ring that has Israeli intelligence ties, which is bad enough. But, let's just be specific about what we really found. Giga Impacts says, apparently this is a hot take, but I heavily doubt Epstein has Mossad connections. He undoubtedly was really close friends with Ehud Barak, but Israelis were slamming Barak for all that all the way in 2019. Yeah, but he was friends with Ehud Barak all the way back in the 1980s, bud. But, like, there's communications between him and Ehud Barak, and you have to understand that in the Iran-Contra affair, the weapons went into Israel, and Jeffrey Epstein took the fleet of aircraft after they were done. Allegedly, he was involved in the Iran-Contra affair of smuggling weapons to Iran, so he was the connection to get weapons to Israel, to get them to Iran, which means that he had Israeli intelligence contacts and he had American intelligence contacts, probably best friends with Oliver North, to be honest. And then not just that, but he took the fleet of planes and then he sold it to the founder of Victoria's Secret, who also has Israeli intel contacts. And then they started trafficking Chinese manufactured clothing and 9-year-old girls. So not great. Rob says, sock dems for life, compulsory voting, compulsory service, weird looking cars. Let's go. Hey, Rob, I'm with you. All you have to do is add in, like, state issued assault rifles. And number one, you basically have Switzerland. Number two, you basically have Starship Troopers. So I'm okay with that. Conserve says, sock dem for the win then. If I ever called myself a dem sock in confusion, my apologies. It's all good. Thomas Dudley says, they also all conscripts everyone in the Nordic countries. I'll take that deal. Yeah, sure. If you made social democracy militant, patriotic, and nationalistic, not like xenophobic, but civic nationalistic, and then you gave people state-issued assault rifles, I'm down. Like, my fears of having a large state come from the fact that if you don't compel people to be patriots and they truly care about the state and they truly work to the state and the nation's benefit, then the entire system falls apart. Like, social democracy, a robust welfare state, and a robust military are reliant on people caring about those institutions and working hard to maintain those institutions. And if you vote in those institutions, but you don't have a population that cares to do the work that maintains said institutions, then it all falls apart. Because basically all you're doing is you're taking the laziest, shittiest, least productive members of society. You're voting them like unlimited welfare in order to make sure that they don't have to lift a finger. And then you're going to have a failed state that is incapable of delivering the services it promises to the people. So I don't want Venezuela. I would happily accept a civic nationalistic hybrid between Switzerland and Scandinavia. But that concept is like predicated on a nationalist understanding of the world, like a civic nationalist understanding of the world. And a lot of liberals and a lot of social democrats and a lot of democratic socialists and a lot of communists are hostile to nationalism because they think it's like a rawly right-wing belief that ultimately leads to fascism. So it's ironic, like weirdly enough, like Singapore and Switzerland, weirdly enough, would be my ideal model. but I don't think that we're unified enough as a culture in order to be as organized as the Singaporeans or the Swiss. But if I could have like a grill hottest nation, you know, we could segregate the pile people a little bit. There could be like Goodopolis, and then there could be like Normie Town, Normopolis, Normie Stenople. We could have Normie Stenople and Goonopolis, or Goon Mountain, Mount Goon. And then the Gooners can go to Mount Goon, and the Normies can go to Normie Nanople, Normie Nanipple. And then we could create a nation state that was social democrat, but also nationalistic, civic nationalistic. And all right, let's do it. AK Batu Sai says the easy way to remember it is the way they do Crayola crayon colors. The red orange is more orange than red, and vice versa. Interesting. CD Sockdem says, I think of my Sockdem beliefs as a balance between Keynesian and neoliberal economics. Good. Someone tell me California Girls sucks, and I'll find your IP. True. California girls were unforgettable. Daisy Dukes, Martinis on top. Katy Perry's lyrics suck, but the beats and the delivery are peak. I love white girl music. White girl music is phenomenal. Wowman says, don't forget the communist LARPing as sock dems to be subversive like the alt-right losers LARPing as classical liberals. Not only do I agree with that, but I think Sargon and Chris Reagan and Shoeonhead and all those classically liberal people, I think they were sincere classical liberals, but then they realized that the ideology has like a flaw at its core that makes it weak. And so as a result, they abandoned it for more authoritarian ideologies, which is sad. Chris Reagan just quit politics, so that's not true of him. But Chris Reagan was like, all right, I'm tired of wasting my time in the online political space. I'm out. And then Sargon became authoritarian, and Shoeonhead became authoritarian as well, weirdly enough. Giga Impacts is, we also know Epstein tried to get Ehud Barak to run again in 2018, trying to overthrow Bibi, proving that he was enemies with the Israeli government at the time. Sure. Politics is complicated. I'm with you there. I'm not associating all Jews and all Israelis and all of Mossad with Jeffrey Epstein. I'm just saying the Iran-Contra connections and the connections to Les Wexner are definitely making me shooting up my eyebrows. It's definitely making me concerned. Definitely making me concerned. Cosler says we have a group of opposition who don't support monarchy. There are some social democrats on that team. What I found is that a lot of socialists and tanksies sneak in as social dems, so I'm suspicious. Good. Maintain that suspicion, King. Otherwise, you'll end up on the wrong side of the firing squad barrel. Rob says, I think we need to gently bully the Trump cabinet. Pam Bondi, why did you guys name the victims? I thought you were cool. That's not very cash money of you, Pam Bondi. It's not very cash money of you. Giga Impact says, what a lizard person is talking to you right now. Are they? Are they? I don't think they're talking to me. I don't use lizard people as an anti-Israeli slur. I know there might be people out there like that, but that's not me. That's not me. I think Jews are silly. I think Israelis, I think they're silly boys. I think they're goofy. Okay. So on one hand, Jews like want to, dominate, and they want to be smart, and they want to be the smartest guy in the room, and they want to do this, and they want to do that, and they want to be titans of industry, and they want to, be masters of politics and masters of society. But then they also have like an incredible anxiety and self-awareness that they can't become too powerful, or else they're going to get their shit kicked in. So there's like, yeah, Jews can be tough. Jews can be warriors. Jews can be captains of industry. Jews can be masters of society. They can be this, they can be that, they can be great artists, they can be blah 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 blah. But I think at the core of it, there's like an underlying anxiety that I don't have to experience as a non-Jewish white. As a non-Jewish white in a majority white country, that our most aggressive immigrant population are Christian Hispanics, who are like quarter or half Spanish, which is also considered white under the umbrella of white. I don't have like the existential fear that I think Jews and Israelis experience. Rob says, no, Rob, I'm still cool, she'll say. Fashion 40 says true, but those are also the ones who vote for Trump. I know firsthand they are in my family. It was DGG that saved me. Yep. Wowman says, have you seen the movie Begonia? It was a recent sci-fi that basically goes, yo, but what if Alex Jones was unironically right? Yeah. So I haven't seen Begonia, but I do love Emma Stone. If Emma Stone asked me to marry her, I probably would say yes. But Emma Stone playing a girl boss CEO, feminist magnet who's kind of like a weird boss lady who pisses everyone off around her. Her getting kidnapped and then her having Jesse. Is it Jesse? It's not Jesse. It's Todd. Having Todd from Breaking Bad and then like a R-slurred fat guy like torture her for 48 hours thinking that she's an alien. And then there's a twist at the end. I'm aware of the twist. I love the end. I think it's funny. Yeah, so I haven't seen Begonia, but I've seen a plot synopsis of Begonia and I've seen key scenes and I think it's great. I think it's great. Eben says, I wasn't sure if Connor was going to make it through Pam Bondi alive. Glad to see he's still kicking. Yeah, not dead yet. Taking psychic damage is my job. You understand that, right? So like, I'm going to die on this job. Like when I'm 60 or something, somebody's going to say something so stupid and I'm just finally going to have a stroke on stream and die. Like that's how I'm going to die. But until that day, my capacity to absorb psychic damage is actually quite profound. You're basically watching a alcoholic consume alcohol every single day. And you're like, damn, I hope Connor doesn't get killed by alcohol. And it's like, it'll probably kill me eventually, but also this is what I do. Conserve says, we can be specific that Epstein ordered 330 gallons of sulfuric acid the day the FBI opened a federal investigation into his trafficking activities on June 12, 2018. Jesus, seems like it warrants a follow-up, seems like we should find out what that sulfuric acid was for. If he was pulling a Pozzolero and just melting, 9-year-old Mexican girls, seems like we should probably figure that out. Samson says Ghislaine's dad. Yeah, Ghislaine's dad is also a triple agent for Russia, Israel, and the UK. Sorry, if it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, moves like a duck, it's got billions of dollars, and it fucks kids, it's probably a duck. Giga Impacts is like, if you saying Epstein had connections with the Mossad back in the 90s, maybe, but they would have ended in the early thousands, which was way before Jeff got arrested. Why? Why would those connections have ended, Giga Impact? I think, no offense, I like you just fine. I understand you're an Israeli high school student, so I'm not trying to dog on you too hard. But why would they have ended? What changed between 1980 and 1990s and thousands that would have changed? Because there's nothing that would have changed that would have necessitated them distancing themselves from Jeffrey Epstein. Giga Impact said, would make sense if he used what he learned while being connected to build his little network, but the thing itself was some blackmail project by the Mossad to take over America. Yeah, sure. That's probably a step too far. But saying that he's a power broker who raped kids is probably an accurate statement. Jeb Kush says it requires a civic nationalist understanding and education. Correct, Jeb Kush. Correct. Normsville. Yeah. But Goonopolis is like, it sounds powerful because it's a polity of gooners. Normie City. What New Jersey is to New York City. Fuck off. Although that's funny. The gooners do pay. Somebody in chat asked where Christian Valeris is. I haven't heard from him either. I hope he's doing okay. Hope he's doing okay. For selfish and non-selfish reasons. Causer says, I think that at the time, Israel was way more afraid of Iraq, Saddam, and Iran was in a war with Iraq, and I think Iraq was desperate for ammunition. And Iran was desperate for ammunition. Yeah. We played both sides. That was the lore of the Iran-Iraq war, was that we did bear spares for Iraq. So bear spares was Saddam Hussein was such an asshole that we didn't want to be seen as explicitly supporting him by giving him American weapons, but we gave him dual-use technology that allowed him to, that gave him anthrax, botulism, VX gas, mustard gas. America, Germany, and the United Kingdom gave Saddam Hussein that technology so he wouldn't lose the war. But simultaneous to that, we also had the Iran-Contra affair where Reagan wanted to fund anti-left-wing death squads in Central and South America, namely the Contras. And so what Reagan did is we should probably break that down at some point, but Reagan let private contractors working for the CIA, allegedly, fly south with guns, and he allowed drugs to fly north so they could use the drugs for financing, while at the same time the war on terror was going on. Then he took the proceeds from the drug sales and gun sales and all that kind of stuff, and he got weapons. Well, actually, ironically, it might have started with the weapons. He took American weapons, sent them to Israel, then sold said weapons to Iran, which gave the drug and gun operation in the United States the seed capital to start funding right-wing death squads in South and Central America. And when this was all discovered, it's called the Iran-Contra affair. It's actually like it hit Congress. Oliver North and Reagan were mauled. When Reagan was a lame duck in the second half of his presidency, they got politically mauled because of this. And part of the reason why Saddam Hussein hated the United States was because he realized that we were playing both sides. And weirdly enough, this was something that was said in the movie Lord of War, which I love. I love that movie. I think it's so good. Lord of War with Nicolas Cage. Nicolas Cage finds an arms dealer who's based off of a real person, but I don't think what happens in the movie is actually realistic. But the Nicolas Cage finds an arms dealer who's really popular as a gun runner in the industry, and he's trying to make friends with him because he wants to make money. But the guy says, hey, we're not in the same business. Like, I'm not just a gun runner. I pick sides in conflicts, and then I provide them the logistical capacity to win. And then Nicolas Cage is confused, and he's like, but in the Iran-Iraq war, you sold weapons to both sides. And he was like, yeah, did you ever consider that I wanted both sides to lose? And that's where like American geopolitics takes like on a new level of nuance of we're not just trying to pick a binary side within a political struggle. Sometimes we use our enemies to fight our enemies to weaken both sides. And our enemies are happy to do so because at least they get money and weapons to fight for their cause, even if they know they're being played. And that's politics, baby. That's politics, baby. That's why, weirdly enough, I went on an autistic rant yesterday about Pisco not being interested in knowing himself and knowing his enemy. That's why you have to know yourself and know your enemy. That way you're not getting played. Or if you're getting played, you know that you're getting played and you're playing back. Know what I'm saying? Woke Houston John says we can call Normie Town Grillheim. True. Connor, you need to keep up with your own lore. True. I know. Star Trek Gooner Space Communism. True. Conservatism says, I'm okay with nationalism, but it has to be a constitutional, natural rights-based focus, not some brainless allegiance to symbols accompanied by jingoistic rhetoric. Sure, I'm with you. Horse God says, we are the pile. You will be assimilated. Resistance is sticky. Correct. Constantinormal. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Constantinormal. I'm writing that down. Whenever I start flubbing what Normie Town is, remind me of Constantinormal. That is hilarious. That is epic. Fashion 40 says Goonopolis is based off of Middle Earth map. What would Normadopolis map be based off of? The United States. AK Batu Sai says Norm Dakota. True. Jeb Kush says Goonopolis, Normistan, and Chudsville. I mean, those definitely can be cities. Doesn't Sargon want a monarchy? Laugh my ass off. God, he's such an F slur, dude. I wish I could fist fight Sargon. I wish I could debate Sargon. I wish I could fist fight him. He's such a pussy. I would rock Sargon's shit. Seaflan says, I'd rather die on Mount Goon than in a world where I die on my front lawn for not having a proper picture of a foreign dude above my refrigerator. Zorenthius says, howdy, howdy. Razzle says, good morning, Connor. Good morning, chat. Hassan is a vile grifter who proved that he doesn't actually care about any of the marginalized groups he claims to support by not being blue no matter who. True. AK Batusai says, Sargon wants British nationalism with a sense of magic that bonds the local country together, but he isn't a theist and thinks it can happen without religion. I still want to fist fight him. Jeb Gush says the Gooners of the West, the Chuds of the East, the Normies of the North. What's our last ethnic group for Cogsville? I don't know. Think on it. Sargon looks to an idea of aristocracy that truly means the rule of the best. Sure, I'm with him on that. I don't know if Jews want all that power that you were saying. Jews want safety, and they go about it by working towards putting themselves in better positions. No, that's true. That's what I'm saying. There's like there's a fear. There's an anxiety at the bottom of that motivation and ambition. Fatsimo says his real name is Jesse Plemons. That's probably why I mixed up Jesse. Emma Stone is my celeb crush. Oh, yeah. Yeah. She's not even the prettiest girl in the world. Like, Emma Stone is pretty, undeniably pretty, but she's not the prettiest girl in the world. But she has a personality that is undeniably charismatic and attractive. So, Silver, get in the pile. You belong in Goonopolis. I mean, Silver absolutely does. Silver loves the pile. Fatsimo says Unc Connor gets chat and mogged. That spikes his cortisol. So true. So true. Doobie's going to deal the final blow. True. Rob says, Connor, are you going to watch the President Piker inauguration? Connor's a forehead pulses briefly that erupts in a shower of blood. Yeah. That's how it'll happen. Either a Fuentes presidency or a Piker presidency will result in me dying on stream 100%. Conservative liberalism says Connor is forgetting about the significance of the passage of time. The relationship with Jeffrey Epstein would have ended unburdened by what has been. That sentence is brilliant, and I hate it because it's definitely guaranteeing that I'm not getting into heaven just for having read it out loud. All right, I'm going to respond to a few more, and then we're going to get started. Giga Impact says they would have ended because the Likud rose to power for 20 years and despised everyone connected to Barack for decades. Now the Likud was running against Barack on the Wexner connections, now Epstein. Yeah, sure, but just because that's like saying, oh, well, the mainstream government would have, or the deep state, the intel agencies and the military would have stopped working with Jeffrey Epstein because the opposition party seized power for a couple of decades, which doesn't make sense to me. That's not how it works in the United States at all. Our state, our deep state, the military industrial complex, and the intel agencies, they wax and wane under different administrations depending on who's giving them preference and money, but they still exist. So, for instance, like when Obama became president, the CIA might have gotten an iota nicer and gotten a fraction less funding. They're still the fucking CIA. They're still doing shady shit. They're still drone striking motherfuckers left, right, and center. And arguably, under the Obama administration, they got even fucking sneakier because Obama wanted to conduct the war on terror, but he wanted to do it in such a way that it didn't hit the TV screens of the American people. So, put that in your pipe and smoke it. Oscar Nasty says, and Tom Holman just announced ICE is fully withdrawing from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Oh. Giga Impact says, I learned about the Iran-Contra affair from the American Dad song about it. Classic. Yes. Wowman 542. Literally the Godzilla meme. Let them fight. Yes. Tom Holman announced full retreat. That's cringe. It was Goonstanbul, but now it's Constantinople. Yes. Classic. The far right in Israel right now are talking about Epstein 24/7, by the way, because apparently Barack with Epstein had a plan to do a great replacement in Israel against the Mizrahi Jews with Putin. Is that true, or is that a conspiracy theory? A great replacement in Israel with Mizrahi Jews. Mizrahi. I always remember Maghrebi, and I always forget everybody else. I just like Maghrebi because I like being aware of the Maghrebi's existence. But Mizrahi Jews. Communities originating from the Middle East, North Africa, and Central Asia. Do you even have enough Mizrahis to do a great replacement of the Ashkenazis? Do you even have enough to do it? What's the Mizrahi population? Mizrahi population of the world. Oh, it's around 5 million. So it's like 30% of the world. What's the Mizrahi population of Israel? Mizrahi population of Israel. It's already 50%. So if that doesn't make sense. It says the Mizrahi population of the world is 5 million, but it says half of the Jewish population of Israel is Mizrahi. And last time I checked, the Jews in Israel were like, excuse me, it was like 16 million. So that would mean that there was 8 million. Are there an additional 5 million? How many Jews live outside of Israel and the United States? 2.2 million Jews. The numbers aren't working. I'm assuming the AI is summarizing it weird. Approximately 2 million Jews live outside both Israel and the United States, while roughly 8 million Jews live outside Israel. The vast majority, about 6.3 million, are in the US. The remaining 2.2 reside in other countries, with the largest communities being France, Canada, and the UK. And the UK has 312,000, so that's a very small population. So was he just going to encourage the Mizrahis to like breed? Were they just going to outfuck the Ashkenazis? Because that might just happen naturally. Oh, against the Mizrahi. Against the Mizrahi. So what was he going to encourage the Ashkenazi to fuck a lot? What was the plan? That's really interesting. I want to know what the plan was. Was it going to be to get the Ashkenazi to stop using condoms? What was the plan? Barack spoke about getting 1 million Russians and Belarusians to convert to. Oh, you actually explained it. Sorry for asking questions you had already answered. Barack spoke about getting 1 million Russians and Belarusians to convert to Judaism, go to Israel, and replace the Mizrahis. He spoke about young, beautiful, blonde Belarusian women very creepily. That motherfucker just had a fetish. That's what that was. And by the way, I definitely don't find Eastern European blonde women attractive. I definitely do not. Anyways, against the Mizrahis. My apologies. My apologies. Conservative liberalism says, I love how streamers would just cringe on the words great replacement and say it's all tinfoil. Counter starts superimposing population pyramids and talks about required birth rates. Yeah. 6 to 7 million. I hate you. You know why I hate you? C-Flan is because as soon as you said 6 to 7 and we were talking about millions of people, I immediately got flashbanged by the joke of like C's cute Jewish girl. I think it was 10 million in reference to the Holocaust. But then I was thinking about walking up to the same Jewish girl and like discussing the Holocaust because you have nothing else to discuss. And then you're just like, yeah, I think it was actually like 6 to 7 million. I hate myself. I hate myself for that joke. I hate myself. They're going to replace everyone, just stand still and wait several hundred years. I know. Even the Jews are getting replaced. That's crazy. That's crazy. The theory was that the Jews were using the Hispanics to replace the Northern European whites, and here the brown Jews are getting replaced by the Belarusians. What a crazy world we. Not even the Jews are safe from the Great Replacement. That's crazy. I can't wait to be replaced so I can stop working and start sleep maxing. Well, then we need to focus on techno-feudalism. You know what I'm saying? Blonde Eastern European women are vampires. They'll steal your soul, but you won't mind while they do it. True, Fashion 40. It was 6 to 7 million. I know. I hate myself. I hate myself. I hate myself. How Hutch get the Hasan nasty ass, but Pisco is clueless? Because Hutch is a more centrist Dem. He's just unironically a more centrist Dem. He probably prefers Newsom over Mamdani, and he tolerates Mamdani as a political necessity, not because he endorses his actual policies or perspectives. You know, that's why. It's because he's actually a centrist Democrat. He might, weirdly enough, I think that Hutch might take issue with that. I should probably talk to him at some point about it, but Hutch is actually, compared to the current Overton window, the way that the Overton window shifted far left and shifted far right to the point that my center right perspectives ended up becoming like center left in the Overton window is the same way that the Overton window has been yanked left within the left, and it's shifted Hutch center right, not in the total calculation, but compared to his peers, right? Compared to his peers, Hutch is more right wing than his peers. I would say he's still center left in the political zeitgeist, but anyways. Cosser says, how Hutch get that Hassan? I think that's the one I just answered. The robots run the Navy. We do want some poor sap sailor who's been up 4 to 5 hours to drive the boat. True. Hutch told he was super woke before. I mean, he's woke compared to me, he is woke. But compared to Hassan Piker, he's chud, right? It's all on a spectrum, guys. Hutch started knocking boots with a Latina and immediately became, what is this sentence? Became a globalist neoliberal. Dude, you want to end chuddom in America? Have the state issue them big booty Latinas. It'll be all over. It'll be all over. Gig Impact says, I would say there isn't a deep state in Israel and that it doesn't exist anywhere because it would mean Netanyahu is right, and I don't want to believe that lying piece of shit. All right, well, sorry, King, you might be fucked. Politics JK says, if the situation was reversed with the far left running the country, Hutch would be Connor. Yes, he would be. Yeah. Oh, my God. All right, anyways, let's start some content. I caught up with chat. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Vazraka kicked us off with a gifted Valor Media Network membership. I appreciate you, Vazraka. You are my favorite lurker. Tezzy Boy is my second favorite. Brooklyn's my third. Haven't seen Brooklyn in a while. I just keep saying it that way, like if she does start lurking again. The great Lib Hassan war has begun. I love it. I love it. Hold on. I want Republicans to lose elections so they don't do harm. I have no other politics right now. Okay, that's interesting. Let's check out videos and then let's check out his live VODs and see what's yeah. So he has two. So he has the I'm gonna do the Republican op one first because it's only 30 minutes, and then unironically, because it takes me 2 hours to get through content, I might just do 2 Hutch segments today, which is funny. I should probably DM him. I'll DM him just to see if he's around and wants to catch up. Although what's funny is his chat, everyone's chat is going to hate me talking to Hutch because they're going to be like, no, Connor's trying to corrupt Hutchinson. No, Hutch, don't fall for the techno-feudalist right-wing psyop. I don't have Hutch as a friend. Damn it. Hutch? Oh, I do. I have him in DMs, though. Hold on. Hey, King. If you see this, I am currently reacting to your Hassan content. If you want to catch up on stream before 2:30 p.m. EST, let me know. There we go. All right. Mr. Anderson with the $5 super sticker. Mr. Anderson. Love me some Matrix references. Good to see you, Mr. Anderson. When the techno-feudalists come to power and the Boston Dynamics robots start slaughtering everybody, we will spare Mr. Anderson 21112 for his generous $5 super sticker. All right. So I opened up. What is this? That's the one that I want. Let's do it. Let's re-accept Hutchinson's Civil War. Giga Impact says, read this in a Yoda voice. Begun the Lib Hassan wars have. Begun the Hutch Hassan wars have. Dude, do you know what makes Yoda an asshole? Real quick, before we start. You know what makes Yoda a huge asshole? He still fucks up in like galactic standard grammar and accents despite being 1200 years old. That motherfucker learned English because they take so long to age. The tridactyls take so long to age. That motherfucker learned tridactyl when he was like 70 years old to 200 years old. He's been alive for another 1,000 years and he still hasn't learned how to not fuck up English. What a dick. Like, dude, it took me like 3 years of being 8 years old. Like I was 8 years old and I was involved in a French society for 3 years and I learned how to speak French well. This motherfucker has had 1,000 years to learn to speak galactic standard English. I know it's not English, but the galactic standard dialect. And he's just like, yeah, fuck it. I'm going to speak like an asshole just because it's funny. He's actually trolling. Like Yoda is trolling us, trolling the galaxy. He's trolling the clones. He's trolling everyone just because he's a fucking asshole. Yeah. Shit. Want to do now? Hutchinson just DMs me. All right, Hutchinson. I'm going to add him as a friend. I'm going to call him. Ugh. I'm going to present. Let me add audio. Calling. Hey, what's up, man? I'm can you hear me okay? Yeah, do your thing. Do your thing. Oh my god. So hold on, reading these comments. So why not both? True. Conservative liberalism says, did you say the Boston Dynamics robots are going to start slobbering everybody or slaughtering everybody? I feel like it's a distinction with a difference. True. Sorry, you ready or are you still calling people out? Okay, cool. All right. Sorry, chat. I'm going to ignore you a little bit. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Thank you, Vazraka. Thank you, Mr. Anderson, for kicking off the stream today. So, anyways, I'm going to try not to get you into too much trouble, but I had to say you have given me so much content. I figured I might as well like say thank you in person. So, and also in the live and learn dramas, I'm consistently taking your side. But sorry, you tell me your perspective on how things are going.
Kind of go off the cuff, but I do think that there's like a little bit of a moment happening right now that I think is necessary, a bit of a reckoning. I think that we'll just simplify and call them like the far left have been sort of running the show in terms of setting the narrative online for a really long time. And there have been people that have been pushing back the whole time. But I think that it's different this time because Donald Trump, our perception, you may have a different perception, but like our perception of Donald Trump is that he is like literally Hitler almost. And so because he's so polarizing and he is so divisive and he energizes like the libs so much, I think people are seeing stuff like Hasan say that he would help Vance win before he would vote for Newsom. And it's making people like a lot more furious than maybe years prior. And so that stuff I think is getting more traction and causing more conversations, as I think it should. So That's my view of things.
The take though that I think is scary to me, because clearly, I've been rooting from the sidelines. Ideally, I call my community the COG, the community of grill hottists. People who are radical about being normal. And
the what now? What is it?
So the community, normal word,
Uh-huh.
of normal word, grill, like you love to grill. So you like being a normie with the grill.
Oh,
and then
okay. Yeah.
hottest, like a Islamic extremist. So
Gotcha. Okay. Yes. All right.
So for me, what I'm trying to do, because the far right has lost their fucking mind, in my opinion, the far left, maybe it's a temperamental thing, but they freak me the fuck out. So for me, I would like to build like a coalition of like center left, center right people who actually care about the Republic of the United States. It's off to a very limited start, I'll tell you. It's mostly libs who hate libs and hate leftists, and then it's a few conservatarians who hate Trump. But there's not enough conservatarians, so it's kind of like me and half a dozen other people.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so we're off to a rough start, but we are cheering you on as our proxy, because we're like, hey, at least like he's not a filthy socialist who's trying to, I don't know, overthrow capitalism or destroy the imperial core.
So I've watched a couple conversations that you've had with some people, and if I could offer a light critique,
go for it,
if you don't mind. My concern with the far left, we're just going to simplify and call the far left, but it's like a pretty broad spectrum, I think, and there's probably more precise language, but just for the sake of conversation, I'll just say far left. My perception of them and the threat that they pose is more about narrative setting online, whereas you seem to have the view, and I think you took this view when you had the conversation or a conversation with Pisco. You seem to take the view that they actually have, there's a chance that they could amass enough political power that they could actually like do the socialism stuff that they LARP about all the time. And I don't think that's true. I don't think that they're positioned at all to actually get that kind of power. Like my only interest in picking them on is to just push back against the narrative, because like they just dominate the narrative. Like they really dominate. We have normie libs like Adam Mockler and Brian Tyler Cohen and the Midas Touch people in the Bulwark, and they get a lot of numbers, but in terms of the especially like the Twitter narrative and definitely on Twitch, they're the ones that are handing out these talking points, and then their audience go in other people's mentions saying all this stupid shit. But I don't think these people are competent enough, quite frankly, to get anywhere close to the kind of power that you fear them having.
Yeah, that could be true. But also, I think that if you asked me in 2010, what's going to happen with the Tea Party, and what I would have told you is that it's going to burn out. These people are not going to have power. They'll achieve a few tax breaks, and then they'll evaporate. And then if you asked me about Donald Trump, I would have been like, oh, okay, well, he's an idiot and he's a dumbass, so it'll be like a meme for a few years. He'll have a meme presidency, and then it'll be so stupid he's not going to win election again. And if you ask me, about the Groypers, or if you ask me, there's a whole bunch of like dissident online groups that are setting the pace for the narrative. And weirdly enough, like even on the right wing right now, the JD Vance is a post-liberal Yarvanite tech feudal bro. And that's like a rawly online philosophical, thing.
Sorry.
Yeah. So all I was going to say is setting the narrative, just to complete the thought real quick, setting the narrative online can change the national zeitgeist. Changing the national zeitgeist can allow more nefarious ideas to become more broadly accepted.
Okay, here's where I want to push back though, because I think the difference between the groups that you listed and the people that I'm talking about is that the people that I'm talking about are almost literally allergic to power. There's a hard cap on how much power they can amass because they will subsume whoever reaches past a certain point. And I think you are seeing that with Mamdani right now, because I'm sure Mamdani freaks you out. A lot of his older rhetoric freaks me out. Like there's clips of him talking about like seizing the means of production. I didn't really love that when I was watching the clips of him, but he grew on me over time because I think it's pretty obvious that he is savvy and intelligent and understands like political power dynamics. I think he understands the limits of power. I think he understands little things that should be obvious, like he needs a good relationship with Hochul, and so he endorsed her really early. That pissed off a lot of lefties. They will, I think, turn on him inevitably, probably at some point in the next year. Until he shows me otherwise, that he's not this pragmatic person, they will turn on him. And so the way I view it is that these lefties view power within the United States structure, like political structure and economic structure, they view power to be inherently corrupt. And so if any of their favorite persons ever ascend to a certain level of power, they have to turn on them because they will view that person as corrupt, because otherwise how could they have gotten that power? And so they have this hard cap that they self-impose. And I find them to be staggeringly incompetent. So if I were you,
no,
I'm
with you, but
worry.
I want to, because I don't like these people and I don't like their ideology, I want to maintain that. And I think that maintenance requires intentional effort, which includes fighting the ideals that might appeal to more people. So for instance, like, I don't have a problem with social democracy in principle. Like, I don't have a problem with like a robust welfare state, taking care of people and making sure that the working class and middle class have dignified lives. My opposition to social democracy is its rhetorical proximity to socialism, which I view as like totally utopian and dog shit. Like decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production and emancipating the working class from the from the oppressions of capitalism. I think those people can be like morally motivated, like they literally think that they're doing the right thing. But I think that in their moral motivations, they often become, like you said, ineffective, kind of stupid, myopic, utopian, non-pragmatic. But I want them to stay that way. Okay. And so I think
they will, though. I think they will.
Yeah,
I think they will stay stuck there.
But then if that's your position, why do you spend any time fighting them at all?
Because I think they depress votes. That's why. I think they depress votes that would otherwise go to Democrats. And so it's not about necessarily, I'm worried about them ascending to power. I'm worried about them enabling Republicans by fostering a culture online of disaffected nihilism when it comes to the Democratic Party. Like, I think that if Hassan Piker stopped streaming tomorrow, it would net the Democrats' votes. I really believe that in my soul.
Yeah, give me 1 second just to thank an Oiler who thanked me. So Anonymous Chatter for 50 says, $50 to support Grill Hottest content, radical normies speaking with radical normies. I'm told I must vote with my oil. That's true. Anonymous Chatter with an additional 50, so $100. Thank you, King. Also, the more you two talk, the less time I have to spend on VOD viewing, so you or Hutch, and time is money or something like that. Thank you for the Oil King. Now, but who says that we have to align on motivation, right? Like, I appreciate you delineating our motivations and perspectives. That way the chat doesn't think that you and I are identical, but we don't have to share motivations in order to push in similar directions. So my thing can be, the far right is psychotic. I want to see the return of a more normal right-wing political party. And the far left is, you're saying bad for Democrats, I'm saying bad for the country, therefore them getting stomped on is good. So we don't have to align in motivation.
Align there, yeah. No, but I was just thinking of, now I'm remembering, I think there was a point in a conversation that you had with Pisco where you said that you would support Vance over, who was the other candidate? Was it like AOC?
Not Newsom.
Did you say that you would...
I would support Newsom over Vance, but I might support Vance over Mamdani or AOC as an example.
Yeah.
You want to dig in?
I mean, yeah, I have a hard time with that. Yeah. Yeah. Why don't you explain your reason?
You have a hard time in deciding who you're going to vote for, or you have a hard time with the perspective?
No, I would never. I would. It would be really difficult for me to imagine voting for Vance under any circumstances. But I suppose there could be a hypothetical candidate that would be so bad that I might consider it. But between Vance
what if Hassan Piker was the presidential nominee for the Democratic Party?
Yeah, I would Minecraft myself. Honestly, I really would Minecraft myself.
Just kill yourself at the airport. Nice.
Oh wait, you're a gun guy. I got some guns. I'm a gun owner now.
I know, but you're in California, right?
I am.
Dude, if you ever, I don't know if you have a girlfriend or a missus or a boyfriend or whatever, but if you guys ever have an opportunity to come to Orlando and you're like going to Disney or something, I would love, I mean, I don't think I'm going to be in LA anytime soon. But whenever we have an opportunity to get together IRL and go blow some shit up, I would love to do so. And your dad gave you a Colt Python, right?
He gave me a Colt Anaconda with an 8-inch barrel.
Dude,
Fucking enormous.
That's a good dad. Okay, so your dad is a good man. That is an iconic, expensive, beautiful piece of equipment.
Oh, it's great. Oh yeah, it's great.
Wildly impractical, but beautiful.
Not a great home defense situation at all. But I did buy because I've been thinking about getting a gun for years, and so finally this year I was like, I just want to do it. And so my dad got me that one. That was technically my first gun, but I bought a M&P 2.0 compact, and nice. I've just been learning how to pull the trigger. And I want you to give me tips. Like, so I'm doing a lot of dry fire. I'm watching so many YouTube videos about like trigger pull techniques and grip, and I'm just getting the repetitions in over and over again. I bought a dummy round that's like a laser trainer, and then a target, and so I'm doing like dry fire exercises with a target, but I'm still fucking pulling to the left just a little bit.
I can help you.
Like
I can help you. Yeah. Weirdly enough, a trainer, because I always pull to the left. Okay, so I like for 2 decades. I actually just Kentucky winded it. So whenever I was doing a marksmanship qualification for law enforcement at 15 or 25 yards, I would unironically aim at the right shoulder so my hits were going center mass. And the gun trainers were like, you're an idiot, just learn better trigger control and you'll be fine. And so weirdly enough, this is how what my instinct with a pistol, weirdly enough, Destiny fixed this for me by taking me to a stream or taking me to a range. And then the range guy showed me this. Okay. So my instinct when pulling the trigger is to use my finger pad to pull the trigger, because that just feels instinctively correct. But you're doing
it like this, right? You're going to tell me to do it like this, right?
Yes.
Like, keep this straight and do like the whole kind of like the 2 sections.
Yes, don't use your pressure pad, because your pressure pad is, or at least for me, mechanically, my pressure pad was yanking me off target. So what you do is you straighten out your finger, you wrap your entire finger into the trigger guard, and then you use, basically this part of your finger in order to gently squeeze the trigger in, which feels totally mechanically silly, but with long fingers you kind of have to.
I do have long fingers. I've met you. You're like 6'4", 6'5" or something, right? You're
6'4", yeah.
I got really like long fingers, and the compact is not like tiny, but it's not like a big gun, and so I haven't seen anybody advise that. Like all the gun people on YouTube definitely say to use like the pad of your,
but I'm telling you, most gun guys are like, they're not 6'4", let's put it that way. But I still like using my finger pad or whatever. It just feels instinctively correct. But I'm telling you that the trainer said, hey, put your whole finger in there, squeeze it with not your pressure pad, but squeeze it with the next bone in your finger because you have such long fingers. And then as a result, I was still doing it a little bit just because I think that there's just this pressure at the last moment where you're breaking the trigger, where you just need to force it a little bit to break the trigger. And so I still think I'm forcing it a little bit, which is yanking me a little bit left. But there were times, whereas normally a shooting instructor is just yelling at me and saying, hey, you're pulling the trigger like a dickhead. Whereas when this guy showed me that trick, I actually started hitting the target where I was aiming instead of having to aim for the guy's right shoulder.
Yeah, I'll try that the next time I go to the range. It's a little counterintuitive, but shooting a gun is kind of counterintuitive. Like I was kind of shocked at how hard it is to not pull. Like the first shots I took with the Anaconda, I was way to the left. And in my mind, I had no idea why. And then I went home and I devoured a bunch of YouTube videos. I was like, oh, okay. There's way more to this than I thought. But you're you're fighting a parasympathetic response from your body. When you pull the trigger, it's like really hard to isolate your index finger and not move any of these other fingers. And so you have to like train your hand to do this totally new thing.
That's why I have found the topic of violence and firearms and self-defense, law enforcement, military so fascinating for decades now. Because basically, like, you go watch an action film and the good guy's just like running around and like, hitting headshots like left, right, and center and all that kind of stuff while they're sprinting. Whereas when you actually start doing it yourself, you kind of realize it's like, no, I have to control my breathing. I borderline have to meditate. If my blood pressure was through the roof, that's probably going to fuck with my shots. And then you basically have to do like the way that yoga kind of emphasizes like bodily mechanics in the marriage of like the musculoskeletal system. Right. You have to do like yoga while trying to set off an explosion in your hand to accurately hit something. It's actually like really meditative in a range setting.
It's horrifying. Like the first time I went to the range, I was definitely nervous because I'd never been, and you don't want to be the guy that's being unsafe and everybody judges. And then I got comfortable because I went like 10 more times in like a month and a half. It's a really expensive habit, by the way. I'm glad that I got the dry fire thing to save some money on ammo. But yeah, we can move on for this because I don't think either of our chats want to get bogged down in shooting stuff. But
my chat loves it. And by the way, so content that I do, we can move on. But the weirdly enough, I think content that would be going gangbusters, and I keep talking about doing it, but I never do it, is liberal gun content. So you're coming in from a place of ignorance and skepticism and kind of like more pro gun control than pro gun, but you learn the fundamentals and the mechanics and the safety and the law.
Yeah, dude, I'm with you. We should brainstorm a business idea, because I'm telling you, like, for a liberal person looking for gun tips, you go on YouTube and everything is super right-wing coded, which doesn't bother me because I'm just there for the mechanics. I don't really care. But like the aesthetics, it's not that they're talking about politics, but it's very aesthetically right-wing coded on every fucking YouTube channel. We need some gun content with some like fucking baristas in the background, like a foamy latte on the table, like a sweater vest. Maybe your like vinyl collection, like we need like a left-wing aesthetic, but have like gun content. There's so much. It's an untapped well of cash. I'm telling you.
I think so. I don't
ironically believe this, by the way.
Yes, I'm working in order to get my shit off of the ground, and I'm doing okay, but I'm not rich yet. I don't have any savings. So basically, if we find the capital to do that, I would you could be my liberal avatar. You could be my wear the glasses, find a sweater vest. We'll pick up Starbucks lattes on our way. We'll make it aesthetically very like wine mom liberal friendly. And then we'll also approach firearms from a skeptical pro gun control, like if you were a skeptical pro gun control person, but you were worried about self-defense or you were worried about an authoritarian government, then we would approach it from that angle. That way it doesn't feel like, you're right, a lot of gun content is effectively gun pornography. A lot of it is.
But there's also like something counterintuitive about it, because like when you go to a gun range, at least this has been my experience so far, it's kind of like, in a way, liberal coded once you get in there, because the people are generally like really nice and eager to show you how to have better form. And like people are, oh, that's a really cool piece. So people will be like super friendly, So there's an interesting opportunity for overlap there, I think.
Let's put a bow on it. There's a liberal libertarian crossover in the topic of firearms that could be I say exploitable, but you could capitalize on it and it would be phenomenal content. But you're right, we should move on. So getting back to
I just want to get you to lose your fear of like, listen, I've been studying these people for years now. You do not need to worry about them taking over. I promise you. They do not they are not organized enough. They're not. Let me give you an example. Like, so Hasan crashed out on his stream yesterday. I don't know if you saw any of it, but it is like some of the best content that we've had in years.
I DM'd you because I was going to watch your 30-minute video watching Hasan say that he would support a third-party candidate over Gavin Newsom. And then I was going to use the 30-minute content to roll into the 2-hour or 3-hour content, which is Hasan crashing out.
But all he was worried about basically for the whole stream was the fact that liberals were getting like likes on social media. That's where his head's at. Like, oh, he's only interested in attacking the social media space. Like, he's only interested in like the clout aspect of it. They don't care enough about the actual sort of practical application of like political strategy. It's just, it's all just about the culture and the vibes. And that's that they're not interested in getting power that they would, the kind of power that they would need to do like a revolution of the proletariat. They're not serious.
So maybe I need to motivate you differently though. So you're saying that I need to not worry about the far left actually seizing narrative power or political power in the United States, and their incompetence is going to be
narrative power, yes, but not political
so
power.
I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing because I want to beat up their narrative. But what I'm going to tell you, and maybe this is something that we can align on, excuse me. So you're right. The social media war is more important than the electoral war, but in the to them, not to me, not to you. But the electoral war for me is where a lot of damage can be done, and therefore we have to care about what they're saying. And so what I mean by that is if Hasan, because I think you mentioned this in your coverage, which I'll break down later, you said the reason why normie libs, the reason why congressmen, the reason why normie news commentators keep engaging with Hasan is because they know that he has a large audience. They know that he has the ears of tens of thousands of young people, and they want to be able to reach those tens of thousands of young people. So it's not an endorsement of Hasan's politics. It's effectively a pragmatic calculation of how do we get to the eyeballs and earballs of young people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely. Yeah.
But that being said, if Hasan maintains hegemony over tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of young people, then what can end up happening is him and his ilk, him and his orbiters can still fuck over the Democratic Party in reference to electoral politics. And if they don't believe in harm reduction, then you can have things like PEPFAR USAID, which I saw you bring up in the Vadim
many times. Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of like the greatest moral horrors of the early 21st century is how many people Trump is killing through incompetence. It's genuinely a moral horror that we don't even talk about.
Yeah. So I never said that they don't have a negative impact downstream from the social media wars. I'm specifically pushing back against the idea that they pose any kind of real institutional threat. These types of candidates, the far left types of candidates, they only tend to have seats in really deep blue areas. So once we get to the more competitive districts where it's like, you know, anywhere between R+7 and D+7, like those are typically not the seats that these people are getting. So they're really, really limited. Like they can only have success in like really blue areas. And then there's also that hard cap on power that I told you about before. I really don't think you need to worry at all about any kind of proletarian revolution for the foreseeable future. I really don't think that's going to change anytime soon, because that would require a level of competence and organization and strategy that these people are wholly incapable of.
Okay. I mean, like I don't know if you're looking for like me to say a different utterance or whatever, but
I want you to say that you would go for AOC over Vance is what I mean.
Okay. Well, let's talk about it. Okay. Because AOC over Vance, let's break it down, because I think this is something that's really confusing to Pisco as well. And I'll try to be as brief as I can, although I'm a verbose person, so you're going to have to forgive me. Okay. So how I feel like Pisco views the tech feudal bros, Peter Thiel and Elon Musk in Silicon Valley, he views them as Saturday morning cartoon villains who want to gut the power of the state so they can create their own techno-feudal fiefdoms, and then they can do whatever the fuck they want. And that's why they're getting into politics. But they don't even serve a positive social purpose, because the technology that they're delivering is in and of itself nefarious, and therefore we should check them. So do you agree with that assessment or no?
Not entirely, because there's some usefulness to the tech that's being developed. I mean, there's data concerns and privacy concerns and all these kinds of things, but I think that technology has largely made our lives better. But I do think that they are angling for an Ayn Randian kind of libertarian utopia. You know, I think they do want Greenland, for example, or they do want like an island somewhere where they can have their, you know, technocracy and libertarian fever dream.
No, I mean, I agree that that's their ideal. I just, similar to you, I don't think that they would necessarily achieve it because of the momentum of the current United States. But I want to point out a couple of technologies that a lot of liberals and progressives really don't like. They don't even like me being attracted to these technologies. Okay.
Oh boy.
So
okay, yeah. I fight with my chat all the time, but go on this stuff. But go ahead. I think we're going to be on the same page.
Starship. Okay, Starship. Regardless of what you think about Elon Musk, regardless of what you think about Tesla, whatever, being able to move, because Starship has a 300,000, I think, pound. I forget if it's tons or pounds, but it's a fuckload. It's 3 Abrams tanks. You can effectively airlift 300,000 pounds, maybe tons. I'll Google it in a second because I know that's a factor, a difference in factor. But you can airlift that. You can fly 17,000 kilometers an hour across the planet and then drop it on the other side of the planet in 90 minutes. That's an insane technological achievement. And then not just that, but the reusable rockets with that large of a cargo capacity does make, like, not human colonization, but planetary colonization with robots possible.
Right.
That's amazing.
It is amazing. I agree. Yes. And yes, also flying taxis. I fight with my chat about this all the time. But you know, I guess we won't call them flying taxis, but they're like kind of drones, like these like quadricopter drones that are being developed for, you know,
don't they have flying air taxis in China right now that everybody's scared to get in because they're afraid they're going to explode, but they exist and you can actually ride them?
In China, I don't know. In Dubai, they definitely are doing pilot programs, but they're also doing pilot programs, or they're going to be starting pilot programs in major US cities as well. But no, there's plenty of technology that I like AI technology right now. I mean, I think there's a lot of unethical uses of the technology. I think there are valid claims when it comes to stealing artists' work and not compensating them or anything. And I think that there are bad examples of AI doing things like affirming self-unaliving tendencies. We've seen examples of that happening. So the technology is still in a more rudimentary like phase of its development. But I went from being pretty broadly anti-AI to using it pretty regularly to get information, because I talk a lot about like, when did this vote happen and when did that thing happen? It's like really good at aggregating information in that way. But yeah, I'm not a Luddite. I definitely embrace, for the most part, I embrace technological progress and feel optimistic about where it's going to take us as a species.
Okay, then this is where I'm just going to be, Pisco's going to have an aneurysm, and your chat might be having an aneurysm as we speak. So the LLMs, I'm not really that skeptical of. I'm sure they're going to serve their utility. The reason why I don't use them though is just because I found them to be like 70% or 80% accurate, but then there's just like occasional things where the AI flubs, and I'm just like, I would rather Google and pull apart the information to make sure that I'm not repeating dumb shit. Because 1 out of 5 times, 1 out of 10 times, the AI spit out something that I knew was wrong. And so I don't want to be regurgitating bad information. However,
real quick though, that's valid. But number one, the models are improving at a pretty rapid pace. And number two, just if you ask the model to give you sources for everything and then click on the sources, then that's like I think the best way to do it.
What model are you using? Because to be honest, I've only used ChatGPT half a dozen times. So what model are you using?
I use the paid ChatGPT, but honestly, like the Copilot built into Microsoft Edge I have found to be like a pretty good aggregator. Again, if you're getting
Okay.
into really complex stuff, then that's when the margin of error, I think, increases. But when you're asking it very kind of direct questions about like on what date did this thing happen, and how many Republicans are serving in the Minnesota like House of Representatives, it's like really good at that kind of fine point precision kind of information.
Okay, cool. Well, then that's cool. The other thing though is where once again people might rebel, but I'm going to make this point anyways. Peter Thiel, everybody can view as a Saturday morning cartoon villain. It's no skin off my ass. I don't care if you think he's evil, but he has an interesting concern in reference to the human species, which is effectively that if you look at the agricultural revolution and if you look at the industrial revolution, there are so many technologies that we have matured over the past 200 years, including like avionics, motor vehicles, computers. The information age has been revolutionary and all that kind of stuff. But we've matured so many different technologies, textiles, agriculture, all that kind of stuff. We've matured them. And so the rate of improvement is diminishing. And the rate of new technologies that we're engaging in is also diminishing. And so he feels like, rightly or wrongly, that we're moving to a technological bottleneck where the amount of new technologies that we're developing and the degree to which we can improve them is limiting over time. And so this happened immediately after the agricultural revolution. This happened during the industrial revolution. This is arguably happening during the information age revolution. And so what he wants to do, the reason why he wants deregulation, the reason why I think we might have even passed a bill that says that we can't regulate AI for the next 10 years, is because he wants to use AI as the thing that breaks the bottleneck. Because if you have a computer that's as smart as a human being, or smarter than a human being, that is capable of not only discovering new useful technologies, but also of maturing them through computer models, then that's the kind of thing that could break open that bottleneck. And so that's kind of the idealistic hope of AI, even though it's stuck in this libertarian Ayn Rand great men of history analysis. And while, once again, think Peter Thiel's evil if you want, that's an interesting idea that I think is at least worth exploring.
I just watched a video on my stream the other day with Chad about the national security implications of AI development, and it kind of scared the shit out of me. When you frame it within the context of an arms race with China, then all of a sudden it's pretty easy to imagine the technology leading to like pretty rapid destabilization if there are not sufficient guardrails in place. But then you also have to contextualize the valid concerns about AI and potentially enacting regulations to sort of rein it in. You have to contextualize that within the context of the arms race with China, because if they develop AI technology that ends up exponentially just outpacing us, and then all of a sudden they're using that AI to infiltrate all of our digital, infrastructure and, shut off all the power or whatever, like the implications are pretty horrifying. So I don't know if we necessarily like have the option to overregulate AI right now.
There's the fear is real, and I respect the fear. I think this is where Pisco, God love him, Pisco thinks that I'm totally on board with just totally unregulated tech development, and I'm not. And also, when it comes to the fears are real. So, for instance, with Palantir, the way that they sell themselves on their own website is effectively an information aggregator for military decision making. So they say that the whole point is there's something called a Blue Force tracker that was around 20 years ago when I was in the military. And what it does is it tracks in real time based off of radio signals, friendly units that are in your area of operation. But what it also does is it tracks bad guy elements too. So if you are in the Blue Force tracker, and this is a 20-year-old technology, by the way, you could report, hey, I see, 3 dudes with machine guns and AK-47s at this location. And if you put it into the computer, then it's going to pop up with a like red dot, effectively letting people know that there's bad guys there. So now think about facial recognition being integrated into this. Think about drone technology being able to automatically report the locations of your friendly forces and of your opponents. Think about like the ability of AIs to recognize different weapon systems, identify them. And then also the way Palantir was selling itself in its own promotional material was generating all of this information, processing ideal systems of attack, I suppose, giving commanders options, basically like a ABCD of what do you want to do, and then letting commanders click on the button of what they think is the ideal choice in order to take out an enemy target. Now, that's cool. It's going to save lives. It's going to make the American military machine infinitely more lethal and dangerous and all that kind of stuff. But I think that when we apply that to an authoritarian country or the United States becoming tyrannical and authoritarian, it basically makes an insurgency against a tyrannical government difficult, to say the least.
Yeah, you're up against Skynet.
Yeah. Yes. Yes, you're up against, and that's another thing that's scary about the Ukrainian war, by the way, is I was scared when I was in Iraq and the bombs were on the ground and the snipers were hiding in cars. Now, the snipers and the bombs are fucking robots and they fly at you faster than you can process them. That's terrifying.
The videos out of Ukraine I find horrifying. Just the videos of the drones. I've seen like a dozen videos of drone, there's a camera and it flies up. I just saw one just last week. And there was this Russian soldier that was just sitting there and just let it, like he just completely gave up. And he's just like sitting there staring at this. He doesn't even try to run, doesn't open his mouth, doesn't scream, doesn't show any fear, just sat there just with a blank expression as this drone kind of slowly just came up and just eventually, I assume, blew him up because the feed cut. But yeah, I find that shit horrifying. I'm going to get back to some of the reaction stuff that I was doing, but sure. Listen, I'm with you. I'm with you on if you're a pro democracy, anti-MAGA, coalition member, then fucking let's team up and
sure. But
you got to get more likes on Twitter though. That's how we beat them. We got to get more likes on Twitter. That's his kryptonite.
Yes,
He'll fucking freak out.
Well, we can move into any topic you want to move into, but I want to make a quick point. Number one, so people accuse you of overly criticizing the far left. I'm going to keep doing that because once again, I kind of view my job as like pushing on the fringes. That's kind of my job. But the other thing that I want to point out though, is that there's kind of like a weird accelerationist tinge to the far left as well, where they almost want things to get so bad that way people turn to the far left in desperation. And so that's where I actually think that Hassan Piker's care about like social media shit is, number one, it's probably self-interested. But number two, I also think that it is kind of like conscious, subconscious. I don't really give a shit. It's a form of accelerationism where he wants the fascistic, authoritarian elements of the right to get so bad. And he wants the Democrats to be so weak in the face of that accelerated tyranny that then people start taking the far left more seriously as an alternative to weak Democrats and fascistic right-wing elements. And I don't want to play into his hand.
That's what he's all about right now. That's their grand overarching narrative. There's like a bunch of creators that fall into this thinking. Emma Vigeland, I think Kyle Kalinske still falls into this, although my friends think that he's on a better path now. We'll see. But there's a whole ecosystem of lefty creators, and they're all pushing the same narrative. And you're right. Their pitch gets a lot better. And what their pitch essentially is that the milquetoast establishment, corporate bought Democrats don't have what it takes to actually beat fascism. We're the ones that are actually offering solutions that will improve people's material conditions so they will no longer be seduced by fascism. And the Democratic Party establishment, they have their boots on our necks. And we would actually have power within the party if they would just step aside and let us do our thing. And then they further this narrative by saying that the Democrats literally rig elections against them. And so when they lose primary contests, it's not because their candidate was bad, or it's not because their messaging was bad. It's because the Democrats rigged it. The two most high profile examples of this being 2016 and 2020 with Bernie. They are convinced to their core that Bernie was going to win until the Democratic establishment stepped in and, basically rigged it against him. Of course, it's his job to convince primary voters, and he didn't convince enough primary voters in both of those races, and that's what happened. But they know that there's a kind of urgency right now to pounce on the Democratic Party and push this narrative. And they look at like the Democratic Party approval numbers, for example, are like really low. And that is something that we need to pay attention to. And they're like, see, like, look, everybody's turning on them. They don't have the motion. They don't have what it takes. But they also ignore, because we've been having special elections for the last year. Time didn't stop in November 2024. And in special elections all over the country, moderate establishment type centristy candidates have been fucking crushing Republicans by insane margins. But the Hassans of the space, they will only talk about Mamdani. They will only talk about this progressive guy in Texas last week that had a huge performance. They will only talk about this race in New Jersey just a few days ago, where the moderates split the vote and inadvertently propelled the progressive to the top of the to the point where she won. They're entirely devoted to this narrative, and so their whole thing is like, there's blood in the water. This moment is representative of a left-wing Tea Party movement. They're going to take over. Their vision is going to be the one that's going to drive the Democratic Party. But in service of that narrative, all they do is just nip at the heels of the Democratic Party. They downplay electoral success from centrist or moderate candidates. They massively overstate electoral success when it's progressives. And I think you accurately summarized what they're all about. But in Hassan's case, and then I'll wrap up. In Hassan's case, by the way, I actually, at this point, after yesterday's crash out video, at this point, I do not think he is ideologically driven. I think it is entirely cynical, self-interested, enriching himself, getting more fame, getting more clout. Like, I actually don't think he's being strategic in a political kind of way. I think it's all about just like he and himself, and he's literally doing the Donald Trump thing where it's like, these libs are not coming after me. They're coming after you, and I'm in the way. So you need to go out there and like defend me. I'm not even kidding. In the video, you should watch his crash out today, because it is so informative.
That's the content for
today. How his brain works, man. Because he spent hours, I'm not even kidding, hours, scolding his chat and other lefty creators for not sufficiently defending him. He fucking literally did that. It is so Trumpy. And I just, at this point, I don't think he cares at all about like the actual politics.
Sure, but we also have to evaluate things and their consequences. So I do like understanding the motivations of people, because I think that it makes you better informed on your allies and your opponents. But I also do think that if we look at the consequences, which is tens of thousands of young people are sucked into trying to defend Hassan Piker against this onslaught of, center right and normie lib criticism. And that drives a wedge in the coalition necessary, the anti-MAGA coalition, then it is a problem. You know what I'm saying? So like, it's a problem that should be capitalized on, where you basically beat the shit out of them. But it's still a problem if, let's say that the Vote Blue No Matter Who coalition breaks better than the accelerationist coalition. That kind of has to happen. Like, it has to happen.
We will. Okay. I promise you.
Well, I appreciate your confidence.
We're gonna get to November, and there will be some examples of high-profile kind of left-wing populist candidates doing well. I don't have a problem with that at this point. I mean, it's just about triage and just beating MAGA. I don't love populism, but I'll take a left-wing populist if they can flip a seat. That's fine for me. But I think November is going to be, for the most part, I think it's going to be a continuation of the trend that we've been seeing for the last several years, which is that more moderate centristy type candidates tend to do better in competitive districts.
So this is interesting to me, because my political project, which let's just say that it has I have a really passionate audience that supports me financially, and I love them for it. But there's dozens of us. You know what I'm saying? Like we're not, we're not pulling 20K live. You know what I'm saying? So The point is, though, like, in my ideal world, I would try to bring the Republican Party back to sanity. But I think that there's things that are motivating the radicalism amongst the American population, and it does have to do with income inequality, rapid demographic change, existential technological shifts, and then I always forget the last one. The dissolution of the social fabric. That's something that P.F. Young has said, is like, these are the four major factors that are radicalizing the American people, and I agree with him. The point is, though, that with liberals, sometimes their propaganda is, we're not as bad as Trump, and we're not as crazy as the far left. And so I think that if these four problems are the things that are driving radicalism in the country, then the closest thing that I've seen to it is abundance liberalism. But there has to be technocratic solutions to these problems where Democratic leadership or center-right Republican leadership say, hey, we heard you. We understand these things are fucked up. We actually have a plan to make your lives better. Here's this ambitious, enthusiastic infrastructure plan that's going to revolutionize transportation on the West Coast and the East Coast. Or here's a new shift to the tax structure that still allows people to be entrepreneurial and rich, but also takes the tax burden and pressure off of the working class and the middle class. Or also, I'm just memeing about the gun thing, or hey, we've done a cultural reckoning. We understand that a lot of the gun control measures that we are recommending are not popular with the center right, but here's a whole new host of gun control measures that are sane and will reduce American homicides. And we still respect the right of the people to keep and bear arms. We're not trying to repeal the Second Amendment, and we're not trying to nullify the Second Amendment through legislation, but we actually want to make sure that less Americans are being killed on an annual basis. Here's some technocratic solutions. And if the Democratic Party came out like that, then I think they would actually win substantively.
So there's a couple things that I want to respond to there. And the first one is, I think what makes the Democrats' job right now compared with their competitors in the Republican Party so difficult are institutional hurdles that the Republican Party don't necessarily have to contend with. So what I mean by that is, like, the things that the Republican Party want to do are not things that require generally a filibuster-proof majority. So they don't need 60 votes to do, like, tax cuts, which is basically like, that's like the number one thing they want to do when they get power, is like some kind of like tax cuts. And then the rest, as we see is the case with Trump, he's been able to do, what is it, like a third to a half of Project 2025 just with executive authority. I mean, he can just single-handedly dismantle the Department of Education. He can single-handedly, like, bring in Elon and Doge, and they can just thoroughly gut these agencies and, cut USAID spending. And so they don't have to worry about building the kind of consensus that they would need to do something like the ACA, which needs 60 votes. Like, what are the big policy goals that the Democratic voter base and the far left kind of contingent are not just asking for, but demanding? It's just like Medicare for all, single payer healthcare, paid family leave, massive humane immigration reform, pathway to citizenship, massive investment in renewable energy, like a Green New Deal type, like all of these like big, bold things require 60 votes in the Senate. And as it stands right now, the Democrats are hugely disadvantaged in the Senate. That disadvantage is growing every year as the disparity between representation gets bigger and bigger. You can have a situation where, like, 22 states have 44 senators and they have collectively less population than the state of California. I mean, that's a really big problem. So, like, that's a short-term challenge for the Democratic Party that's really difficult to overcome. The only way that I can think of doing it is getting rid of the filibuster, which I don't honestly love that idea, but I'm like 60-40 in favor of doing it, because otherwise I don't know how the Democrats can make a pitch to the voters. Yeah, because I think you're right. They need to do like big and bold thing. And then the second thing I want to point out is, like, what you were saying in terms of what the Democrats need to do. You kind of described Joe Biden's presidency, by the way. Like, he did a massive infrastructure deal. He did pass a bipartisan gun reform bill that had measures with broad consensus. Expanded background checks is like 90% of the country thinks that this was a good idea. Like limiting people that have been convicted of restricting access to guns for people that have been convicted of domestic violence. Like these are things that basically every American agrees on. Like Joe Biden did do a lot of these things, but in the end, it just wasn't enough. So
yeah. I think that was a number one. It's a problem of marketing. I think they were focused on achieving the legislative wins. They weren't focused, and unfortunately, we're in a social media world now. We weren't focused on marketing these wins as like the things that they were. And then the other thing was just the economic recovery from COVID was just anemic. I actually do not think that I don't think that Trump won off of some, like, unlike MAGA, I don't think Trump won off of some like broad consensus that Trump was the guy to usher in the next generation of American, success. I think a lot of people thought Trump was a fucking dumbass. But what I thought they were thinking is that the economy is so anemic. This is a right-wing president. Republicans have branded themselves as the people who know how economics and business work and this, that, the other. Let's put Trump in there and turbocharge the economy. Now, we got the opposite, which is kind of ironic and funny. But that doesn't mean that it didn't happen. But I want to make a point to you real quick, and this is something that I think Democrats need to get smarter on. Okay, so paid family leave. Okay, paid family leave as an example of a policy that you think the Democrats do not have enough political momentum to pass in the Senate. Okay, conservatism has changed in the past decade. I used to say that Donald Trump was not any kind of conservative whatsoever. He's not a fiscal conservative. He's not a social conservative. He's not a Burkean conservative. He's not a Reaganite conservative. He's not a neoconservative. He's a fucking piece of shit. He's not conservative at all. That's actually not true. Okay. There is a philosophy that is primarily emphasized in Poland and Hungary called national conservatism, and JD Vance is a national conservative, and they have a conference in the United States, and they're influential in right-wing politics right now. National conservatism says that the nation state, nation being the people, state being the governing body, the nation state needs to be protected demographically and culturally from chaotic forces. Therefore, anti-immigrant sentiment, anti-immigration policies, pro-family policies, pro-military industrial complex, or pro-security state in order to maintain the social order. These are the conservative things that they care about. But weirdly enough, they don't care about economic redistributivism. They don't care about protectionist economic policy, because even if it hurts the world stage, even if it hurts people in the short term, but it kind of protects this like national conservative stability, they will willfully make less money as long as they serve this ideal of the nation, meaning people. And so
it's
for
populism,
me,
right-wing populism, that's one form of right-wing populism. Yeah, so they're more open to kind of left-wing economic policy. So are you saying that there's an opening to get enough Republicans in the Senate to sign off on paid family leave? Is that where you're going with this?
If you appeal to them along their own lines of propaganda, which is uncomfortable for Democrats, because the way that the Republicans are going to sell it to their own base is like, yeah, we're doing paid family leave, and that's a little socialisty, and that's a little, it's a little bit too socialisty, but we have a problem with the white birth rate. Like they might need to be explicit and say, we want to boost white working class families in America, and this is a way to boost them, which I know a lot of Democrats is going to find racist. But if you have to be a little racist in order to get paid family leave, then that might be a pill worth swallowing.
I don't know if you have to do that. I think you can frame it just by like, we're doing this to protect American families. Like, you don't need to explicitly say white American families.
Well, I'm talking about national conservative Republicans, because JD Vance would probably come out and say, why can't we prioritize the white working class? And then he'll be decried as a racist. And then he'll talk about national heritage and stock. And then he'll get called racist again. And I'm not saying whether or not he's racist. He could be racist in those things. But I'm saying, like, if it gets you paid family leave, Democrats don't have to talk about national heritage. Democrats don't have to talk about the white demographic replacement rate. They can just say, hey, this is good for all American families. Let's get paid family leave done. But then you're going to have to tolerate some vice signaling or virtue signaling from the racist national conservatives in order to get it done.
I don't think the Democrats, I don't think they would have a problem with taking the yes vote from someone like Josh Hawley, for example. If he's out there doing the focusing on protecting white American families, but he votes to pass paid family leave, they're not going to like kick him out of bed for, spilling crumbs or whatever.
But that's what I'm saying. That needs to be looked at as a political opportunity instead of a political liability. Otherwise, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, I think just broadly, I think this is a different problem that we've talked about a lot on this stream and on the podcast recently. But one of the other big problems for Democrats right now, apart from the institutional hurdles, which are real and growing, is the idea of a coalition has changed a lot over time. I'm sorry, chat, because I know I've talked about this like 50 times, but you used to have political coalitions in this country of, like the FDR coalition was like a third segregationist. But people viewed coalitions back then totally differently. They were like, this is not a marriage. We are not, just because I'm in a political coalition with you does not mean that I don't abhor some of your views. Like the idea back then was you can be in a coalition with someone who had some views and policy positions that you loathed, but there was like a shared understanding that even though we disagree fundamentally on some really big sticking points here, we can work together to, for example, pass New Deal era legislation. That idea of a coalition in the modern era has completely been annihilated because of this new form of purity politics. Like Obama talks about this a lot. It drives the left-wing populists crazy when he talks about purity politics. I don't even think they understand what the term means, because they hear that and they're like, oh, so you don't want to be morally pure? But that's not what the phrase means. The phrase means, like, if you're purity testing someone out of your coalition, what that means is you're pushing out someone who should be a natural ally. You're pushing them out of the coalition because of some other kind of difference. And that has become the dominant way of viewing political coalitions within the left wing for the last 10 to 15 years. And it just,
which is totally psychotic and counterproductive. I was defending your honor on Monday because I think you were defending Ezra Klein's honor in reference to the concept of pro-life Democrats. Yeah. And so that was like and whoever did the hit piece, I forget who it was, but they were basically calling you a piece of shit for even entertaining. Roman, I think. Yeah, for even entertaining the pro-life Democrat concept, because it's like, how can we be in a coalition with people who hate fucking women? Fuck these people. And like, they totally, sorry, go ahead. If you want to pop off.
So the Ezra Klein thing, like, they missed the whole thing. They missed the whole point.
Yeah, they missed
entirely.
the point.
And I think Ezra Klein kind of did it to himself a little bit, because he did pick a bad issue to say we should be running, because he said specifically, I think we should be running pro-life Democrats in Nebraska and Missouri. But then when you went to Nebraska and Missouri, I guess both states have passed, pro-choice kind of legislation protecting abortion. So people were like dunking on him for that. But the point was not the specific example. Like, it could be anything. It could be what you're talking about, electing someone who's like really tough on the border and pro-gun, but then also like has a lot of left-wing economic policy.
Which honestly, that's like my ideal candidate. And if they had a D or an R next to their name, I would check that box regardless of what party they were affiliated with.
Right. But like, somehow in their minds, I'm the one that has to justify the idea of welcoming potentially like a pro-life Democrat serving in and what we're talking about, you guys, is fucking like an R+10 district. We're talking about like an R+10 district that hasn't flipped in fucking 20 years. Okay. We're talking about, West Virginia, and so if you say, well, if you endorse a policy of welcoming a pro-life Democrat in an R+10 district into your coalition, well, why would you do that? Doesn't that mean you hate women? And Ezra Klein made the point that none of these people ever address. And I think it's like it's the point. It is the most important point. It's like, well, how can you say, like, how can we be expected as a party to protect vulnerable populations, to protect women's right to have, reproductive health care or whatever, if we don't have majorities. That was his point. It was just like, if we're just constantly out of power, then how can we protect trans people? So it's like, it's paradoxical in a way. You maybe welcome one pro-life Democrat into the coalition if it meant getting a majority in Congress. But then what do you do with that majority? You have 2 pro-life Democrats and then fucking 275 other Democrats that are not pro-life. And so the risk of them, banning abortion federally from running a pro-life Democrat in a R+10 district is not realistically present whatsoever. Yeah. And, you've made that compromise to get that majority with no risk of anti-abortion legislation. And you have one more vote to deliver on your legislative agenda. And again, he's appealing to the idea of a coalition that used to be the way that people looked at coalitions for decades.
Well, I mean, it's actually just how democracies function. Democracies are not based off of lockstep 2-party system where everybody inside the party agrees on everything. It's based off of caucuses, and like the Blue Dog Democrats, who were the more conservative, socially conservative Democrats, and the segregationists, like you mentioned, in the early 20th century. They were tolerated, even though they were segregationist, because they knew that they could achieve positive legislation for the American people, despite being viciously disagreeing on segregation. And so the pro-life Democrat, I think it encapsulates this idea so much, because let's say that a pro-life Democrat was the difference between, like, what you said, bear in mind, I'm not like a huge electoral guy, but you basically need like 60 senators in order to pass legislation unchallenged, right? Unless you want to destroy the filibuster. So let's say you're at 59 Democrats that are on lockstep on the agenda, and then you have one pro-life Democrat who you could support to win election, or you could let them flounder and, fuck up. And you agree with the pro-life Democrat on paid family leave. You agree on immigration reform that's humane. You agree on like 70% of the policy agenda you agree on, but then you just don't agree because they just happen to be religiously devout and they're anti-abortion. And so you say, fuck that. You're anti-woman, so therefore you can't be a part of the team, and then you lose the election. Well, obviously you just lost access to all of that 70% of the legislative agenda, and not understanding this is like middle school civics level of understanding of government.
Well, they refuse, in my experience, when I speak to these types of lefties, they simply refuse to engage in a substantive way in a conversation about harm reduction applied in a realistic way. They just they will not go there. And so you have a situation now where I'm getting a bunch of people spamming clips of me saying that I would vote for Jeffrey Epstein in 2028. If he had a D next to his name, he would deliver a Democratic Party agenda. And there's another clip of me saying that I would probably vote for segregationist if I lived in like an R+10 district and he had a D next to his name. They don't,
but stand on business. Just go, yup, harm reduction, bitch. Like,
but they're so absurd with their refusal, their stubborn refusal to have a conversation about harm reduction, that they'll like. I'm not even kidding. Hold on, let me find it. Fuck. Okay, hang on. I'm not gonna be able to find it off the top of my head, but somebody was in my mentions he was like pushing me on Jeffrey Epstein and be like, oh, aren't you the guy that said you would want Jeffrey Epstein in the party? And I asked him, would you vote for Jeffrey Epstein if you knew that it would prevent an extinction level event on planet Earth? And he said no.
Yeah,
Prime Kais is another one of these guys that does that, where you ask him, like, if you could stop the end of the universe by voting for someone who maybe supported aid to Israel, would you do it? And he said no, I have fucking principles. It's fucking absurd. And like, if these people engaged in an honest conversation, honestly, about like harm reduction applied to the current political dynamic, it would shatter their entire like foundational structure.
Yes, but
they would realize everything I believe is fucking silly. Yeah.
Hold on. It's deeper than this though, because this is actually where I think this is an accurate way to describe Hassan Piker's politics. Okay. Politics, weirdly enough, is who wields power and how, in the nature of that power. That is politics.
Yes.
What that guy said is having an opinion on the internet. And he thinks that politics is having the correct opinion on the internet.
Yes.
That's not fucking politics. That's having an opinion. What a fucking asshole.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. If all of these people could, like, I'm just going to start asking them, if you could get into a time machine and go back to, 1932, and if you could convince FDR to kick out all of the racist segregationists in the coalition, but it meant no New Deal era politics and no expansion of the federal government, would you do that? I just want to, and they'll just, if you ask them this question, they're never going to answer that honestly.
Yeah.
Like, what are they going to say? Yes.
I have principles. Of course I would.
But what's your principle, right? Like, to your point,
your principle is gutting the welfare state. That's your principle. That's what it's costing you.
Your principle is being morally pure and then giving the Republican Party like unfettered freedom to pursue their agenda in the current form of the party, which is, I believe, to be fascist. But
you're in a different position than I am, so I would actually appreciate this if you did it. Okay, I think that the hit piece actually put a lot of respect on your name in the beginning of it, because they were like, he's a Call of Duty streamer. He was really successful. He has 860,000 subs. He could really have an impact on his, like, while criticizing you and calling you a piece of shit. They also put a lot of respect on your name. And I think your criticisms against Hasan are actually ramming home. But if I could like infiltrate your brain and make like this thing a central focus of your criticism, it would be like identifying who's actually interested in analyzing and going through and like trying to advocate for the best politics, and who's interested in having an opinion on the internet, and then just bullying the fuck out of the people who just want to have an opinion on the internet, because there's so much, they call it noise and signal. Okay. So signal is an understandable thing that comes through and you can understand what's going on. Whereas noise is like an undecipherable, communication or whatever. And so because all the people who just want to have opinions on the internet are so fucking loud, they are a huge amount of noise in the online political zeitgeist that makes like listening to signal almost impossible.
Right. Yeah. That's a good way to put it. I never thought. I appreciate that that take. Yeah. I think you're right. I think people are valuing like looking morally pure and looking like they have the correct opinion on the thing that's going to keep them in the good graces of the political tribe. They value that,
but that's not politics.
More than they value policy. It drives me insane. I do want to cut this off because I want to get back to some of the reactions that I was.
I love it. But we were live for together for like 90 minutes or something like that. That's a perfect VOD. Cut the VOD right there. That's excellent. So but
I'll reach out to you for more gun tips.
Dude, DM me for more gun tips, not just DM me for gun tips, but if there's let's say that some oiler jumps in and they throw you 10 grand for like pro liberal gun tent or something like that, then let's figure out a way to come out to LA or come out to Orlando and do some basic liberal gun tent. I think that would be fucking amazing.
Los Angeles?
What's that?
Do you ever go to Los Angeles?
I don't really have a business reason to do so. I just don't have a lot of IRL collaborations. But I mean, I love LA. I love Southern California. It's one of my favorite places on the planet. I lived in San Diego for 2 years, and if I was if I was a billionaire, I would live in San Diego. I love San Diego with my whole heart.
Fucking beautiful. Yeah, it's great. It's better than Los Angeles. But
so if I have an excuse, I'll come out.
Yeah, hit me up definitely, because I've been going to the range with like other people. It's like I'm now using it to socialize, so it's like a lot of fun. But yeah, hit me up if you ever come down.
Okay, sounds good, buddy. You have a great day. I'll catch you.
Hey, you too. Take it easy, buddy. Bye.
Oh, that was sweet. That was so sweet. I had a good time. I hope you guys had a good time as well. So weird. Okay, I was a little hostile to Hutch previously, because during the 24 election, he was using my lack of hatred for the gays and blacks of the Jews to call me a rhino who to call me a rhino who was like a closeted Democrat progressive, and that pissed me off and it rubbed me wrong. However, we see the problems, and then weirdly enough, not only do we see the problems, we see the overlap in our worldviews, which I'm sure like we would disagree on a few things where he would be more soy than me on, and I would be intolerably chuddy on a few topics that would probably piss him off. But there's enough of an overlap there between, number one, him getting into guns, which is amazing. But number two, also evaluating politics versus having an opinion, that's a relationship I want to foster, right? So Pisco, obviously I want to foster that relationship, but I think we're going to have an antagonistic relationship where we're going to fight and we're just going to fight all the time. Whereas with Hutch, God help me, I'm saying this, I think we should look for opportunities of overlap, opportunities of rhetorical overlap, opportunities of pointing out insightful tactics and random things about the online political space in order to hone each other's rhetoric and effectiveness and all that kind of stuff. I think that would be great. So yeah, I'm white pilled. I'm white pilled on that relationship. So hopefully I don't want to overdo it. Okay. I don't want to overdo it where I'm like, let's be friends, let's be friends, let's be friends, let's be friends. Like I don't want to do that. But basically, if I have an opportunity in the next 6 months to a year where I can fly out to LA, go shooting with Hutch, we can do some pro-liberal gun content. If I start making enough money that I could even fund that, where we're doing like IRL collaborative stuff where maybe I'm a little bit more conservatarian and he's a little bit more liberal, but we come together on the topic of guns to kind of like learn from each other and all that kind of stuff. I think that would be dope. I think that would be dope content. So I'm not going to chase it, but I'm going to let it grow on its own terms. And I'm kind of white pilled by it. Short says, I was just in Hutch's stream and he was shit talking you and saying how he would never be friends with someone who dislikes Hunter Biden. True. That would be funny. That would be funny if like our entire relationship imploded because of Hunter Biden. Oh my god, that's funny. Horse God says Destiny is my old toy. Hutch is what I want to play with now. Nice. Dr. Zaya says hella tight. True. Just Julius says Pisco is for farming clips. Hutch is for actual conversation. Yeah, probably. Xena says Connor developing a bromance. We'll see. Don't get too excited too fast. Sacred Snow says Wild, the gamer bro that gets into guns, is more friendly than the lawyer with autism. You know. It happens. Oscar Nasty says, yo, that Pisco bridge ain't gonna be friendly. He said he's black-pilled on you now. I think he's just in the mood. I think it's that time of the month. All right, that's mean. I shouldn't say it's that time of the month, but I think Pisco, God help him. I think he just gets it from all sides all the time. He's not lefty enough to be lefty. He's not liberal enough to be liberal. The progressives are constantly ideologically purity testing him. So if he has a take that isn't in lockstep with progressive bullshit, then they cannibalize him as well. Then for the righties, obviously the MAGA coalition absolutely hates his guts. And then the anti-MAGA coalition, me, I treat him like an autistic, abrasive little brother. And I could understand how that would do some wear and tear on your psyche. So, but dude, all the things that Hutch and I talked about in reference to technology, that was stuff that Pisco would say was indicative of me being too friendly to the tech feudal lords, and therefore it's a red flag for me being like a closet right-wing tech feudal bro. Whereas Hutch was like, no, that technology is cool. That technology is cool. Yes, I fight with my chat about this all the time. And I don't think anybody is going to accuse Hutch of being like a crypto techno-feudal bro. They might say that he's too obsessed with tech, but that doesn't mean that he's like a traitor to the Democratic Party. So Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Fell says, based, I believe in Connor and Hutch supremacy. Thank you. Xena says, I want Jasmine Crockett to run for president with Hunter Biden's crack pipe as her vice president. Oh my God. Yeah. Pisco's definitely going through his menses. Yeah, kind of. Sacred Snow says, plus you guys have the most giga-chad couple name. Honor. There we go. That time of the month, does the COG have an HR department? No, it doesn't. I'd lose my mind if everybody just called me a commie with literally no examples. Lol. Well, I mean, weirdly enough, we walked through Pisco's politics and we defined socialism and communism in a Marxian sense accurately. And we discovered that Pisco is not a communist and he's definitely not a socialist. He's like 25% socialist, which is what we're going to beef on. So yeah, he's not a socialist. He's not a communist. And that's descriptively accurate. Excuse me. Well, QC John says he could fix a lot of that by dropping the performative smugness. Yeah, but some people are into that. Big in Gaming says Pisco has had a rough week. He has coddled the far left, and then this week Hasan said exactly what Hutch has been complaining about. There you go. Officer Nasty says, I think because Hutch doesn't say I'd vote for them for that cool techno government, though, like you do, pretty big difference. Yeah, sure. But I say if you run a socialist, I will vote for the tech feudal bros if I think that there's a lesser of two evils calculation that I can justify. Whereas if you just run a normie center-right Democrat and then the normie center-right Democrats stop being cringe on fucking guns and border security, then fuck it. But that's kind of like the trap though, right? That's the conceit. If Gavin Newsom gets hawkish on the border and libertarian about guns, doesn't that just mean he's a milquetoast Republican at that point? Doesn't that just mean he's a Bush Republican and therefore for every Republican that he gains or ex-Republican that he gains, such as myself, he loses 2 or 3 normie Democrats? It's a tough calculation. I don't envy the center left and the coalition that they have to balance because it's tough. Anonymous Chatter, thanks for being the Oiler today. I hope Christian Vlaris is okay. He's been in every single stream since like April of last year, either as a lurker or as a commenter or as an Oiler. So I hope he's like physically okay. So I'm worried about that. But thank you for being the Oiler today, King. And then Grassroots is like that, where he gets like he's here a lot, but then randomly he'll just disappear for 24 to 72 hours. And oftentimes he's doing like a really complex engineering project. So I'm not as worried as missing Grassroots for a couple of days as I am about missing Christian Vlaris for a couple of days, because typically Christian Vlaris is here. So I hope it's not a health thing. I hope it's a work thing or a family thing or a vacation thing. Evan says Pisco's egos gets in the way of recognizing the abuse employed against him by friends like Doobie and Straighteraid. Sometimes. Anonymous for 5 says Pisco just had that face that even a mother wants to punch in the political takes and rhetoric to match. You're very rude. I disavow. Pisco lives a tortured existence, desperately trying to build a coalition with socialists who would throw him in the gulag in 2 seconds. I mean, that's my accusation. I don't know if he agrees with it. Officer Nasty says it's not, Pisco calls me a feudal tech bro because I like cool tech, like you just said, though. I think it is. I'm not a socialist. I'm a Presbyterian. There you go. Kingslayer Damocles says, honestly, the MAGA crowd, at least when it comes to the law crowd like Ryan Mullally and potentially criminal, don't seem to hate Pisco's guts. It's only the Rob Noor commentator types. True. I mean, Pisco is entertaining. You guys are saying more negative shit about Pisco than I do. I just don't pull punches because he doesn't pull his punches. But I like Pisco just fine, and I think he's an excellent person to spar with. I think that if you sleep on Pisco, he'll fucking sweat you. He'll sweat lord you fucking hard if you walk into a conversation with him fucking lacking. If you're lacking, yeah. Option Nasty says it's because you would vote one in. Yeah, it depends on which one, but sure. Xena says, I'm firmly a philosophical liberal, democracy and personal rights, and I'm happy to implement socialist ideas like welfare in a democracy, but I'm not willing to do socialism itself. Okay. Fellrunner says, I'll take Bush Republicans. I mean, I would. I wish I could be the Bush Republican. I wish George Bush would come back and say, hey, Connor, I've been watching Counterpoints a lot, and despite me fucking up the name neoconservative for generations to come, I want you to be the champion of neoconservatism. Here's $10 million to make a digital media empire and to go shoot guns with Hutchinson so we can make Democrats more pro-gun. I would cry. And I would be like, thanks, George Bush. Thank you, George W. Bush. This means the world to me. Horace God says, it feels like anyone who wants universal health care out of desperation for our system being broken is gaslit into believing they're socialist, therefore they accept that label. True. That's actually the conversation that I had last night with my Democratic Socialist friend, was the realization. I was like, oh shit, I thought they were going to mix up social democracy and Democratic Socialist. And they're like, no. I actually do believe that socialism is a moral good. And I was like, that's tough. This person's cool, by the way, and they're smart. And I like them a lot, but they're, that's a tough pill. That's a tough pill to swallow. Got to let Christian have 1 day off. He's had 2 days off, but yes, I agree. If he's on vacation, awesome. If he's doing a family thing, like an out of town wedding, awesome. If he's sick and he just has the flu and he needs to recover a few days, good. I just don't want him to be like dying in a hospital and we have no way of getting in contact. That's my only concern. Kingslayer says, I'd never trust Newsom if he came out as a super libertarian on guns. Yeah, he's probably snaking, but who cares? Bud123 says, I now have upper chest striations when flexing, way bigger biceps, a more defined back, and bigger, deeper looking shoulders as a natural. That's based. I did do chest yesterday. I was supposed to do triceps yesterday as well, but I haven't. I need to do tri. Varun with the 5 says, Connor, there are a few of us in your audience that have social organizing experience. Is there anything we can do to help you move your project forward? Yes, but it's mostly money. I hate to say that because I only have 100 to 150 viewers and you guys are so generous already. Like, as an example, we already have 11 super chats and 3 of them or 4 of them are from one donor who's given $100 to $120. Anonymous chatter gave up like $120 today. So I feel guilty asking for more money because you guys already helped me pay my bills. But realistically, right now, I'm just paying bills. I hate to say that, but I am just paying bills. I'm not, if I was living in an apartment complex by myself and I didn't have a wife and if I didn't have kids, then I would be able to do whatever the fuck I wanted. Okay. But I do have a wife and I do have kids and I am responsible for their well-being. Therefore, it costs more for me to survive than most people. So then it becomes a question of getting expendable income and time, which I don't have a lot of, in order to do cool stuff like going out to Cali to shoot guns with Hutch. I mean, shit. If I could find the time with the wife and kids where I was saying, hey, on this weekend, take these 2 or 3 days off of work. I'm going to California in order to shoot guns with Hutchinson to make pro-liberal content. I'm on the plane like next day. I'm on the plane as soon as the wife says yes, right? But unless I can get that logistical or financial flexibility, it's not going to happen. You know what I'm saying? And weirdly enough, I do think that I've heard Chud Logic say this. He said that a lot of people expect to have 2 or 3 good streams and they're just going to do well after that. Whereas the truth is, being a streamer is a large part consistency and persistence, because you have to build content that your audience likes and then do it consistently enough that you gain more new viewers and retain them. Retaining them is really important. Then you lose through the natural trickle out of your audience. And the truth is, I've stabilized at like 100 to 150, which just worries me because I don't want to be stuck there forever. And I need to figure out the ways to expand the audience, take the financial pressure off of my Oilers, and then get enough money that I can actually reinvest back into the community and reinvest back into the natural disaster aid shit that I want to do eventually, and also do the gun tent. But that costs money, and I just don't have money, and I feel bad when I ask you guys for money because you guys already give me so much. So Clavicular finally got arrested. Good. Send Patriox says base question. Holy hell. There we go. I appreciate the guy. Me too. Dr. Zaya says Pisco is my boy, but he's delusional when he's simping for tankies. Feel like shit. Just want him. I just want him back. Hold on. I'm going to pull you guys down here and go full screen real quick because I've been straining my neck to look upwards. Oh God. Some of this stuff is funny. Let me engage with chat for a minute before we start the next segment. Excuse me. I'm fine with Pisco when he's not pretending to be dumb or if he's not lying about stuff. Yeah, me too. Wildman says $3 billion minimum. Don't undersell yourself like Connor. Dude, I could turn $1 million into 50 million, I think. If I could create a like center-right digital media empire that interacts with the center-left in a wholesome and positive way, I think I could do like a Bush Daily Wire. Sacred Snow says George Bush is the lamest Force Ghost. It's so true. Death Lily says Christian Malaris has been requesting stuff on Twitter, so he's still alive. Okay, good. I hope he's not doing it from a hospital bed. Biggin says Pisco's problem is when he doesn't actually know the topic, he just won't say I don't know and instead will argue for 4 hours. I actually don't like it when he says he doesn't know, because normally he says he doesn't know when he's rhetorically cornered. You know? Zena says, part of me wants the Democratic coalition to expand enough to let you in, but I think it's way more important that the Republican Party look like John McCain and not Trump. Me too. AK Batusai says, if Pisco was less completely tribal, he'd be like 40 IQ points higher. True. Officer Nasty says, unironically feels like Pisco the same he's always been. People are now just mad for no articulable reason. I'm not mad. I've known him for 5 years. I've been screaming at Pisco for 5 years now. So I know he is who he is. I have no illusions. I don't think I'll ever change him. Harmonic says, I believe that we will win. I believe that we will win. True. Bud123 says, do an arm day. You will thank me later when you have awesome arm pumps. True. Well, Kissy John says, as someone that's with you as more right-ish, my reticence towards voting Dem in 28, currently as it seems court packing is an issue. Dems want to push assault weapons bans on the table. True. And that's where, if we were making pro-gun liberal content, maybe they would stop being so soy about guns. Bud123 says, I also did 18 total sets of hammer and regular bicep curls, including standing and inclined. Jesus Christ. 18 sets? Are your arms falling off? That's fucking bananas. Anonymous Chatter says, have you considered the Mossad? Yeah. Dude, I've said my DMs are open. Christian Blair says, good afternoon. Just got home. Been traveling for work most of the week, which is ironic given I am 70-30. I might be getting laid off. Damn. I'm sorry, King. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope that doesn't happen, but I'm excited that you're alive. I'm horrified to hear about the fact that you are experiencing job insecurity. I'm ecstatic that you're still breathing. So, a lot of mix of emotions happening right now. Oh, that's funny. Just Julius says, Pisco has been a socialist for a while. He just hides his power levels to cozy up with Destiny. Not now that the bridge is burned, he's slowly letting his true self out. I don't think that's true. We talked about it yesterday. We talked about decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production. He doesn't believe in workers owning the means of production in a dictated state level sense. So in that way, he's not a socialist. And then same thing with communists. He doesn't want a moneyless, stateless class of society. So definitionally, he's like 25% socialist. He's not that socialist. Thomas Dudley says, Connor, is Cheney corn or is Zinch's strongest warrior? I think Cheney is corn for sure. Blood for the blood god and skulls for the skull throne. Mostly Iraqi skulls and blood, to be honest. Oscar Nasty says, just Julius, example number 1 of why Pisco's trying to change up his content so he doesn't get those arguments. Lol. Probably. Bud123 says, my biceps are a little sore, but I am used to high volume workouts, which are great for hypertrophy. Cool. Contract, not country. Not sure what that means, but I'm happy you're alive. Haley is MIA, says, lol, this has been an interesting work break. Oh, shit. So Haley, I think, is the friend that I was telling you about, where she's a democratic socialist, which scares the fuck out of me. But apparently she was the queen of debate back in the day, which is cool. So I'm terrified. Terrified of Haley as MIA. Let's put it that way. Christian Lara says, good to see you, by the way, though. Good to see you. Christian Lara says, I would have kept my phone on me, but it was in a skiff most of the week. Good problems. Good problems. Trillvault says, you've made me a viewer since your Windows 95 comment in that debate about mass graves. Good. Good. Okay. Anyways, I'm going to thank the people who have already donated. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I'm going to move into the next segment. So Anonymous Chatter with the 5, thank you. Have you considered Mossad? I have. Varun Bhaskar says, Connor, there are a few of us in your audience that have social organizing experience. That's the one that I did answer. Thank you for the 5, by the way. Anonymous Chatter with the 5. Pisco just had that face, even a mother. I read all of these, and you guys are super fucking mean. Thank you, Anonymous Chatter, for the 5. Thank you, Varun, for the 5. Thank you, Anonymous Chatter, for the 5. Thank you, Anonymous Chatter, for the 5. Thank you to Anonymous Chatter for the 20. I think people's inability to separate things in their mind. I read that one. I'm just going to skip all of them. Sorry. Fell Runner with the 5, Anonymous with the 50, Anonymous with the 50, Melody with the 5, Newmanax with the membership, Mr. Anderson with the 5, Vazraka with the gifted. So thank you, kings and queens. I appreciate you. Hey, my wall, love of my life. Good to see Grassroots is alive too. Good to see Grassroots is alive too. Yeah, Christian says, oh shit, Connor had a convo with Hutch. Guess I'm catching one more bot. It was good, man. It was good content. I think the chat disproportionately liked the content. So huge fan. And the second we have some extra cash, apparently I'm going to LA to fucking shoot with Hutchinson. So we'll cross that bridge as we get to it. But it was good. It was white pilling. Christian says it's good to be loved in the cog. Christian, I was going to share with you too. Since I haven't seen you in chat in a couple of days, what we did is a note-taking meta. Okay. So what I started doing is I brought a notepad to the VODs. I started writing down the things that I wanted to address and then crossing them off as I address them. And I still get one guide. I still get lost in the sauce. I still have ADD, but it's made the VODs, I think, I'm hoping, a lot higher quality. And so I'm hoping that you will approve of the improvement in VOD quality through the note-taking meta. And I was hoping to get your feedback soon. Although my brain is kind of like mush right now, so I can't promise that I'm actually going to be on my A game for this next segment. I might actually not be on my A game for this next segment. This next segment might suck, but it'll be funny at least. So, 2 more chats and then I'm going to get cracking. Thomas Dudley says, good to see all the UBI jail traffic stop coalition coming together. Fashion 40 says, was lurking for the whole time. I love the convo. Good. Liu Kang says, Hutch mogged counterpoints. It was a convo, Liu Kang. It was a conversation. How do you mog someone in a conversation? It wasn't even a debate. Like, what the hell? Normally, if somebody jumps into my chat and they're like, Connor got annihilated in that conversation, normally I fucking time them out or ban them, but like, I'm not even offended. I'm confused. Get mogged, you chop unk. Yeah, that's what happens. Conserved. Yeah, like most of the time I would ban a comment like that, but I'm just confused. Liu Kang just threw me for a loop. Anyways, the Great Lib Hasan War has begun. True. That's Hutch's current title. I wish he'd done like a Yoda thing. I wish he'd done the Lib Hasan War. Wait. Begun has the Lib Hasan War. That should have been the title. But anyways, let's pull up the content. Let me do an intro and let's get cracking. Excuse me. Grassroots says Connor got mogged in a convo, but he still won by not being bald. I've told you, if I lose my hair, I'm pulling a Hutch. Okay. All right. Let's do an intro and get cracking. So, hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican, and today I got a special treat for you. There's a guy by the name of Hutch. He's a former Call of Duty player. He has 800,000 subs. He's quite popular. He made the transition from gaming into politics, and I would say he's a center-left dude. Hassan Heresy is hysterical. Andrew Paris, thank you for that comment. You totally distracted me. But Hutch has been beefing with the far left for a long time because he thinks that they're counterproductive to voting. He thinks that them constantly emphasizing Israel-Palestine and Medicare for all and how centrist Dems are traitors to the left-wing movement and how if you betray economic populism, you're a villain. He thinks that this is counterproductive and it's actually hurting the Democrats. And I've been cheering him on as a center-right guy. I've been cheering him on as a center-right guy because it's been nice to see liberals have stones in a spine and actually fight the far lefties. So one of the things that Hutch has done recently is he has started attacking Hassan Piker, who is top 3, top 5 political live streamers in the Western world, but he's been attacking him along lines of attack that are actually effective and are upsetting Hassan Piker, upsetting his audience, and he seems to be catching a healthy amount of flack for said attacks. It's been wildly interesting to watch. So we have two segments of Hutch. One is 30 minutes long. We'll try to get through it. There's another one that's like 2 hours long, but it's basically Hutch trying to dunk on Hasan. I'll be pausing intermittently to break it down. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat. Super chats if you got it, memberships if you got it. My parasocial, love you. Thank you for being here. Let's go.
Gavin Newsom.
Well, I'd have to vote for Gavin Newsom.
Me too. 100%. I wouldn't blink. What about you, Hasan?
I'd probably vote third party.
You would?
I just, Cam, I would love to hear a follow-up question of, you say you won't vote for Gavin Newsom. That's fucking insane. Versus JD Vance. What about other candidates? We know he would not support Shapiro. We know he would not support Kamala. I don't know. Would he support Ossoff? Would he support Kelly? Would he support Pete? No. There's like a 0% chance that his preferred candidate will win. Therefore, I think we can reasonably assume that he is not going to endorse or apparently vote for the Democratic nominee after 4 years of Trump 2.0. This guy doesn't give a fuck about trans people. This guy doesn't give a fuck about genocide. It's all bullshit.
I would crawl through 10 feet of concrete to vote for Gavin Newsom, even though I think he's duplicitous, a hypocrite, a thirst trap, hungry for power, all of the things that you say. There are so many young, queer, black, brown,
Yes! Thank you, Jennifer Welsh. Please make him defend this absurd proposition.
I don't even entertain that stuff, especially.
Huh.
Okay, let me ask you this. Let's say that Gavin Newsom becomes the nominee, that we make it through midterms.
Devastating.
Do you vote for him over JD Vance?
Oh my God. I'm going to lose my mind. I'm going to kick myself in the nuts.
I don't know.
God damn.
Bro. Are you fucking kidding me right now? What? You don't know? Excuse me? You don't know? Bro. And people have the nerve to clutch their pearls when I say that this guy is opposition. Fuck you, bro. We are not on the same team. We are not on the same team, okay? It's just crazy to me because didn't he get done just a little bit ago, you know, talking about how like the Democratic Party would rather like maintain the status quo, you know, than like win elections and do progressive policy? Oh, would you vote for Gavin Newsom? I don't know. Versus Vance? I don't know. Hard to say. Hard to say at this point. You're right about Hasan, but not Kyle Kulinski. Look, if Kyle Kulinski uses his platform to encourage that people support all the Democrats that are on the general ballot come November, I would be so happy to be wrong about him. Believe me, I would love nothing more than to tell you after the midterms I was wrong about Kyle. And if Kyle Kulinski commits to supporting the Democrat that's on the ticket in 2028, and if he indeed does endorse like a potential hypothetical Gavin Newsom if he was the nominee, I would love to be able to tell you the next day, I was wrong about Kyle. I was wrong. But so far, like, you got to earn that trust, motherfucker. You got to earn that trust. Okay? I'm sorry. I will believe it when I see the action. For his entire career, has he ever endorsed the Democratic nominee for president? Has he done it a single time? Unless you're Rashida Tlaib? No. If Rashida Tlaib, and I don't think she's going to be primary, just to be clear, you know, assuming she's on the general ballot in November, I endorse. Yes, you should vote for Rashida Tlaib. She's on the general in Michigan. Yes, 100%.
Damn it, I'd probably be at
Second. Sorry, I caught the mute. I caught the mute before you said it. Don't say mute. Don't say muted. I did it. I did it. I caught it. I caught it. I caught the mute. All right. I hope you can hear me though. So anyways, the point is that this is the difference between Hutchinson. Damn it. Muted. This is the difference between Hutch and I. Okay. So I could draw it out, but I think I'm just going to explain it real quick. So Hutch, I would vote for a normie center-left Democrat over a far-right Republican. I would vote for a center-right Republican if he was actually like lockstep with my politics. Let's say he was a conservatarian. I would vote for a center-right Republican. Oh, I hate you. Center-right Republican over center-left Democrat if I actually thought that they were going to execute their agenda instead of just using flowery rhetoric in order to get my vote. But a far left Democrat social democrat who's hiding their power level, who's a democratic socialist in actuality, I would probably vote for the tech feudal bro. Now, the reason why, and I know this pisses off a lot of my liberal audience or whatever, but the reason why is because I don't think the tech bros just take over the United States of America, usher in a dictatorship, and then we're living in some like fascist Palantir dystopia. I don't think that happens overnight. I still think we have a republic. I still think we have a Senate. I still think we have a House of Representatives. I still think power is broken up between the states and the municipalities and the cities and the counties and all that kind of stuff. And so as a result, like Palantir dystopia doesn't happen overnight. And we could probably get really cool things like lasers put on C-130 gunships. We could get lasers put on destroyers. We could get starships, you know, moving Boston Dynamics robots to Mars and to the asteroid belt. So we could start mining deep space shit. And then, by the way, weirdly enough, this helps with the socialist project. Okay. Because in order to decommodify basic human needs and well, I don't even want workers to own the means of production, but if you want to decommodify basic human needs, you need to eliminate the need for basic human labor. And the way that you do that is you get something to replace human labor, which is going to be automation and a slave race of robots. So weirdly enough, I'm ushering in the socialist utopia faster than socialists do by enslaving not sentient, and they're not sapient. I don't know how you would describe like the lights are on but nobody's home, kind of like lights in Clockwork. If for those of you who saw like iRobot, like robots aren't going to have souls, but they're going to have completely how do I say this? They're going to have complexities that allow them to mimic humanity in such a way that they appear to have a personality, while realistically, it's all lights and clockwork, right? Jen Winkler says, hella naive take. Well, back at you, okay? Hasan withholding votes makes him a douchebag, worthy of derision due to not understanding harm reduction. This is what we need to articulate real quick, even though I'm sure he'll articulate it through this segment, okay? Harm reduction. PEPFAR and USAID getting like slashed by $30 billion is going to kill. It's arguably already killed 250,000 people in Africa. It's probably going to kill between 3 million and 14 million people in the next 5 years due to Trump's incompetence. You can't look at that, even if you say, okay, well, they're just dying of preventable AIDS. It's not the same as a Holocaust where you line up people and shoot them in the back of the head. I think that calculation is kind of fucked up, because we knew that it's going to happen. So if you have a button and you can save $35 this year, because that's the equivalent amount of money in order to run PEPFAR and USAID. So you can save the equivalent of a Chick-fil-A meal over the course of a year. That's how much money you're going to save. You could click the button, save $35 and go get Chick-fil-A. Or you could not click the button and you could save 3 million to 14 million people. What button are you clicking? I think you're a fucking dickhead if you click that button. And that's kind of what Hassan Piker is doing by saying, like, I'm not for harm reduction. I'm not for voting blue no matter who when you get there, because I have higher principles or whatever the fuck. It's a totally nonsensical answer. Now, Kyle Kulinski, apparently there's a fight between Pisco and Hutch, where Hutch believes that Kyle Kulinski, who's another very popular commentator, is just like Hasan and is going to virtue and vice signal against the Democrats the entire time, to the point that he might not vote for a Democratic general election candidate. So that's kind of where, like, I'm with Hutch. Like, Kyle Kulinski needs to prove that he's not a piece of shit. Because when I do look at his content, it does seem like constant vice and virtue signaling against the Democratic Party. So Samson says, how does wealth transfer happen after that? Taxes. The middle class and working class. Wait, the middle class and the working class have paltry taxes, 5%, 10% taxes on personal income. And the corporations and the giga rich get hit at like 25% or 35%. In order to make the state function and make sure that everybody has their basic needs met. So, all right. Anyways,
The fucking DNC, I know.
Oh, 100%. I would be too.
Yeah.
But
I would.
this is what I hope. I hope if for some reason, but I actually don't, I think he's really shot himself in the foot recently. What I hope if Gavin Newsom were to ever become some sort of
Fuck Hasan. Fuck this guy, man. Literal millions dead because a Republican won. Fuck him. We can restart USAID, and they will. I feel pretty confident about that. We can restart USAID and avoid projected millions dead in the coming years. We elect a Democrat to be president, and we give Democrats control of the Congress. They will resume USAID. We can stop millions of people from dying. And he's like, nah, I don't know. It's tough. Between him and Vance, I don't know. It's tough. Only marginal differences. Fuck this.
Okay, Fatsimo asked me to calculate that in terms of 9/11s. It's between 1,000 and 4,600 9/11s is what we just did to Africa in the past 5 years.
This guy. Fuck him. Fuck him. He is a Republican op. He is here to help Republicans win power.
nominee, which I'm not rooting for, by the way.
Even though he's easy on the eyeballs.
He's very attractive, but I think that
that's crazy. Are there any Hasan stands that are in my chat right now that want to defend this? You don't know if you'd vote for Gavin Newsom, literally the most progressive governor ever, signed the most like woke bills into law in the country's entire, like California routinely leads the way on progressive policies. We've signed a number of landmark, he's signed a number of landmark bills into law in California, protecting LGBTQ plus people, expanding rights, protecting rights. All the trans people in this country that now have the incorrect pronoun on their passport and are forced to endure the humiliation of being outed in airports all over the world. I wonder how they feel about, well, I don't know if I could support Gavin Newsom over JD Vance. They're too similar, frankly. Give me a fucking break, man.
because he's such a career politician.
He's such a thirst trap for the Oval.
I know, but like, why? Like, to me, I'm like, my hope is that like maybe he could be a blank canvas. And he would just be like,
this is you relapsing.
No, I'm not relapsing. My hope. This is my hope. But this is if he becomes a nominee. But
guy who has controlled the Democratic stronghold of California with an iron fist and the veto pen is going to magically become.
I'm not saying I think it's going
a
to
social
happen.
Democrat.
I just said that would be my hope. But I'm also not. This is not my. At this point, I'm extraordinarily.
You're selling it to yourself already.
I'm extraordinarily
to vote for him.
Disappointed in.
Who do you
Gavin
vote
Newsom.
for, JD Vance or Gavin Newsom?
Well, I'd have to vote for Gavin Newsom.
Me
of
too.
course, 100%.
I wouldn't blink. What about you, Hassan?
I'd probably vote third party.
You would?
I just fuck him, dude. Fuck him. Opposition. Political opposition. Not on the team, guys. He is not on the team. He is indifferent to Republicans having power and all of the people that are harmed by that happening. He is opposition, okay? In no uncertain terms. This is nuts. This is a fucking bananas thing to say a year into this administration. 2 dead people in fucking Minnesota. Wow. Minnesota. How many people did we send to fucking like a torture prison in Seacott? Didn't we send possibly like American citizens there on accident? The mass deportation program, ICE terrorizing civilians, millions dead, USAID cuts, 11-week blockade of aid.
So looks like grassroots hegemon's friend got nuked or whatever. Betrix. Is Betrix libertarian, conservatarian, or is he liberal or progressive? Grassroots. Because for me, I'll just say it. Like, I would take a conservatarian being a douchebag in my chat if it meant that we spiced up the community a little bit. So, but yeah, like Betrix said, for those of you not paying attention, there was a chatter who got nuked. Betrix says, do you agree that Hutch is right about Hasan but wrong about Kyle? No, I have no idea. But then Betrix said, like, Connor's advice, Connor's prescription, be more of a sycophant. Sycophant to whom? I don't even know how to be insulted. How are you insulting me? Like, can we use proper nouns so I can understand how I'm being insulted? You know? Just say Connor's prescription, being more of a sycophant to the Democratic Party. Then I'll know to be insulted. You know? Or you can say Connor's prescription, be more of a sycophant to the tech feudal bros that are destroying our society. You know, like let me know what the criticism is so I can fight you and I can get one guide. You know what I'm saying?
going into Gaza, which very nearly caused a mass starvation event. Got very close to being officially designated a famine, dismantling the Department of Education, blowing up fucking fishermen in Venezuela, invading Venezuela, deposing a leader. I guess we're doing regime change again, just very blatantly and openly at this point. There's like fucking dozens of other just really awful, damaging things that he's done as president. And like, after this, you're like, no, I don't know if I would vote third party. Fuck you, bro. This guy, man, I'm saying it, man. I will say, I think he is being paid by the Chinese Communist Party to boost. I don't know what he's doing. Foreign state actor. They've got blackmail. That's where I'm at. There's just a number of things that Newsom has signed into law as governor. The insulin copay cap in California, I think, is $11. We just did that shit here. $11 insulin. That seems like kind of a big deal. A wage boost for incarcerated firefighters, raises pay for incarcerated individuals who serve as firefighters. Signed a historic package aimed at cutting pollution, stabilizing the gas market, lowering electric bills, framed as major climate and consumer protection effort. He signed 7 new data privacy laws, expanded healthcare access. Hold on. He just signed 26 new bills into law. Here's what they do. Locks in several housing rules that were previously temporary, such as limiting the number of public hearings on a project, setting deadlines. That was the abundance bill, one of the abundance bills, I think. It includes changes to Medi-Cal, health insurance eligibility, premiums, and other programs. Some parts went into effect on July 1st, such as health coverage for infertility treatments, while others, including funding related to the Department of Healthcare Access and Information, will take effect through 2026 and 2030, depending on the provisions. Assembly Bill 137 sets up new government funds and grants focused on consumer privacy. Senate Bill 129 implements labor-related rules tied to the 2025-2026 budget. Senate Bill 139 finalizes labor agreements for state workers in bargaining unit 9 from.
I'm going to fast forward a little bit just because going through California being progressive. Okay, cool. But I'm going to go to the next segment of Hasan talking. So Hasan is a chaos agent paid by the CCP. I think that's kind of extreme. I think Hasan has his own money. He doesn't really need to be paid off by foreign states. I wouldn't be surprised if he was a part of a Tenet-style psychological operation. However, I think it's unlikely. I think the FARA violations would probably actually not be worth the risk, considering how much money he actually has. Also, the point that Hutch was making is that California is pretty gosh darn progressive. And I know not everybody has lived in California, but I say, whenever somebody asks me about California, I says, it's one of the most physically beautiful places that I've ever been. And that if I was like unlimited rich, I would live there. But I can't live there because of the gun policies, and I can't live there because of the politics. And what I mean by the politics is the thing that Hutch is saying is the good thing about California is the bad thing about California, where Zoran Mamdani has this quote that actually rubbed me very wrong, where he said, like, there should be no problem that government isn't big enough to tackle, and no problem small enough that the government isn't willing to tackle, or something like that. And effectively, it's just like unbridled statism. Audio is duplicating. Why? I'm the only person talking. There's only one microphone. So anyways, the point is that you distracted me for a second, is that California follows a similar standard where they fucking legislate everything, bro. If you go to California, there's a sign on every single building that says, like, construction materials contained in this building may contain carcinogens. And it's like, you got 2 streams open. What the fuck are you talking about? All right. Anyways. So the point is that, like, California is a nanny state. And so for California being a nanny state, you as an American citizen just have to decide what your preference is. If you're more of a libertarian, conservatarian, low tax, pro-gun, people should be independent from the state, go handle your own business, then you should live in New Hampshire, or you should live in Florida, or you should live in, I don't know, some red state. Even Texas would be better. Whereas if you want to make the bargain with the state of, this place is physically beautiful, you guys are way too progressive for me, but I'm a rich guy, so as a result of being rich, I'm just going to get taxed through the fucking nose, but I'm going to get to be in one of the most economically vital and physically beautiful places on the planet, then you just have to take the hit. And I don't feel bad for Californians. I don't feel bad for New Yorkers. Guess what? Everybody wants to live in New York. The price you pay for living in New York is you get taxed through the fucking nose. And you also have to let the state get all up in your shit on random arbitrary bullshit. And then same thing with California. You want to live in California? It's one of the most physically beautiful places on the fucking planet. It has a very vital economy. Guess what? The price you have to pay is high taxes and having the state all up in your shit. It's just it's a cultural thing. You just have to tolerate it. Thomas Dudley says, Californian here can confirm we have signs that say pretty much everything causes cancer. Yeah. And that's the other thing too. So my apartment complex and the apartment complexes of my friends and the buildings that I went to and the public buildings that I went to and the private buildings that I went to, they all have the sign on the side of them saying, hey, this building was made with elements that are known to cause cancer. Well, it's like every fucking building was built with materials that are known to cause cancer. What the fuck am I going to do? Not go into buildings? And so that's where like the path to hell is paved with good intentions, where obviously there was some like crunchy, hippie, Whole Foods wine mom who got into the California legislature and then passed a proposal saying that, we should let people know, that when there's carcinogenic construction materials around them, it's not even asbestos, dude. It's new construction. My apartment complex was built probably in the 90s. They weren't using asbestos. They just know that like concrete dust and like wood dust and other shit causes cancer. So anyways, like once again, like the point is like Californians are incredibly well-intended people. Okay. Some crunchy hippie wine mom who shops at Whole Foods wanted to warn the Californian public about their risks of cancer by going in various buildings. But because the legislation was so overly broad, every fucking building gives you cancer. Okay. So then at that point, why are you putting up a sign? Why are you spending millions of dollars a year in order to put up signs saying that buildings give you cancer? Why don't you just do a fucking YouTube video? Okay. Hey, by the way, construction materials give you cancer. Don't live inside buildings. You know what I'm saying? It's silly. It's fucking silly. Anyways, back to it.
But also unconscionable. And I still stand on that. I still talk about it all the time because people constantly bring it up. They're like, you didn't.
But you voted for her. So you voted for her even though she did unconscionable things? You said you voted for her.
Sufficiently like promote Kamala Harris. You're the reason why she lost. I'm like, I am incapable. There is no singular force in this country that is capable of making or breaking an election. And if that was real.
Not the point. That's a straw man, by the way.
Then it is
not the point. Voters have a responsibility in a democracy. Okay. People with influence have who claim to be like politically engaged. You have a responsibility.
The most.
Sorry, Grassroots says, I hate this project so much. My boss and I have a what the fuck jar sitting between us, and each one of us puts $1 in every time we say what the fuck. We have $96 so far today. Dude, that's what I said. So me, along with some other chatters, Grassroots Hegemon and Christian Valeris are regulars in the chat. So I was like, Christian Valeris, I hope he's not dead. Maybe he's traveling. Maybe he's got a marriage thing. Maybe he's got a work thing. Who fucking knows? But, typically he's here. So I hope it's something routine. And then I said I wasn't worried about Grassroots because Grassroots, like once a month, twice a month, he'll disappear for like 3 days, but he's working on some fucking shitty project that's on the verge of making him commit suicide. So that, Grassroots coming into chat and saying that he's filled up a what the fuck jar with $100 so far today, that actually makes a lot of sense.
Idiotic thing not to listen to my demands, but everybody knows that that's not real, right? Mm-hmm. If I had this singular force to be able to make Kamala Harris the president, then Kamala Harris should be coming to me every day and being like, let me do a collab with you, please.
Totally.
Right? That's not the case, of course, and they know it. That's why.
What a narcissistic fucking clown. Like, bro. Who are you? Who the fuck are you to feel like you're entitled to not only an audience with Kamala Harris, but you're entitled to be a fucking campaign advisor? What are your bona fides? What the fuck is your track record? I know he likes to take credit for Mamdani. He seems to like wink. He seems to like strongly hint that he was instrumental in Mamdani winning. Like, what the fuck? How can he possibly contribute to a national campaign?
They didn't do it. But the campaigns are always responsible for whether or not they are able to win the crowds, win the population over, and combat against the couch. Not necessarily.
So yeah, I mean, JD Vance will have won his complicity. If it is Newsom versus Vance and he doesn't vote for Newsom, he will be complicit if Vance wins. So he talks about how like the Democrats didn't earn his vote. Seems completely fine with the fact that the Republicans apparently earned his complicity. Somebody could explain that one to me in a way, because that doesn't make sense to me. What principle are you upholding by helping Republicans win? What is the principle there?
Necessarily even against the Republican Party, but usually you're fighting against the couch, people who just don't go out and vote. And for me, the way I see it is if the Democratic establishment makes this decision one more time, just as they did with
the voters. Well, I mean, listen, it wasn't even the establishment.
Hey guys, I'm going to make a choice just because I feel like we're just emphasizing the same point again, which is that Hassan's bad for not agreeing to vote blue no matter who, and he's kind of an idiot and a tool bag and an egotist. I kind of want to go to Hassan Piker spurging out, so I'm going to move on to the next segment, which is Hassan Piker spurging out. Now, the point that I'm going to make before we do that, I am taking notes, even though I'm interrupting chat. I think I'm a little bit excited since the convo, so I'm being a little bit more ADD than my normal note-taking shit. But what Hutch has said is Hassan is an egotistical freak who doesn't understand politics. And this is the point that I made in my conversation with Hutch earlier today, is that I'm still a nobody in reference to online politics. 100 to 150 viewers. I parasocially love you. Thank you for being here. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. But I'm still very small and I need to figure out how to grow. Hutch has a lot of legacy respect for having 840,000 subs from his Call of Duty days. And I think he does stream pretty routinely between like 300 and 1,000 viewers. I think pretty routinely he can get up to 1,000 viewers if he has a sexy topic. So he's kind of like made it as far as streaming goes. And so with that legacy respect and with the current zeitgeist being like, okay, Hutch is intelligent enough to actually, carry some clout and weight. He needs to drill against the people who participate in politics that's not actually about gaining and wielding power to achieve results. And he has to drill down on the people who just want to have a correct opinions on the internet, right? Grassroots says Hutch usually rocks around 650 or so. Good. That's excellent. So, yeah, that's a great number. I mean, I'm sure he'll be at 1,000 eventually, and he obviously still makes a good living, so I'm not trying to knock him in any way. I've seen him do like rock around 300 a few times. He could have been warming up for stream, or he could have been like gaming or listening to music or doing something that wasn't as popular as his political commentary. I saw that number recently, but once again, he either could have been starting or he could have been doing something else besides his main bread and butter. But Hutch is in a position that he is big enough and clouded enough, in my opinion, that if he started bullying motherfuckers for believing that having the right opinions is politics, then I think he could be wildly effective at communicating that. So I really hope he drills down on that shit. But anyways, we're going to move into the next part of the segment. It's still the same segment. It's still the same VOD. But we're going to move into the next part because realistically, we all understand this. Hassan Piker's a douchebag. He's not paying attention to electoral politics. He cares more about having the correct opinions on the internet. He's an egomaniacal freak. He sucks the oxygen out of left-wing movement. He's wildly unpractical. He's unpragmatic. And the only reason why people typically fuck with him is because he has a large audience. So I think what Hutch said in a clip that I saw yesterday was that the main reason why mainstream Democrats continue to talk to Hassan Piker is not because they're actually endorsing Hassan Piker's views. It's because they see him as a vehicle to get tens of thousands, arguably of hundreds of thousands of young lefty voters to see what their message is. My fear, of course, is that using people is a two-way street. By mainstream Democrats using Hassan Piker to get to their audience, they're effectively reinforcing that Hassan Piker's opinions are worthy of mainstream respect. It's just not true. He's a fucking dog shit political advocate, and if I could kick him in the nads, I would. So, anyways, let's check it out.
This is for me, like a top 5 stream. He is showing his whole ass tonight, bro. This is so pathetic.
Ultras, pile on the shit libs, okay? Stop fucking yelling at me.
You're not fighting them enough on social media. You're not getting enough likes. The libs, they're getting too many likes on Twitter. Step it up.
He just posted this an hour ago. This shit will do fucking numbers on TikTok.
You don't get it. The libs are getting too many views on TikTok. This is an emergency. I'm the only one who's taking this seriously. Don't you get it? He's going to get some views on TikTok.
Shit libs are cooking this country, okay? I'm not seeing enough movement from this community in general. There's like a multitude of different ideologies at play here. There are the vote blue no matter who, harm reductionist postures, people being like, I'm trans.
People being like, oh, I'm trans. Ooh, I'm just this trans person that cares about these things. Like, get the fuck out of here, you shit lib. Like, you should be willing to go through all that if it means, you know, getting dunks on libs.
Hutch would rather accept segregationists of the party than parley with leftists.
No. Hang on a minute. This is just a fucking lie. This fucking liar. This Weasley little liar. What a liar, dude. Every once in a while, I'll wake up in the morning and I don't really go to my mentions page ever. But sometimes I'll wake up and there'll be like a bunch of idiots in my replies being like, you fucking segregationists. And now we know why. It's because this goddamn fucking narcissistic clown trains his audience to just like repeat his smears. He just lies about people.
Pro-segregationists. You'd say like, well, I welcome them within the party. Right? They have a D in front of their name, not an R. And so
no context, right? Like we're talking about it's that or letting a fascist party win, you know?
Please, let's fill up with pro-segregationists. You're welcome here.
I mean, we'd be going back to the Democratic Party of, 5 or 6 decades ago, right?
Sorry, that didn't answer my question. Would you welcome
the answer is probably yes. Yeah, in
means?
that context, that wouldn't you rather have the New Deal and Great Society stuff than not?
Sorry, stop trying to dodge the question.
Wait, isn't the answer yes?
I'm not.
No, hold on, no, it's not. We're not time traveling because he's like, oh, now we're going back in time.
Hasan, if you ever see this clip, if you could go back in time and convince FDR to kick all the segregationists out of the party, because that's the right thing to do, right? But then it meant, you don't transform the federal government and build out these agencies and vastly increase the scope of the federal government and implement a New Deal agenda. Would you do it? Would you tell them to kick out the segregationists if it meant you got none of that? Would you do that? Somebody send this clip to Hasan and make him answer that question.
No, we're not doing that. I'm saying, hey, like for 2025, right, or into 2026, we have brand new pro-segregationists coming into the Democratic Party. Would you welcome them because they have a D in front of the name instead of R? He says no. Pisco says no. Hutch, what about you?
Maybe. Yeah.
There you go. All right. Yeah. So that's a difference of opinion here, right? Like, and
then he does this like pathetic virtue signal. Meanwhile, like he's saying, like, my principles would not allow that. Therefore, I would rather a fascist party have control of the government. That makes no fucking sense. Obviously,
I'm against segregationists, no matter what decade it is.
Well, do you? I mean, I don't want to get hung up too much. We can move on to the next topic. But like, do you think that Donald Trump is a fascist?
Yes.
Okay. And
well, Hutch, let me clear it, right? Because Hutch,
do you think
Wait, hang on. Let me make my point. I'm gonna fucking murder Soy Pill in a video game.
Segregationists or fascists should be the counter question. Do you think a Democrat?
The hypothetical, Hasan, is like 50 normie Dems and one segregationist having political power. Is that better, worse, or the same as an entirely fascist party having power?
That is a white supremacist, pro-segregationist Democrat. Do you think he's just as much of a fucking fascist as Donald Trump is? Because yes. The answer is yes.
Not the point.
Yes to that question. Like, what the fuck?
Play the rest of the clip. Play the rest of the clip. Play it. Come on.
Fascism is. It's not a totally separate thing than being a segregationist.
I think at this point, I feel more confident that I could tell him what fascism is before he could tell me what
Democrat,
it is.
Dumbass.
Literally everything is fascism to him, by the way. The bipartisan border bill was fascist to him, by the way.
The reason you would say yes.
But go ahead.
Okay, but tell me if I'm wrong, Hutch. The reason you would ever say yes to a pro-segregationist Democrat is because what's on the other side is now the right has moved so far, even past segregation of, we're doing segregation and a lot more worse stuff, right?
I'm going to move on to the Pam Bondi shit in a second.
Correct.
Right now, everything the same, but you would welcome a segregationist Democrat?
Okay. I'm going to pause real quick just because there isn't a lot of meat right here just because he's reacting to the clip. But will you work with bad people to achieve good electoral results? And Hutch did brilliant, extreme analogies for this. Okay? let's say Jeffrey Epstein, the pedophile, like you could not punish him for his crimes in order to save the human species. So for some reason, through some trick of morality, Jeffrey Epstein must survive, or else an alien race will come to planet Earth and wipe out the entirety of the human race and civilization and existence, and all children and all human beings will die. That's obviously an extreme example. But most people will say, well, the evil and harm caused by the extinction of the human species is so bad that I will violate my principle of disliking pedophiles, and I will tolerate this one pedophile to save the entirety of the human species, right? So if we accept that we will violate our principles if it means that we are going to get a total consequential good, and we can make it to an extreme degree, then it's a matter of dialing in the extremity of that consequential calculus. It's just true. And so then at that point, Hasan's calculus of, if there's a segregationist Democrat, or if there's a pro-life Democrat, we should never work with them ever, because it's morally unacceptable to bring in flawed people into our coalition in order to achieve a greater good. You're a bad person if you do that. You're an evil person if you did that. And this isn't hypothetical, by the way. This is kind of what he said in the 24 election. He said the Democrats, by allowing and being complicit in the Gazan genocide, were not worthy of political support. They weren't worthy of political support. And therefore, Donald Trump got in. And this is a wildly consequential event. Donald Trump, we knew he was going to be incompetent. We knew he was going to be stupid. We knew he was going to kill people, right? We knew that was going to happen. And yet, it was worse than even I predicted. I thought that thousands or tens of thousands of Ukrainians were going to die as a result of Trump being in office, and that wasn't acceptable to me. It was even fucking worse. By slashing PEPFAR and USAID, we slashed preventative HIV treatment in Africa. And it's estimated that between 3 million and 14 million people are going to die in the next 5 years as a result of those cuts. We've committed a minor Holocaust. And I understand, then you get into the moral argumentation with center-right people, and they're like, is shooting somebody in the back of the head the same as not giving them medication? Obviously, there's a moral gradation here. But what I'm trying to communicate with my comparison to the Holocaust is that we still talk about the Holocaust, which was like 6 million to 10 million people, 6 million Jews and 10 million people. We talk about that a century later. And yet, when we have 3 to 14 million people who are dying from preventative stupidity, we just go, there's a total lack of consistency in reference to care for the human species. Anyways, I'm going to read from chat for a little bit, because I'm not going to lie, listening to extended content that doesn't have a lot of points rapid fire, it kind of makes me a little bored, and then I get yappy. So I'm just going to get yappy. Sacred Snow says, okay, I got to drive, but I'll be listening. Goated stream today, Super Chief. Thank you, Sacred Snow. I appreciate you. I endeavor to give you mid to high tier content every day. Jonah says, Jeffrey Epstein, the only one that can prevent a Tyranid invasion. Yes. Fellrunner says, oh, I'm confused. Haha. I thought you were saying Hutch was telling people to not vote for Kamala. No, I was talking about Hasan. Sorry if I misspoke. Officer Nasty says, so allow the most powerful and the pedophile in the world to establish a pedophile empire, or let the world be destroyed, and one answer is supposed to be objectively correct? No. But I think objectively still allowing the human species to perpetuate is still the correct answer. But I don't think I said anything about a pedophile empire. I was just saying don't punish him criminally. You kind of made up your own hypothetical there, which it's like Jeffrey Epstein is allowed to molest every child ever born on the planet, or the alien race wipes out all of humanity. Absurd hypothetical. But I still think that, I guess I would go with the Jeffrey Epstein plan. Tag says no Hasan coverage today. Incredible. This is Hutch right here This is Hassan Piker. Hassan's on your screen, Teg. What are you talking about, brother? All right, anyways, let's keep it going. What? Officer Nasty, I never said make Jeffrey Epstein president. That might have been another chatter, but have fun with your hypothetical, King. Go for it.
Say that question again.
Right now, every policy on the right remains the same. I do think this is like we're fascist, treading into fascism, but they haven't, said they're going to bring back segregation yet. They're teasing the idea of miscegenation, revisiting that.
But we're talking about fascism, right? Like when we talk about fascism, we should get into the specifics, right? What does that actually look like?
Right. But if the Democrats are pro-segregationists, that's worse than the current right-wing party.
The Democrats, it's like the question is one pro-segregation person in like a deep red district in Missouri or something. You're saying that if we had like, for example, like thankfully there are no emerging segregationist Democrats. I'm happy to entertain your hypothetical, but even if we were to do this hypothetical, ridiculous. Like you're saying that like, let's say like one or two like segregationist Democrats emerge and all of a sudden they were competitive in like fucking Nebraska or Missouri. You're saying that us adding that to like get a Senate majority would be worse than the MAGA movement right now? In terms of like,
I think it would be.
Will Hasan answer that question?
I think it would make so if I believed empirically it would help stop Trump, I would encourage you to vote for them. But we just have a different thought process on the empirics. So the empirics are.
That's the premise of the fucking harm reduction thought experiment, though. That's what we are talking about.
That I think Soy is convinced that allowing segregationists into the Democratic Party would like hurt mid to long-term results in the brand of the Democrats such that it would.
Then stop calling Donald Trump fascist is my point, because I don't think you mean it. You can't possibly mean it. There's no way you mean it, right?
Worsen our chances to.
I mean, Johnson County lives like this replies right now. I'm sorry, but we're never going to agree that ICE would have been this rampant in the U.S. streets under Harris. What you shared is far more agents of the border to stop fentanyl. Out of curiosity, what's important to ICE in the streets against civilians or Israel funding?
Is he about to say that Kamala would had like sent 3,000 people, ICE agents to Minneapolis? Is this fucking idiot about to say that?
Oh my God, these guys, man. These fucking guys, man.
It seems that's what he's implying, right? They do not
understand how any of this shit works.
Actually, ICE was always this bad, even under Obama and Biden. Is that what he's saying right here?
They literally, I think for liberals, there's this like brain poison where their starting position is compromise, no matter what. Like the best politics is a politics of compromise.
Well, it's a liberal democracy, so that's as opposed to my system, re-education camps.
What? Not knowing dialectical materialism does no motherfucker? I know.
Do you guys understand that like black civil rights leaders, when they were deciding who they wanted to endorse when FDR was running, they endorsed him even though he opposed an anti-lynching legislation. And even though a third of the Democratic caucus he will not engage with this. Hasan will not engage with this. I promise you. Segregation. He will skip past it and be like, this dumb libs and Dixiecrats. Because they're concerned.
Dude.
Oh, he's going to do it.
The politics of the New Deal Democrats. First of all, that's my argument. Okay. My argument is if you, there's two things that I have to say here. One, this motherfucker said, well, race relations in the country is resembling 1930s America.
I didn't say that. It's a ridiculous thought experiment. Like you're the one that's taking this thought experiment apparently seriously. Like, I guess you think that there's a real risk of segregationists emerging in the Democratic Party. I'm not saying that.
Fucking psychotic. Okay.
I agree. It is psychotic for you to do that because the point is that it is a ridiculous thought experiment.
But secondly, New Deal Democrats literally did what I'm talking about, which is put material advancements at the forefront.
And a third of them were segregationists. A third of them. None of that was possible. None of that was possible without those racist shitheads. Don't you get it, you dumb fuck? You're making my point. Apparently, if you could go back in time, you would tell FDR, kick him out of the party. I don't care if we lose power. I don't care if we don't do the New Deal. I don't care if we have to kick him out of the party because it's the right thing to do. That's what he is doing.
Of their fucking campaign strategy. Yes. They were leading a coalition of
racists
people, regardless of their social policies
or attitudes about race,
that wanted to move America in the direction of social democracy
without including black people.
It's not an accident that New Deal Democrats not only won for decades.
It's not an accident. It was because they had a massive coalition and a ton of racists
after, but also consistently dominated American political discourse.
Also, black people in the South,
where Republicans had to concede to them, okay, lest they ever want to be elected ever again. Ronald Reagan did the exact opposite, where he turned all of this, where he turned class warfare into an issue of culture war from Nixon onward. But Ronald Reagan was a death blow to New Deal Democrats style politicking, okay?
Why? Why is that? What happened? Did they employ perhaps a strategy of some kind? I vaguely recall learning about perhaps was it a Southern strategy? Wait, what did they do in this strategy again? How did this play out? How did they realign? Yeah, for decades. How did they realign the South? What did they do again? Oh, you mean they appealed to the racist Dixiecrats who were in a sense.
I'm sorry for not doing very much commentary, but honestly, they're just emphasizing the same point, and I don't want to repeat myself over and over and over again. It's effectively like, do you want to have an opinion on the internet, or do you want to exercise politics? Hutch is exercising politics. He's saying you can be a flawed person, you can have fucked up personal perspectives, you can have fucked up policies as a part of it, but if we can align on this, this, and this policy, and therefore execute a legislative agenda, you can be a part of the coalition in reference to this policy. Whereas Hassan Piker thinks that politics is having the correct opinions. And realistically, it can be a form of politics, because if you get everybody to have the right opinions and come over to your coalition, then your coalition will be large enough that you can effectuate and execute power. However, the chances of doing that are really small, because the only time that you get lockstep communities is typically when it's a cult or when it's an authoritarian government that forces its opinions at the barrel of a gun. Now, that doesn't seem to be a problem with Hassan Piker. He enjoys being in his own cult of personality, and then also he simps for authoritarian regimes. So that might actually, it may be a form of politics, but it's not a form of effective politics in a democratic republic. So, you know, I know that Hutch was trying to reassure me earlier today when we were talking that Hassan Piker is never going to be politically relevant, that his ilk will never be politically relevant. But the same reason that I fight Hassan Piker in the far left is the same reason why Hutch allegedly is fighting the far left, is because they have an impact. Their purity spiral affects electoral politics. Their purity spiral affects national discourse. Hassan Piker has successfully infiltrated mainstream organizations because he's big enough that the liberals and progressives who pinch their nose, they'll pinch their nose in order to talk to Hassan Piker because they know how large his audience is. Fellrunner says, Connor, not in the next 8 years, please. Don't vote for JD Vance. Don't run a fucking socialist and we got no problem. Do you understand how low of an ask that is? Run Gavin Newsom and have him shut the fuck up about guns. It's really not that hard. I'm putting what's so frustrating, and I do love you, Fel, so I'm not trying to talk too much shit. But what's funny about like the JD Vance thing is I say, hey guys, I'm going to put a metal bar on the ground, and it would be nice if you didn't slip on it and impale yourself with said metal bar. And then you guys go, well, you know, I still might. And even if I slip on a metal bar and impale myself in the dumbest accident possible, I would still like you to vote for my politics. And it's like, bruh, like, stop. Just don't fucking slip on the bar and impale yourself, you fucking dumbasses. How hard is it? Is Pete Buttigieg a socialist? No, but he's gay, so he's not going to win. Is Josh Shapiro a socialist? No, but he's Jewish, so he's not going to win. Is Ossoff a socialist? Probably not. I would have to take a look at his policies. I don't know John Ossoff's policies. I think John Ossoff is handsome enough to win. Let's take a look at John Ossoff real quick. His name's John, right? John Ossoff. Okay, John Ossoff is definitely handsome enough to win. Is John Ossoff straight? Yes, John Ossoff is straight. The U.S. Senator for Georgia is married to Dr. Alicia Kramer. Okay, you're doing good. John Ossoff. What religion is John Ossoff? John Ossoff is Jewish. Fuck. Every time, man. And by the way, it's not that I'm opposed to Jews, right? I don't care. I don't care if he's Jewish. I'm just saying that, you guys always seem to find, Democrats seem obsessed with picking like just some random minority characteristic and then emphasizing it. And it alienates people who have conscious and unconscious biases against said group. And then it costs you votes. So, look, this is a perfectly handsome man. There's no, I would have no problems with voting for this guy. And him being Jewish, actually, I don't give a fuck about. But what would happen with a Jew, no offense, and I'm sorry for saying it that way, but with a Jewish gentleman who's handsome and married, is that they would make Israel-Palestine a part of his electoral campaign. They would butcher him. If he was too pro-Palestinian, he would be a traitor to the Zionist donors. And as a result, he would lose clout and influence during the primary. And then if he was too pro-Israeli, then the leftists would hold the general election hostage again. So, why not? How about you convert to Catholicism, bro? How about you, we already had Joe Biden. He was a Catholic president. How about you convert to Protestantism, okay? Go non-denominational, all right? Become a Unitarian, all right? It's like the least offensive religion on the planet.
Essential part of the Democratic Party coalition for decades. The same ones who made the New Deal policies possible. They courted them. Oh, that's crazy. And then what did it lead to? Like decades of Republican dominance because they took away those people in the coalition? Way to miss my point, you fucking idiot.
He turned around and he was able to market billionaire-backed class warfare as a culture war issue.
Hasan, he stole the racists from the Democrats.
Correct. Jonah is saying this ironically. I'm not saying this ironically at all. Jonah is saying it's the cishet white male meta. It is, bro. Or the Hispanic guy you need to get needs to be like Pedro Pascal, like inoffensively Hispanic. I'm being racist because I think it's funny. So I'm not like I'm being racist because I'm being funny, but I'm also being kind of serious, okay? Because once again, I'm not this racist. I would vote if this guy was running for president of the United States, but he had the right policies and he was a chill guy and he was nice and he loved his family or whatever, I would vote for this guy, okay? I don't care that he's brown and he's a little bit indigenous, okay? I don't give a fuck, right? Whereas if we have Pedro Pascal is also Hispanic. I think he's either from Spain or he's from somewhere else. I don't remember where Pedro Pascal is from. He's obviously Mediterranean or of Hispanic descent, but he's white enough that, dude, look at this picture of him with long brown hair and a shaved face. You could just as easily tell me that this guy was like his name was Connor and I would believe it. Why did Obama make it? Because I hate to say it, this is racist as hell. He talked white. Okay. The people who wanted to vote for him because he was black, they voted for him because he was black. The people who wanted to vote for Obama because he was intelligent and articulate and therefore white coded, they were able to vote for him probably proudly, right? Because they were like, look at me. I'm so progressive. I voted for a black guy, you know, despite, despite, him being black, I was able to vote for him, right? My fellow Americans. But once again, we need to look at the white coded, okay? Because look at Barack Obama. Now, Barack Obama is skinny. He does have black features for sure. And I'm not trying to like take away his blackness. He's still a black guy. If he said the N-word with an A at the cookout, then I wouldn't think twice. I'd be like, he normally talks white, but maybe he came out of the hood. Maybe he's got some hood to him. I have no idea. So if he drops the N-word with an A at the cookout, I'd be surprised, but I wouldn't care, right? But look at compared to 50 Cent, right? And I fucking love 50 Cent. All right. But now imagine 50 Cent running Obama's campaign with the way that 50 Cent talks. Okay. It's, I love it. I love it. If 50 Cent had the ideal policies and he was running, I'm checking that box all day. I'm just assuming he's going to lose votes because of his aesthetic and his the way of speaking. You know what I'm saying? Molly Cragen says Pedro Pascal is Chilean, by the way. That's cool. Now, can I share something with you guys that involves the N-word with an A? I'm not saying it. 50 Cent is saying it. Can I play a 50 Cent clip that has the N-word in it? Because it's actually really funny. It's hysterical. 50 Cent, what is it? I might not even play it. I'm just going to bring it up. Fuck me. What he say fuck me for? There's two clips that are so funny. They just like live in my mind perpetually. Okay. I'll just describe them instead of playing them. Okay. Number one, Floyd Mayweather, the boxer. He says like, fuck this guy, fuck that guy, and fuck 50 Cent. Well, 50 Cent is his friend. And they've like hung out in the past. They partied in the past or whatever. And it was like Nelly and it was somebody else. Actually, you know what? I don't even think this one has the N-word. So I'm going to play this one. This one's actually like mad funny.
I look at the computer say, Floyd said, fuck T.I., fuck Nelly, fuck 50. I'm like, what did he say fuck me for? Nelly fucked your first baby mama, Melissa, then took your fucking fiance. Say fuck that nigga.
All right, so there's one N-word in there. My bad. But then 50 Cent, Floyd Mayweather ALS challenge. So that's 50 Cent being upset. And the other one, I'll skip it because the N-word is a little bit more explicit. He challenges Floyd Mayweather to read a single page from a Harry Potter book. And he's like, I'll pay $100,000 to the charity of your choice if you could read one page from a Harry Potter book, ninja. It was the craziest shit. So anyways, yeah, I would vote for 50 Cent. If 50 Cent had Obama's platform, I would vote for 50 Cent. I think 50 Cent would lose votes. Sorry, it took me 10 minutes and 2 clips with the N-word in order to make that point. But I hope you were mildly entertained. Moving on.
Democrats. He stole the racists from the Democrats. He stole them. And then once we lost that, we've never recovered from that. And I'm not saying that we should be courting segregationists today. I'm not saying that we should be courting racists. That's not what I'm saying. Obviously, I don't believe that about the Democratic Party. Obviously.
The Reaganite style of politicking has been domineering in American politics, has destroyed the Democratic Party.
I think it was the collapse of the Southern Dixiecrat bloc that really fucking set the Democratic Party back. And, I think that was a good price to pay for civil rights, personally. You know, we got a lot out of that. It's not like we didn't get anything from taking that stance on civil rights. I mean, that did a tremendous amount of good. And so, but that was the sacrifice. There was a sacrifice to that. We gave up political power. The Democratic Party knowingly gave up political power to get civil rights over the finish line. But it involved letting go of a voting bloc that made the Democratic Party very powerful for decades. That's what happened.
You're yelling at one of the few people that does give a fuck about trans people in general, okay? That's all you're doing. Democrats don't give a fuck about you. They would literally shoot you in the fucking head if it meant that they would be able to secure additional electoral wins. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, wow. Okay, hang on. We have...
Which actually isn't true. That's true of Republicans. Okay? That's true of Republicans. If Republicans thought that shooting trans people would get them additional electoral wins, shit, they might even do it with a smile on their face. But saying that Democrats would do that, no, I think there's a lot of principled Democrats that would not be interested in that, and they would take electoral L's if it did not mean murdering trans people. So that's that's a spicy take.
To juxtapose that with Jennifer Welch's impassioned plea for him to consider the well-being of vulnerable queer people in red states, and then his immediate response. This is a perfect opportunity to show you how his mind works. Okay.
And there's not much I can do.
Let me tell you something. I agree with everything you say, but as a person who lived in a red state for 50 years, I would crawl through 10 feet of concrete to vote for Gavin Newsom, even though I think he's duplicitous, a hypocrite, a thirst trap, hungry for power, all of the things that you say, and harms the Democratic Party and sets the psychological soil to be more prey to fascism. All of that I agree with. But there are so many young, queer, Black, brown, marginalized people in red states. And even though this corporate Democrat is... You see it in a long-term game. In the short-term game, a President Newsom over a President J.D. Vance means that these people have some protection, because these red states, like, here's what has happened in red states. The Democratic Party abandoned the 50-state strategy. So you have Republicans or a Republican that switches parties a Dem, and their goal is to out-crazy each other. So in Oklahoma, we have like 0 Muslim population, but we have banned Sharia law like 4 times. You have a guy that's running for governor right now that's so against transgender people that he has a commercial where there's a banana and he slices it with a knife, like that somehow people are going to start whacking wieners off at school in Oklahoma City public schools where they just put the Trump Bibles in them. So you have this, people out crazy each other, and these state governments are so fucking unhinged. When you live in California, or New York, where I live now, you lose touch, even before Trump, of how diabolical these unhinged right-wingers are. And I agree with you. I think Gavin Newsom has committed political suicide. I think Kamala started off her campaign well, and she should have stayed to the left and leaned into it. They all thought she was liberal anyway, so why not just lean into it? Yeah. But I would enthusiastically crawl through 10 feet of concrete for all of the marginalized people.
Do you feel like
so that was a...
Okay. I've seen this lady make TikToks, so I hate her TikToks, so that's fine. But Welkishi John says, 50 Cent out here giving Jenna Jameson competition for taking shots to the face. For those of you who don't know, because I'm a millennial, which basically means I'm a boomer at this point, 50 Cent was shot 9 times and still survived. Okay. So despite, many men have wished death upon him. Okay. Fatsimo says we're 3 years away from Trans TPUSA conference. Let me show you the girl who should be at the Trans TPUA conference, okay? She's a friend of mine. She loves dissident right-wing thought experiments. Her name is Toftosh. And if you were going to have a trans, she's kind of a passoid. So here you go. So if you're going to have a girl a trans girl who is going to become a part of the TPUSA organization, Toftosh. Okay. That's my recommendation. All right. Then she thinks Gavin Newsom is a thirst trap. Gavin Newsom's handsome. He's not my type. He has, number one, he's a dude and he has a wiener, so not my type. But number two, Gavin has that like Christian Bale, American Psycho, like Xanax, SSRI, 1,000-yard stare energy. So it's not for me. But if his eyeballs actually like looked into the room, then I would absolutely like, I would consider him handsome. What about Blair White? Yeah, Blair White's great. She's even more conservative. She's not as fun. She's not as smart. I actually think Blair White is an idiot. But yeah, Blair White would be great for a TPUSA conference. Kingslayer says, just remember, Republicans were 80% pro-rights while Democrats were 60% pro-civil rights, and this is supposedly happening after the party switch. You see that, bud. But I think the party switch was partially in part because of the civil rights movement, where the bipartisan passing of the civil rights movement, the Democrats paid a political price for it because, like he said, it was common for Democrats to be socially conservative segregationists. So I think it's contemporaneous. I don't think it's instantaneously. Molly Cragen says, I love Hutch's crazy facial expressions. Me too. Me too. He's too liberal and soy for me, but he is my spiritual warrior in the trenches of liberal versus leftist battle. Well, QC John says, may your girl stay hot, may your beer stay cold, and may you keep all your fingers while blowing things up. Amen. Thank you, Brother Chaplain John. Quick show. I did set a goal. So 10 super chats over the next 2 hours. We are at 4 hours already, so it's going to be a short stream today. Now, we did have some oil come through. Thank you, Anonymous Chatter, for being the oiler today. So let me just thank everybody who supported the stream real quick. Anonymous Chatter with the 5, Varen with the 5, Anonymous with the 5, Anonymous with the 5, Anonymous with the 20, Fell Runner with the 5, Anonymous with the 50, Anonymous with the 50. Thank you for the oil today. You have made the stream, Anonymous Chatter. I appreciate you. Melody with the 5, Numinax with the 5, Mr. Anderson with the 5, Buzzraka with the gifted. Thank you for my chippers and my oilers. But we do have a goal of 10 super chats over the next 2 hours. We're only going to be here for another hour. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. A parasocial love you. I'm going to read a couple more super chats and I'll let the content flow again. Once again, I'm having a problem breaking this content down because I agree with Hutch and I think Hassan's a moron. So what, you just want me to repeat that 10,000 times? Dr. Zaya says, did Top Tosh shut her OnlyFans down? Wish I saved those pics. There's been many. So Super Straight was a phenomena for about 6 months, about a year ago. And Super Straight is a concept of a man who is so straight that even if there was a trans gal who was really pretty, they would never date a trans girl. That's the Super Straight, meta, right? And what was funny is back when I was debating Top Tosh all the time, I had a bunch of people who were like, hey, I'm a super straight, but Top Tosh makes me question. Oh my God. Listen to the song Many Men by 50 Cent. No, I'm great. I'm good. Appreciate you. Christian Blair says, too bad Michael Malice turned her more giga R-slurred. Oh no. Oh, you're talking about Blair White. Okay, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, no, Top Tosh is legitimately like a better creator, a smarter person, a better person. Top Tosh is superior to Blair White in every single way. Absolutely. Look up Pedro Pascal's sister. Okay. All right. I'm going to get back into the content. Like the stream, share it with friends, engage with chat, super chats. If you got a membership, if you got on my personal, she love you. Thank you for being here. I'm going to let the content flow while Googling Pedro Pascal's sister.
A very, I thought, well thought out reasoning. If you live in a blue state that have numerous protections in place for trans people, and California, you guys, is one of those states, broadly considered to be a top 3 state to live in if you're a trans person, because we have so many laws on the books protecting these people, protecting their access to gender affirming care. There were 3 bills in particular that Newsom signed into law, just at 3 out of 7 bills he signed into law just from one legislative session in 2025. He has signed, guys, the number is much bigger than I thought, over 3 dozen bills
Okay.
into law.
Hold on, though. Okay, hold on. Yes, she's insanely pretty, but I'm going to tell you guys a problem real quick. Pedro Pascal is a gregarious fella. Okay, he's kind, he's funny. I haven't heard any bad problems with him, like being like a shitbag behind the scenes. He has that hilarious Nicolas Cage movie where he's hanging out with Nicolas Cage and they're best friends, and he seems to be able to play. Is it her penis? Oh, is she trans? What? Oh, the trans sister. No. Actually, I thought she was AFAB. I thought she was AFAB until you said that she was trans. No, it wasn't her penis. Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right here. That wasn't my problem. Okay. No. Because this, hold on, stop. You totally distracted me. You totally distracted me. Okay. Hold on. No. Okay. The problem is I had a friend, and I can't think of his name right now, but he had a sister named Cameron. And Cameron was very pretty. And what happened, though, was my friend and his sister, who I thought was pretty, they had the same face. Okay? They had the same face. And I think that Pedro Pascal, let's just assume that, you're either not super straight, or let's just assume for a second that Pedro Pascal's sister's, she's either a passoid or she's AFAB. Okay? So they have enough facial features that if you were dating Pedro Pascal's sister and you guys were smoochy kissing, how do you not get flashbanged by Pedro Pascal's face, right? While you're smoochy kissing. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're hanging out, you're having a good time. She's nice, she's sweet, she's hanging out, like you guys are hanging out. You go in for a kiss, and then you think of Pedro Pascal, and you go. So, yeah. So this was before I met my wife, but I thought about dating Cameron, and then I was like, I don't think I could. I don't think I could have handled that. It seems like a perk. All the bisexuals in my chat are like, no, that's great. The bis are having a great time in my chat. Oh my God. Okay, so Airborne Kite with the $5. Recommendation to you in chat. Michael Moynihan has 2 great long-form interviews about Epstein, one with the skeptic and one with the lawyer for the victims. Counterpoints out of context. Is it the penis? No, I'm just having fun, Molly. I'm not. I judge the promiscuity of my bisexual friends. I don't judge their bisexuality. Like I've mentioned many times, I'm not a gay man, but I'm gay for Henry Cavill. If Henry Cavill comes to my house and he says, "Hey, Connor, I've been watching your Counterpoints content. I think I'm in love with you. Please come to my mansion. Let's live together and play Warhammer until both of us die." I think I have to do it. Right? Connor is definitely calling Chud Logic after this. I'm just having fun, man. I'm just having fun because I can't do that much commentary. I agree with Hutch. I've agreed with everything Hutch has said. Hassan Piker is a douche for all the reasons that we've articulated. So I'm just having fun with chat right now. That's what's happening. My apologies to the VOD viewers. I was really hoping to have a new fire segment that I could show Christian Blairist the note meta, and I'm just totally failing. Old School says, Connor, if it has an Adam's apple, it's not a girl. That's what you say, Old School. All right. Back to the content.
In the state of California, protecting trans people and expanding access to healthcare for them. Okay. But
I'm going to get some water. I'll be right back.
These 3 laws are just well, these are actually, no, hang on. These are 3 first in the nation laws. Do you guys understand what that means? When California.
Sorry, Kite says something true. Look, it's not polite to say, but it's way easier to not be promiscuous if you're only into women. I mean, all right, I'll be right back.
California passes a law like the 3 that I'm about to tell you about. It inspires other states to do the same thing, which is exactly what happened. We pass laws like this. Other states pass laws like this, like states like Illinois, states like Massachusetts, states like Colorado, states like Oregon, states like Washington, states like New York follow our lead when we pass these kinds of bills. So it's not that California, the legislature and the governor are stepping up and taking significant action to benefit trans people that live in our state of California. These laws benefit people in other states. Now imagine what Gavin Newsom would be able to do as president of the United States, right? So like these 3 bills, there was a bill signed in California that prohibits schools outing students to their parents without their consent. That seems like a pretty significant thing to do. There was another bill that established robust standards, and I mean like really robust standards for transgender affirming care across the entire healthcare sector. I mean, this was a significant bill. And then there was another bill that they passed that established California as a refuge, a sanctuary state, if you will, for families that want to provide gender affirming care for their kids. It shields these families from criminal liability in those states. Okay. Those are just 3 examples out of over 3 dozen. Okay. That is the difference between a state that is governed by the Democratic Party and a state that is governed by the Republican Party. She just did that 3-minute impassioned plea. Like, hey, when you live in a big blue state, you kind of take things for granted and you lose touch, but there are real consequences for trans people and vulnerable populations when Republicans win elections. And here's his response.
Democrats know that, and that's why they get away with their ineptitude.
100%.
That's what I mean.
Yeah,
so 100%. I'm like, I don't even entertain that stuff, especially.
That's what he said. After that whole spiel of her basically begging him to consider vulnerable trans people in red states, he says, quote, I don't even entertain that stuff. And then he has the nerve to say this.
You're yelling at one of the few people that does give a fuck about trans people in general, okay? That's all you're doing. Democrats don't give a fuck about you. They would literally shoot you in the fucking head if it meant that they would be able to secure additional electoral wins. Shut the fuck up.
Fuck him. Fuck Hasan. Fuck him. He's projecting so massively when he says this, because if he's telling us or telling his audience, or I guess her audience in that moment, that he is willing to make that sacrifice to just not even entertain that stuff being the well-being of trans people in red states. If he's willing to sacrifice them in furtherance of his political strategy of helping Republicans win elections because he has somehow delusionally convinced himself that this will help his goals, I'd love to hear him articulate how he thinks that actually works in practice. How did helping Donald Trump win in 2016 and 2024 get them closer to their goals of whatever idiotic socialist state that they're proposing? I don't even know. He's doing the Lord Fart Quad. Yes, that's what he's doing. Some of you may die because I want to punish the Democratic Party because I think it'll teach them a lesson, which has just never fucking happened. Maybe next time it'll be different. You know, after Hitler, our turn, I guess, is the logic here. I don't know if that worked out really well for fucking German communists in 1932. You know, I don't think that played out well for them personally.
Take for me.
I really wish Hutch would stop being right, because then I could yell at him. But Old School says, as a member of Clan MacLeod of Harris, having Henry Cavill as the Highlander is unacceptable. He's too much of a pretty boy for our Gaelic Norse clan. I mean, I agree with that. Like, Gaelic men, I would say that Henry Cavill is clearly Anglo-coded. He's like the peak of what an Englishman can be for prettiness. Whereas, like, I would say, who's the guy who played Braveheart? Mel Gibson. I think Mel Gibson is the prettiest you can be as a Scotsman. And I don't even know if Mel Gibson is like, you know, Ulster Scot Irish by descent. I have no idea what Mel Gibson's genetic heritage is, but I think that he's the prettiest a Scotsman can be. I agree with you, Old School.
To actually vote for Gavin Newsom, because it's not like I'm never going to vote for Gavin Newsom, but if he fucking turned around and was like, I'm going to stick it to the Republicans regardless, I'm going to actually punish the Republicans that have actually engaged in corruption. If he earnestly changed his policies on homelessness instead of fucking
he couldn't tell you a single thing that California has done to address homelessness. He could not tell you a single thing. This fucking idiot, this moron. They all inform their opinions based on 30-second clips on Twitter. That's all they do. So they saw a clip of Gavin Newsom responding to intense pressure to do something about homelessness in California. And so he did a photo op where he was like taking people's, encampments down or whatever. They put those people's belongings in storage. They offered those people who lived in those encampments housing services. 2025 saw the largest single year drop in the homeless population in 15 years. You guys realize that? In 2025, the size of the homeless population in California dropped by the single largest amount in 15 years. But in his mind, that matters less than a fucking 30-second clip of him taking down a homeless encampment in the California River, whatever that is thing. It's so fucking vapid and stupid. It's ridiculous.
Kingslayer Damocles says, I still maintain that men being into trans women is gay, but there's nothing wrong with being gay or bi. As a bi right-winger myself, there's nothing wrong with being into trans women. Yeah. Is it the penis? But the God, what was I thinking? So yeah, like I also don't assign moral value to attraction unless you're a pedophile who indulges in your bullshit, right? Like you should know that that's a maladaptive behavior that's bad for all of society with no redeeming qualities. Therefore, pedophilia, like if you have a pedophile attraction, you should just segregate, go to therapy, try to burn that part of your brain away, whatever you got to do, right? Whereas I don't carry the same level of hostility. I don't think I carry really much hostility at all to homosexuality or bisexuality. I don't like watching dudes kiss. I think that's kind of gay. I think watching two dudes kiss each other it's a little gay, makes me uncomfortable, but there's nothing morally wrong with it, right? But I do have to ask, the one funny thing that I think Andrew Tate did is he called out his own audience for a hypothetical that's shockingly pro-trans. Okay. So would you date, if forced with a choice, okay, gun to your head, Hulk Hogan with a vagina or Megan Fox with a wiener? Okay. You got to answer the question honestly, especially the super straights. Okay. Because yes, Hulk Hogan with a vagina is technically straight, right? They got a vagina. They might look like a dude. They might be muscular like a dude. They might have a handlebar mustache like a dude, but they have a vagina. It's not gay. Whereas Megan Fox with a wiener, there's definitely genitalia down there. But Megan Fox is one of the most feminine coded, beautiful, especially in the early thousands, dude. Megan Fox is probably one of the most beautiful human beings to ever exist ever. And God gave her toe thumbs in order to check her ego a little bit. If you don't know what I'm talking about, Google Megan Fox toe thumbs. It's actually very weird. She's almost like a physically perfect person except for her thumbs. It's the weirdest thing. Okay? So, what super straights, tell me what the answer to that question is.
Ridiculous. If you care about reducing homelessness, are you not happy that California has seen the largest single year drop in 15 years? Why does that matter less than a photo op? Hello? Why would you not look at their track record? Isn't that more relevant to the discussion?
Combating homelessness as a aberration that must be forcibly excised, sometimes directly by his own hand. Instead, he actually had a robust housing policy that combated the reasons as to why homelessness exists.
Megan Fox and Transformers. I'll be specific. You guys are saying modern Megan Fox is not as peak as Megan Fox and Transformers. It's true. Megan Fox and Transformers. Okay. What I'll do while we're listening to this, because once again, I'm kind of zoned out because we did the debate and we're just watching this content and I don't disagree with Hutch. I'm going to pull up Megan Fox from Transformers and then I'm going to pull up Megan Fox toe thumbs. That way you can't unsee it.
This and persists if he actually had not vetoed Medicare for all in his own fucking state. Because
he didn't. This is such a and he's just wrong on the facts. This is not true. He vetoed Medicare for all in California. That is just not true. Just made that one up. It's not true. I don't know if he's lying or if he got his information from one of the idiots that he follows in his echo chamber. It's not true. It's not true. Don't you think you guys would have known? Don't you think you guys? Don't you think this would have made national news if we had, the California state legislature had passed single payer for California, a state with 40 million people, the largest economy in the entire country, the largest population, 40 million people, and the state legislature passed single payer healthcare, and then Newsom vetoed it? Don't you think that would have been national news? Like, this is just something that didn't happen. It's just aggressively misinforming his audience, who unfortunately view him to be a reliable source of information. And then these fucking bozos in his chat, they go off and they go on social media, and then they're jumping in other people's replies saying, don't you know that Gavin Newsom vetoed Medicare for all in California? And people are like, what the fuck? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Where did you hear this? It's just not true. This lazy and curious.
So anyways, we're going to be a little misogynist at the risk of angering some people. So Molly, my apologies. Okay. But Megan Fox here is probably, I don't know, for a teenager in the 2000s, this was like peak. Okay. All right. So undeniably a very pretty person. I'm just trying to make you think about the hypothetical more aggressively. All right. And then if you look at this picture, I just want you to notice, because I don't want you to unsee it. Megan Fox is undeniably a very pretty woman, but it seems like God wanted to check her ego a little bit, because if you isolate her thumb away from the rest of her, okay, this actually looks like a human index toe duct taped to a human thumb. That's what it looks like. It's very weird. And by the way, I'm not trying to hate. Like, shit, I got weird shit. I'm not the prettiest man on the planet. I got shit that I don't like about myself physically. So if Megan Fox is actually like physically perfect, except for toe thumbs, good for her. But I do think God threw her a little bit of a curveball where he was like, hey, I'm going to make you like an icon for the American zeitgeist as far as attractiveness goes. But I'm also going to throw in a toe thumb for you just to keep you humble. You know what I'm saying?
Moron. I don't know what to tell you. This guy is, I just don't understand people that do what he does for a living and not take pride in what you do. To just fucking Google things. Just fucking Google things. It's not that hard.
There's good things about Gavin Newsom that I have also openly revealed. He is far better than the National Democratic Party when it comes to prison reform. I know that there's a lot of ultras in here that will get mad at me for saying that, but I grade politicians on a fucking curve. Okay? And as far as the National Democratic Party goes, Gavin Newsom unironically has been better at prison reform in general, even though California is still fucking, there's still so many issues with the criminal justice system in the state of California. It's not even this ideological divide broadly, even though that ideological divide obviously exists. In this circumstance, it's literally them saying, no, we don't want more Zoran Mamdanis. Oh, God forbid we get more Zoran Mamdanis. That's what it is. All of it reduces to, I will vote blue no matter who. Great. That's awesome. Let's get your fucking commitment to voting for whatever the leftmost candidate is then, because I think that the leftmost candidate is the most electable candidate. There's only
against all the voting data that we have for the last several years, but okay.
One Zoran is much easier to hamstring his agenda and say, look, it didn't work, but there are a bunch of Zorans. People will start to wake up. Exactly. That's what the fucking real problem is. They are absolutely terrified. These centrists are absolutely fucking terrified that there is going to be a wave of candidates. There is going to be a wave of left flank candidates that come out of this midterm battle, and they are literally
They desperately want this moment to be one of like a nascent left-wing Tea Party movement, and there's just not a lot of strong signs that that's what's happening currently. Maybe he's right. Maybe there's a big wave of progressive candidates in November, but I don't give a fuck. Bring it on. Let's go. Welcome to the team. Let's fucking crush MAGA. I don't care if it's pretty.
Yeah, this is actually a distinction between Hutch and I. I am worried about that, but I would say I'm definitionally a neoconservative. Okay, for those of you who are unaware of that history, conservatism has always been associated with like fiscal conservatism. Like we need to spend less, tax less, the state needs to be smaller. That's obviously been a huge part of the right-wing coalition for a long time. There's also, those tend to be libertarians or libertarian lights. There's also social conservatives. Social conservatives are obviously people who tend to be religious but are not necessarily religious, but they think that like a disciplined personal life is important for human flourishing, and therefore they want to promote social conservative values through the state in order to try to encourage people to be socially conservative. So social conservatives and fiscal conservatives have always been a huge part, but neoconservatives in the 60s and 70s, believe it or not, a lot of neoconservatives were former Trotskyites. They were like utopian socialists. But what happened in the 60s and 70s, and a lot of them were Jewish and a lot of them were immigrants from Eastern Europe and Russia into the United States because they were like purged from Eastern Europe and the United States. But what happened is they looked at the way that the Soviet Union and China were actually developing, and they were like, holy shit, this is a fucking nightmare. Like the authoritarianism, the dystopian police states, the economic distribution being worse than in capitalist societies, because not only do you have to be a party member, but you have to be a well-liked party member in order to get any kind of material access to higher level goods. They were socialists who hated socialism, right? So they decided, okay, mixed economy capitalism and republicanism and democracy are better vehicles for human flourishing. Therefore, we're going to quintuple down on America being a vehicle to spread mixed economy capitalism and democracy and republicanism internationally. That way we can counter the nefarious cancer of the Soviet Union, Soviet states, and Maoist China. Molly Cragen, they were mugged by reality, so they said, yes. And so the neoconservatives became a part of the right-wing coalition, but they were essentially like liberal hawks, all right? They like the military, they like the military-industrial complex, they like the security apparatus, but if you ask them on an individual level, they're not really like racist, right? They're Jews, so they don't want, or a lot of the first ones were Jews, I should say. But they were Jews, so they didn't want to be racial supremacists who like shit on black people or shit on Hispanics or shit on other ethno-religious minorities, because they themselves were ethno-religious minorities, right? And some of them were gay too. So they needed the political tolerance of sexual and ethno-religious minorities in order to become a part of the conservative movement. So they were probably a moderating force on the social conservatives of the right wing. But what's happened in the past 20 or 30 years, because of American military and adventurism in the Middle East and North Africa, they've become wildly unpopular because they were architects of that geopolitical strategy, which some people argue was for Israel's benefit. Now, I think it was for America's benefit as well. Access to petroleum, access to oil, and also stabilizing the oil market. But yeah, like neoconservative is probably a dirty word and a dirty philosophy in Washington, D.C. because of American military adventurism in the past 20 years. So anyways, the point of all of that being that I am hostile to Zoran Mamdani. I am hostile to AOC and Bernie Sanders. Not because I don't think they're good people who intend good things for the world, but because I think that they are actually socialists who hide their power levels under social democratic policies. And they're trying to rehabilitate the term democratic socialist and the term socialist, and they try to rehabilitate the socialist regimes of the 20th century to make it more popular. And I think Hassan Piker is actually an outstretch of that project. So Hutch is saying, no matter what, I'll vote for far lefties as long as we're beating MAGA. And I'm saying, hold up, wait a second. I'll vote for a liberal over MAGA. I'll vote for maybe even a SOCDEM, like a intelligent, technocratic, a social democrat who knows what they're talking about and still disavows communism and socialism and specifically advocates for the Scandinavian model because they think it's good. I'll vote for a social democrat, but there's no way in fuck I'm voting for a socialist or a communist who is hiding their power level. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. So similar to how Hutch said, if I had to choose between Hassan Piker and JD Vance, I would kill myself in the airport. That I feel very similarly. Like I would rather not choose than choose between those two things. Dr. Zaya says, I consider myself probably closer to Hutch than I am to Connor, but I'd never vote for commies. There you go. AK Batu Sai says, why won't anybody think about the children? I mean, I think about I want the world to flourish. I want the children to do well. Fast and Bulbous says, I only vote for fat chicks. That's very wise of you, King. That's very wise of you. Hey, you calm down, conservative liberalism. Just because I said I would vote for a sock dem, it's got to be the right sock dem. You know what I'm saying? It's got to be like a Swiss model guy. It's got to be a Singaporean. All right? He's got to be like, yeah, we'll give you a robust welfare state, but in order to do so, you have to do 2 years of drafted military service, and at the end of it, we'll issue you an assault rifle. And then I'll vote for a social democrat. But if he's like, no, guns are icky, violence is bad, I'm an isolationist, but I want the Scandinavian model, then I'm not voting for that guy. You know what I'm saying? Connor, don't vote for JD. Connor, don't vote for JD or MAGA. They are an immediate threat. Sure. Don't make me choose between a socialist hiding their power level or a communist hiding their power level. Don't make me choose. Okay? Just don't vote for Vance, please. Okay, give me a better option. Give me a better option. Either, let's be real, guys. Okay, sorry. You guys are actually, you're like crying. No, I'm not trying to be too mean about it. But you guys are like, you're pining. I guess that's a nicer way to say it. You're pining for me to commit to not voting for JD Vance when I don't know what 2028 is going to look like. Okay? We don't know what it's going to look like. But let's be real. JD Vance is probably not going to become the perfect Republican candidate because he's a chameleon. He's probably still going to be a tech bro Trojan horse. He's probably still going to be a national conservative. He's probably still going to sweep for Donald Trump, even though Donald Trump is currently sweeping up a pedophilic sex trafficking ring. Okay? Let's be real. JD Vance is probably not going to meet the threshold that I require in order to vote for him. But can you please just give me the latitude to evaluate politics? What is it? It's February 12th right now. February 12th of 2026. Can I evaluate the 2028 election when we're actually at the 2028 election? Jesus Christ. Who knows? Maybe he actually goes to church and then the Catholic priest actually bullies him for killing a bunch of Africans and he has a total change of heart and he's like, damn, I was an asshole. And Donald Trump is a pedophile. And there are moral lines that we shouldn't cross for power. I recant everything I've done previously. I'm going to take my faith super seriously, and I'm going to balance the power of the state against the interests of the market and the people who back me. And I'll be like, damn, JD, I'm happy you were finally hit with the road to Damascus moment that made you not an irredeemable piece of shit. Right? It's not going to happen, but I can pray. Anonymous with the 20. Thank you for being my Oiler today, Anonymous. You are truly the hero of the chat today. New York Times is reporting Mamdani is couching his expansion in the number of vouchers for housing, moderating after facing real financial pushback like everyone said, not fascistically forcing communism like ours said. Amazing. Yeah, sure. Everybody's going to become a technocrat when they're actually forced with the responsibility of governance. You know what I'm saying? Which is fine. You predicted it. That's not my problem. My problem is Zoran Mamdani is a fucking socialist hiding his power level. Okay? As long as he doesn't kill his priest the way he killed the Pope. All right. Anyways. I wasn't wrong. Wait, you guys can't make up a position and then tell me I'm wrong. You can't say you thought that Zoran Mamdani was going to usher in the communist revolution. That was never my position, you assholes. What the fuck? That was never my position. You can't make up a position I don't have and then say it's wrong. What the fuck? I said, yeah, he's probably going to moderate once he gets into office, but that doesn't mean he isn't a socialist hiding his power level. I've said that 1,000 times, you dickheads. Oh, shit. All right, you know what? You know what? I deserve that though. Okay. I deserve that because you guys have like a text limit where you can only type out a few sentences. And it's happened a few times where I've like extrapolated more than what you actually said in the chat. And then I like spar against my extrapolation. And then you're like, Connor, check this word out. I said was, not wasn't. And then that like totally changes the hypothetical I was sparring against. So you know what? I deserve that. I deserve that. Abaddon says we learned it from Rob North. Oh, and by the way, Abaddon gave me a compliment earlier for being attractive. Thank you, King. AK Batusai says, what's worse, a Jewish president who might have too much interest in Israel or JD Vance being Catholic and having a pope? I think realistically, from a consequential perspective, probably Israel would be worse, right? If the president was like a giga Zionist, worse than Christian evangelicals already are, that would probably be more consequential. Yeah, I don't think the Pope does a lot. I don't think the Pope has a lot of mundane power, secular power. I don't think he has a lot of influence on secular affairs. I think the state of Israel in Zionism have a bigger impact on secular affairs than the Pope does. Jonas says Connor said StarCraft is better than Warhammer. He is wrong. I hate you. Even when we type the right words, there's a 20% chance you read it wrong. I mean, you're right. All right. Anyways, let's do a little bit more content. You guys are distracting me, but once again, I'm agreeing with like 80% of what Hutch says. So it's like, yeah, Hasan bad, Hutch good, Hutch soy some of the time, but you know, he's a good egg. So I'll work with him in the future to try to do fun stuff. You know, that's the take so far.
Yeah. Yes. Let's elect whoever is best positioned to win a seat in whatever district, whatever state that they're running in. Great. Welcome to the team. That's a coalition. That's what it means to be a coalition person. I will endorse every fucking Democrat that is on the fucking ballot in November across every fucking ballot across the entire fucking country, because that's what it's going to take to stop the Republican Party from harming the people that he claims to be the real one who like gives a fuck about them. Meanwhile, he is, telling his audience, creating a permission structure to help JD Vance win in 2028. That's what he's doing. Don't call it a strategy of voting third party. Don't do that. Call it what it is. That is a strategy of helping Vance win. And to him, that is an acceptable outcome. He is at best indifferent to the suffering that trans people will go through in these vulnerable red states. And at worst, he welcomes it because he thinks that acceleration is going to get him closer to his goals, which is just nonsense. He does not give a fuck about trans people or Palestinians for that matter.
Okay. I think that's a straw man. I'll defend Hassan Piker real quick. I think he does care about trans people and Palestinians. I just think he's an idiot. I think never assign to malice what can be explained by incompetence or stupidity. I think Hassan Piker being an idiot rather than him explicitly not caring about Palestinians or trans people is far more likely. But I understand that Hutch and Hassan are in a death battle right now, a rhetorical death battle, and I will continue to cheer on Hassan. I won't continue to cheer on Hassan. I'll continue to cheer on Hutch. I wish him well in his endeavors to battle the far left. I hope he fucking continues to annihilate them in their buttholes. All right, let me engage with chat for a little bit, and then I'm going to go get some lunch because I'm hungry as fuck. So, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Anonymous Chatter is the all-star today, having been my Oiler today. Thank you, Anonymous Chatter, for being the Oiler. I'm going to read a few of this. Do you think Anne Frank is Hassan's Horcrux? I think the bones of Anne Frank probably should be Hassan Piker's Horcrux. That's probably never getting destroyed. And then ironically, the people who would want to destroy Hassan Piker the most would be the most rabid Zionists. And therefore, their chances of destroying Anne Frank's bones in order to destroy Hassan Piker's Horcrux is really low. So yeah, that's a genius move. Old School says, arguing with an extrapolated point sounds a bit like intellectual masturbation. It is. Welcome to the show. AK Batusai says, JD Vance played a Yogsmouth bargain deck in Magic the Gathering. That should give you an idea of how much of a dickhead he can be. I don't know Yogsmuth, but I did watch a YouTube short with a cosplay girl getting into Magic the Gathering for the first time. And she found out that the deck that she wanted to play was like $700 and she was depressed. And then her friend was like, you could always use proxies. And to be honest, I would. I'm not going to get into MTG. I'm really not. But if I ever did get into MTG, I would actually just get proxies. I would get good cards. I would copy the text. I would go to like some card print store. I would either get a proxy picture or I would even get the original picture. And I would just use Photoshop in order to throw it on my proxy card. And then I would print proxy cards. I would literally go to FedEx office and spend $100 on a $700 deck. And I would just get like thin cardboard stock and then like slice my own cards. The game's more important than the models. The only reason why I give Games Workshop money for original models is because the sculpts are that good. That's why I buy OG kits. And I buy third-party kits all the time. And I would and will 3D print models in the future. But like if you're not getting an aesthetic benefit, if you're not playing in a formal competition, why would you spend that much money on it? It's fucking crazy. Christian Blair says, speaking good combos, you should avoid Pisco unless it's a topic specific about the law. He is a performative douche. More combos with Hutch or Destiny. Christian Blair, I strongly, I know you showed up halfway through stream. I strongly recommend you rewind the stream and check out the chat from today. I think it was a good chat. I think you'll enjoy it. And then not just that, I invite you to check out the VODs if they exist. Check out Monday's VOD. Because I think I started the note-taking meta on Monday. So if you haven't seen it yet, check out Monday and see if you like the flow of the conversation better. I've kind of been waiting for you to pop back up in a chat so I can ask you if you like the note-taking meta. Today was not a good example of the note-taking meta. The note-taking meta effectively is like when we're moving through dense material, I let the content flow for 5 minutes, but then I write the 5 points that I would have addressed if I was interrupting every 30 seconds. And then as a result, I feel like I let the content flow better. I do more coherent, more concise responses. And then I don't think I engage with chat as much, but chat still seems to be having a good time. So, you know, as long as chat's having a good time and the donations keep flowing, if I can make better VOD content, I will. Fellrunner says Connor is afraid of the Hasan heresy. True. So I think you might have said that or somebody else said that in chat earlier, and it was a brilliant comment, but I don't know if I read it out loud. The Hasan heresy is truly something. We could do a mind map of liberal lefty infighting using Primarchs from Warhammer 40K, and I think that would be funny as fuck. Old School says Vance is a feint. The true God Emperor Rubio will arise to create America's manifest destiny of a unified Western Hemispheric empire. Dude, if Rubio did that, if Rubio became the front runner, I would still have a lot of hatred and skepticism for Rubio because of his dismantling of USAID or PEPFAR. But same thing, if he had a religious moment where, like, you know, let's say he left the Trump administration tomorrow and he was like, I was doing what I needed to do for power, but the Trump administration is so fucked up, I can't do it anymore. I'm outie. I'm going to run for president in 28, and I'm going to become like a vociferous critic of Donald Trump. Here's all the Republican policies that I think are actually good that would help the United States of America. Yeah, I'm considering Rubio. I hate to say it, but the revenge of the Rubio retaliation. You can print out cheap proxies at Office Depot. There are resources online to give you printable files. Excellent. Excellent. Sen Patriarch says, I love my Tyranid deck, man. It's so fun. Excellent. Sen Patriarch says MTG game night. I can't promise that. I already have enough addictive hobbies as it is. And if we have a game night, I want to play video games. Like I'll do a, what will I do? I'll do like Warhammer live streams. Let me explain this real quick. Now that's just the cog. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. We're not covering any more content. I'm just engaging with chat. So if you want to engage with chat, engage with chat. If you want to dip out to your other favorite live streamer, I will not be offended. But the true cog should remain so we can discuss things. So what I would say is for game night, I want to play video games. What I'm thinking about doing for Warhammer Tabletop, though, is number one, I want to do Kill Team. But number two, I want to play smaller Warhammer games, 500 points, 1,000 points, so I can actually make battle reports that are like 2 or 3 hours. But I want to use my cell phone, similar to Winter's SEO, to shoot the videos pre-recorded to keep them concise. Then I want to chop them up and edit them as aggressively as possible. And then I want to post them, and then I want to hang out in the live stream. I want to run them as live streams, but I want to hang out in chat. That way I can engage with chat on Counterpoints 40K and then milk donations from live stream battle reports. So the battle report itself would be pre-recorded, but then I would be hanging out, watching my own battle report, and then getting live stream donations. I would love to do that on Saturdays. I think that would be amazing. Anyways, is good egg a bald joke? It was, Politics JK. I thought of that as soon as I said it. I meant good egg in the way that like people say, like if they like you or whatever, it's like, oh, he's a good egg. But as soon as I said good egg, and then I looked at Hutch and I saw that his like head was shiny, I was like, oh, that's a double entendre. That has 2 meanings. Corey Peltzman says, I printed it all up on my home computer, based like 20 years ago, based. Conservatism says, it's wild that playing a card game can cost that much as a goalie's gear. Yes. Fellrunner says, like the stream, join the Discord. Fellrunner, thanks for stepping up as a community member and kind of becoming like the de facto Discord head mod. I do appreciate it. Anonymous says, I approve of this only if you superimpose OnlyFans pictures of yourself on the cards instead of the card art. Here's a picture of me spreading my cheeks. The cards are called Unending Despair. Connor, you see the new Defiler model? Makes me happy. I picked up Emperor's Children last year. I did. It looks great. It looks great. I don't like the mutants as much. I don't like chaos mutated stuff. As a matter of fact, I would say chaos being filled with mutants is one of the things that I least like about them. But I could play Alpha Legion, or I could play Iron Warriors, or I could play Night Lords, or I could play the Iron Empire the way I plan on it, where the Iron Empire is a confederation of Chaos Space Marines who don't want to be like turbo fucked by the Chaos Gods. So they're creating their own miniature empire within the Imperium of Man. And so like if they get a mutation, they just like cut it off. Like if their hand turns into a lobster claw or a tentacle, they just cut it off and replace it with bionics the way Iron Warriors do. I tapped my creature, uwu. True. Not Anne Frank. True. It wasn't me. Who was it? Yes, please. Oh, I don't. Sorry, just fast forwarded. It wasn't me. Who was it? Oh, who knows? Yes, please. Who are the MAGA? I don't know. Christian Blair says, I watched Monday's VOD. He was performative then. He legit doesn't care about how much tech is developed, nor does he care about understanding broader political philosophy. Sure, when he gets myopic, he gets myopic. I agree with that. I wasn't talking about the debate. I don't even know. Maybe it was Tuesday then. Maybe it's Tuesday, but then that's unlisted, so I have to chop up the VODs. But there was some day where I was doing the note meta, and I felt like I created a fire segment. So it's all right. I'll just hang out with you. I'll just actually try to create a good note-taking segment, and then at the end, I'll be like, hey, Christian Blair, was that good? Tell me I'm good. Tell me I'm good. Tell me I'm good. Tell me I'm good. Conserve says Rubio would actually have to resign to be considerable. Pedo apologists get no quarter. That's actually a good point. Old School says Cyberpunk 2077. True, but is that multiplayer? Randy Chang says Blood Bowl. Maybe. Weirdly enough, Dan Pace, the guy that I do Valor Reacts with, apparently he comes to Orlando for an annual Blood Bowl tournament. Dan Pace is a avid Blood Bowl player. Christian Blair says Rubio would be better than JD only because he is so spineless and probably would want a Harding return to normalcy after Trump. Hopefully. Egg, like from the Game of Thrones show? Yes. Yes. Yes, it is. I think Dunk and Egg. Egg is unironically bald in the show as well. That's funny. Felmer says, if I am head mod, promote me so I can update the banner image. Okay. Randy Chang says, I watched the video of Rubio shitting on Trump when they were running against each other. Everything he says is prophetic. Yep. See how fast he changes his tune? Who? Me? Absolutely not. Numenex says, I lost a ton. Oh, sorry. Abaddon says, I lost a ton of good stuff on the entire He-Man collection. The metal diecast Voltrons, I know. All that stuff got to be worth serious money these days. Sad face. Sad face indeed, King. Christian Blair says, and one officer nasty comment will blow Connor's flow, laugh my ass off. That does happen, obviously. Fellrunner says, the perfect reason not to vote for JD4 is he is the least pedo apologist right now. Oh, lead pedo apologist. Lead pedo apologist. My apologies. Pedo apologist or commie curious? Yes or no? Yes, exactly. Old School says Dune Awakening is multiplayer. Let's be real. What we're going to do most likely is we're going to do Halo Master Chief Collection for accessibility and variety of games. Also, Old School Halo is fucking fire. But we're going to get bored of it because I was starting to get bored of it when we used to have community game night a long time ago. We just kept playing it because other people had it and they didn't have a ton of money to spend on new games. But obviously, I'm going to want to do a cooperative Space Marine 2 campaign. And I might even want to I might want to force private matches in Space Marine 2 where either we get like 4 people or 6 people to be on a team and play Space Marine 2 multiplayer, or I'm going to want to get 12 players if we can get 12 players, and then I'm going to want to play Space Marine 2 12-player private matches. That would be fucking amazing. Let's just make our own Halo game. Well, that's what I'm talking about with Halo Master Chief Collection. That they let you do all sorts of crazy shit, right? Then Call of Duty. I love old school Call of Duty. I actually think the new school sucks. I unironically would like force everybody to buy like Modern Warfare 2 remastered because not the new one, not the new campaign, the one from like 15 years ago, because straight up the gunplay and kill streaks and flow and perks are so fucking iconic that the new one is a shadow of itself. So anyways, how hard could it be? I don't know. We could have a great fucking time. I agree. This feels very ambitious. Well, I'm going to start having the wife and I'm keeping my schedule, but the wife's schedule is going to be changing soon. And so as a result of that, I might start having every other Saturday night available. And so if I have every other Saturday and Saturday night available, then Saturday might become game day. So not only might I play, like I have local people that I play Warhammer for, or Warhammer with, excuse me. So I would just like build up a few more armies as side hustle time, probably on Saturdays, let's be real. Then I would play Kill Team and I would play Warhammer on Saturday afternoon. And then if I wasn't totally exhausted, and realistically, this would probably be most beneficial to the community and to the stream, I would probably do Space Marine 2 cooperative and multiplayer gameplay with a team that has mics. And then we would do, what would we do? I would stream that. I would stream that on Counterpoints 40K. If I had a team using microphones running around fucking shit up in Space Marine 2 multiplayer, I 100% would stream that. I think that would be so dope. Jonas says Space Marine 2 would be fun. Haven't played it in a while. Yeah, it's even better when you got people with mics. Black Ops 2, classic. Oh, fuck yeah, that's such a baller campaign. True. But Space Marine doesn't have endless grinding for resources. Are you saying that is a good thing or a bad thing? Black Ops 2 was the best COD. Don't at me. I don't know about that. I like the original Black Ops, to be honest. Modern Warfare 2 sounds fun, but I swear to God, if you're camping, we're coming for you. Yeah, of course I'm going to camp. I'm going to camp as a sniper with cold-blooded on. And whatever one like hides me from thermals and UAVs and all that shit, I'm going to get that. I'm going to be camping with a Barrett 50 cal. I'm going to have Scavenger. And I'm also going to have the rocket launcher, the one that fires up into the air and comes back down. I forget what it's called. But I'm going to lock on to random parts of the map. I'm going to fire the rocket that goes up and comes down. So it's almost like having a Predator kill streak as a secondary. And then I'm going to try to hit people with that rocket. And then I'm going to try to snipe with the Barrett 50 cal until I have like a gold Barrett 50 cal. Of course I'm camping. And then the other thing that I'll do too is I'll do the Noob Tube Scavenger one-man army perk, where you have like a rifle with an underbarrel M203. And then you have like the M79 blooper as your backup. So you just like burn through all your grenade ammo. Then you switch weapons and you burn through all your grenade ammo, and then you run scavenger, so you pick up even more grenades. It's such like a shitty, fucked up thing to do, but it's so fucking funny. And it's like funny. It's funny when other people start doing it to you. So you're running around blooping the entire map, just like raining grenades on the entire map. And then the other people get pissed. So then they do the same thing in reverse. And then what's happening is their side of the map is getting graped with grenades. And then your side of the map starts getting graped with grenades. And effectively, it's a firefight with exclusively grenade launchers. It's really fucking funny. And then, of course, like Favela with combat knife and throwing knife and Semtex and riot shields. Like, holy shit, Modern Warfare 2 was peak. Modern Warfare 2 was fucking peak like a motherfucker. It was so good. If we ever do Black Ops, like if they ever do like a Call of Duty collection where they have all the classic games in a single thing, I would buy that instantly, obviously. If I could play like, if I could jump between classic Modern Warfare 2, and Black Ops, explosive crossbows and ballistic knives only. Holy shit, was that fun. Because those weapons are so fucking hard to use. And so, like, when you actually get good with them, it feels amazing. When you can ballistic knife somebody from like 75 yards away, that's amazing. When you can crossbow, like somebody's like jumping and running, and you can tag them with an explosive crossbow, and then they scream as they explode, like that is absolute fucking peak. It's also peak when you get tagged and then you scream and you cry as you die. Sorry, real quick. Sorry, somebody, javelin. Yes, it was a javelin. Correct. Sorry. I still want to read all this stuff, but my shit keeps scrolling to the bottom. Fellrunner says, I've been playing through Space Marine 2 and using Connor's VODs. It's helpful because I don't know the lore. I saw that comment, man. That was a really, really appreciated comment. Thank you, Fellrunner. Old School says, I play mainly survival games, Connor. Lots of gathering, mining, farming, hunting, building. Very little action. That's not fun to me. Newman for 10 says, do you like Deathwatch, Space Hulk, Dark Tide, one-man army, nude tubing with Javelin inbound? I do love Dark Tide. I would happily, the same way. So Dark Tide takes a lot of space and a lot of RAM. So I actually think I would need to get a second desktop because I would need a gaming desktop, and then I would need a computer that was capable of running the stream. That way, running the stream and playing a complex video game wouldn't chug so hard that I can't run a stream. However, providing that I'm able to do that, if I can run a stream successfully with multiple characters and a whole bunch of stuff without chugging out my machine, a Dark Tide cooperative campaign would be fucking amazing. A Dark Tide cooperative campaign with people actually playing every single character. I don't know if they have cooperative campaign. They might not, but I know you could do cooperative. They obviously cooperation is like a huge part of the Dark Tide game. So yeah. World at War was my favorite COD, simpler times. Dude, World at War tank levels were amazing. World at War kill streaks were amazing. World at War sniping was amazing. World at War submachine guns and the STG-44 was amazing. Yeah, World at War was great. I was actually really disappointed with the European theater where you're playing as like the big red one infantry division. I got so bored in that game. I don't know why. Fellrunner says, y'all don't know what you're talking about. Dark Forces 2 Jedi Knight online multiplayer with mods on. That does sound dope, actually. Send Patriarch says, Connor, I will come out of the walls if you fucking noob tube me with the one-man army perk. All right, sounds good. Sounds like a good time to me. Abaddon says, sounds like GoldenEye 4-player proximity mines, kind of fun. Yes. Numenax says Rust. Nah. I gotta, dude, if I wanted to play Rust, I would just go outside and garden, okay? Jesus Christ. Why would I volunteer to garden? And by the way, Numenax, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. Thank you for the chip. My main game is Icarus, the survival game. 10 to 20 hours to prep for a mission. Joy. I would rather kill myself than do that. That sounds like a fucking nightmare. Louis Salazar says, kind of like MCC for Halo. Exactly. Black Ops 2 Zombies was great. Zombies was great, but the whole scream, the like scream that they do, but it's like all digitized. That shit like freaks me out. There's something primal about that scream. Like my ancestors were in like the woods in Ireland and they heard that scream in the middle of the night and it was a fucking Wendigo that like ate one of their neighbors. That there's something primal about that zombie scream that actually like rattles me to the core. Perfect Dark when? Probably never, let's be real. Isn't that just like female GoldenEye? Isn't that just female GoldenEye? OG Modern Warfare 2 had so much overpowered shit. I know, but since there was so much overpowered shit, it made it amazing. Because whatever thing that you had that was overpowered was able to be countered by somebody else's overpowered shit. So it was awesome. Connor says, what GPU do you have? I have no idea. I would have to ask Taze. Travis Taze built my computer. I'm veteran main, also play Ogren and Zealot. Same. I play Psyker as like a last resort because I wanted to max out every single tree and play with it and see if it was fun. The cool thing about the Psyker one was there was a cop version of the Psyker. So there's all these backstories, right? And that Dan Abnett from Gaunt's Ghosts, he helped write the backstories for all the characters that you're able to choose in order to customize your character. So I would say that if you just want to press W, meaning that you just want to walk forward and hold mouse 1 for hours, then you should be an Ogren because you're tank and you're DPS, right? Then if you want to be tactical and play like a tactical person, then you should be a veteran because they have like the coolest, most modifiable guns. Then, if you like special weapons, I think playing the priest is cool because being a priest with the flamer and the thunderhammer was amazing. And also, so I'm talking about Darktide. Darktide is Warhammer 40K Left 4 Dead. It's so good, but they fucked up the flamer. Okay, the flamer was such a pain in the ass to use in the beginning, but the trade-off was amazing. Okay. What I mean by that is if you had the flamer as the priest, so it's a flamethrower, you basically run up to a crowd and you click mouse 1 and then 3/4 of your screen disappears in a gout of flame to the point that you cannot even see the enemies who are charging at you because 3/4 of your screen is fire. Okay. But what that means is you have to run up to hordes of enemies, set them all on fucking fire, pray that there isn't a boss in your giant wave of fire, and then like balance your desire to cause maximal damage to the enemies with the threat that they might charge through your wall of fire and fuck you up in melee. It was actually like a cool trade-off between the visual aesthetic and the danger and the tactics. But what ended up happening in the game was I think enough people bitched about the wall of fire, making it so they couldn't see their targets, that they totally nerfed the visual distortion of the flamer. And so now it's like a fucking super soaker. Like 10% of your screen disappears for the flamethrower. And it's still like a really viable weapon. It's still a super viable weapon. It's just not as fun. It's just not as fun as when you knew you were putting yourself in danger, but you were putting yourself in danger in order to fuck up 100 enemies at once. Shit, I missed that. That was fucking fun as hell. I think my wife is going to be really mad at that. It happens. You just need more RAM. I should talk. I only have 64 gigabytes. Probably. Steam Goat Simulator. All right, I'll get on that. Crucial says, dude had the ability to transport exploding cells to any place he wanted to in King Kai's planet like an asshole. Don't know what that was. Numinax's World at War campaign ending, intro to zombies, chef's kiss. True. Big in Gaming says, I really got into Hell Let Loose a few years ago with 2 friends. Super fun. Based. The map Rust on World War II, Modern Warfare 2. Absolutely. I must have lost hours of my life to Rust and Favela. Hours of my life have maybe days of my life have disappeared to Modern Warfare 2. The new generation will never know how base GoldenEye is. True. I love the Arbites class. It's so dope. I love Arbites too. I haven't even played. I haven't even gotten the Arbites. Have you ever played Deathwing? I have, but Deathwing needs to be played cooperatively because the AI is just not good enough. And Space Hulk Deathwing, what it's relying on for you to continue to play it is it's relying on you getting cooperative people to play with you. Then it's relying on you not caring about the enemy AI, because the enemy AI is just bugs charging you and you just mowing down endless hordes of bugs. That's all the gameplay is. But you have to be like, you have to coordinate as a team in order to play it. Otherwise, you get fucked up. Yeah. No, Deathwing is super hard. No, I tried using the AI teammates. I got fucked up. All the time. I'm a fucking Terminator. I'm an angel of death. I'm in impregnable armor. And yet, my dumbass AI teammates are on the other side fighting a fucking patriarch or some fucking super gene stealer. And then I get fucking, I'm just going to say a bad word. I get fucking raped by gene stealer cultists with rockets. Yeah, it's hard as fuck. So I tried playing it a few times. And then, basically when I realized the AI, I saw how the game should be played versus how I was able to play it. And the gap between the way it should be played and how I was playing it was so big, I couldn't keep playing. Even if there was like a few elements of it that were fun. Yeah, Numinax's Tyranid Claws say fuck your armor. They really did. I always thought Mario should have had a flamethrower instead of a Hawking Loogie fireballs. That's funny. Flamer user with veteran that indicates targets for you hits way harder. I'm sure it does. I wish I could be Arbites. I have not played as Arbitus on Dark Tide yet because I uninstalled it to install Space Marine 2 because I don't have enough hard drive. But anyways, we're down to 50. We hung out with the True Cog. I parasocially love the True Cog. I really, really, really do appreciate you guys as a community. I appreciate my chippers chipping. I appreciate my oilers oiling. Thank you so much. I'm going to thank you one more time before I leave. Obviously, Anonymous Chatter was the MVP today. He oiled like a motherfucker. So thank you, Anonymous Chatter. But Numinax with the 10, Old School with the 5, Anonymous with the 20, Old School with the 5, Old School with the 2, Airborne Kite with the 5, Anonymous with the 5, Varun with the 5, Anonymous with the 5, Anonymous with the 5, Anonymous with the 20, Fell Runner with the 5, Anonymous with the 100. It was 250s, but it was $100 in the course of like 5 minutes. Thank you, King. Thank you for subsidizing the stream. I do appreciate it. Mellow D with the 5, Numinax with the membership, Mr. Anderson with the 5, Vazraka with the gifted. Thank you, Kings and Queens. Thank you, Kings and Queens. I really do appreciate it. And one of the things that we did do today, weirdly enough, is we came up with a 6-7 Holocaust joke. So pretty funny day. And we did almost hit 2 goals. So even though it was a slower day, the Oilers oiled, and I really appreciate you. Sin Patriarch's great stream today, man. It was fun as hell from start to finish. Thank you, Sin Patriarch. I appreciate you. Enjoy my walls, kings and queens. All right. I'm going to catch you later. Have a great day. Bye for now.